Okay, fuck it. Let's start. We've got this is extended discussion podcast. It's not a podcast. We just chat for like a couple hours about games and PoE and stuff. And introduce yourself, Catmaster.
I introduced myself. Okay,
Yep.
well, hi guys. I'm blessed to be on this podcast that Jim invited me long ago to, and I'm the Cat Master. I'm born in Germany. I lived in the Netherlands for a long time, and eventually decided that streaming Path of Exile would be a very good idea. And I've been playing since roughly end of 2K14, Bloodlines League, and yeah, been having a blast. And I'm looking forward to the game becoming a little bit harder.
Do
But I think
you?
we'll talk about those things like in
Eh,
some
maybe.
sort of order. Jim has
No.
said that he had prepared a document at some point.
What? Did I lie? I must have
What
lied.
preparation?
You said
Gog.
something about a document that
Oh,
you
yeah,
had
I had
prepared.
some things that I wanted to talk about. Gog's really. Hey, Gog, introduce yourself. Gog's really anal about having a discussion, like something important to talk about. Go ahead, Gog. It's all you.
Oh, well, so look, I started playing Path of Exile 2013. Kind of never really intended to get into content creation. Just had was sort of going through a stressful time at my old job 2018 and put together a guide as to how I'd got myself a headhunter in Incursion League. And then that just blew up on YouTube. And I was like, you know what? Let's see if we can make something out of this. So, yeah, here I am now, putting out YouTube videos, sort of starting to break into streaming on Twitch. What else would I say about myself? Australian as well. Uh, Also, like Jim, probably about equally crazy. And sometimes I'll play meme builds, sometimes I'll play something a bit more serious. Depends on the mood I'm in at the start of a league.
Sweet. Gog's really good with numbers and stuff. He's like, anytime I do anything farming wise and I want to like validate me actually doing something with my life, I send all the data to Gog and be like, can you make this like make sense in a mathematical way so to prove that I didn't waste my time just farming something stupid. But yeah, Gog's really he does a lot of like yeah breakdowns and stuff. It's super interesting. So you should
I've seen
totally
some
check him
YouTube
out.
videos. Very productive at times.
Oh yeah, it's been crazy the last 24 hours.
Last one's Lighty. Lighty, say something just so I know what you sound like.
I was trying to find the intro from the last one we did. I was just gonna put that on the screen.
Oh, that's fine.
That's fine. What do you want me to do? You want me to do like an intro, or what do you want? Are we
Well,
live?
what?
We're live, right?
Yeah, well,
Okay.
we're live in some
Not
degree,
just on
apparently.
my channel, that doesn't matter.
But you're still gonna edit this or no?
Nah, I'm not gonna edit it. I'm just gonna leave
That's
it
fine.
free form.
Fucking lazy piece of shit. All right. Yeah. So I'm Lighty. That's my last name. My name's Matt Lighty. That's why I had to use my actual name. One of the few. I play Path of Exile. I have since the beta that was posted on the Diablo 2 forums 45 years ago. And yeah, I got a series on YouTube. I stream every day. It's my full-time job now. And I collect uniques. That's about it.
I mean, it's a good thing to have because it's a never-ending job.
Yep.
Oh shit, that's a good starting point. I mean, we could start at Expedition if you really want to, but I just want to go really quickly into like, you know how Ultimatum, they were constantly like one of the main selling points of Ultimatum is, hey, you're shaking your head. Do you want to talk about Expedition? Just tell me what you want to do. The main thing I was going to say is, what's your opinion on fucking the ultimate rarity of Ultimatum uniques and whatnot? Like, they're not coming back. They're
I
gone,
mean,
as far as we know.
well, they're gonna come back. Every league has always gone core eventually in some way, but it's like actually atrocious the rarity of Ultimate Uniques from the perspective of Soul Self-Found. So today on stream, we clocked it on Map Watch. I ran over 5,000 maps this league, so it's just been like so much mapping, and it's on average roughly 30,000 Ultimatum waves. I'm still missing half of the uniques in this league, and it's like atrocious. I'm missing the one that comes from like I'm missing the shield that you can get in Quarry. Like if it's just statistically it's insane because I haven't gotten these yet. I've killed over 30 trial masters. Like I've still not gotten the scepter or the gloves. So it's very frustrating from not even a perspective of collecting uniques, but from like an accessibility perspective for a new player. Like not everyone needs a hate forge, obviously, but you should at least be able to engage with the content and to have a mechanic that is so disgustingly rare that often people similar to Abyss League or similar to Bestiary Boss in the Bestiary League can do level 95 on multiple characters and never engage with the end-game content. And if you're working like a job or have kids and like you play an hour a day, that's like totally inaccessible. So I think you have to really define what, from a game development perspective, what you want the player to experience. That is your quote-unquote average player, which is a very big conversation considering recent nerfs to various things in Expedition. Like, what perspective do you want to give the average player of your game?
Well, I just think on that the question of what is the average player is so is such a loaded question usually.
It's hard to nail down.
If you want to take about the most exclusive content that has ever existed in Path of Exile, it was Uber Atzeri at release. Now, I was semi-casual at the time. I was sort of getting to tier 3, tier 4 maps were about the highest I could do Deathless regularly at that point. I had no chance of beating normal Atzeri. That was cool. I thought it was fantastic that you had this boss that was like 10 levels harder than anything I could get to. I thought it was like, oh wow, there's something to aspire towards getting better to beat, because I needed to get a lot better in order to be able to even beat normal Atzeri. Likewise, when Eternal Labyrinth came out, I was like, oh, gee, last league I needed to carry through Merciless Lab. By the point Eternal Lab was out, I didn't need to carry through Merciless Lab anymore, but I felt Merciless Lab was about at the limits of my abilities. And like, I thought this was cool. Like, there's something, there's something to aspire to getting better for. On the rarity question of Trial Master, like, it's just objectively more common than Ashabi was in the Harvest League. Harvest was about 1 per 125 maps to get Ashabi. So you'd have 100 for the actual countdown, then you'd have 25 or so to get your bar back up to full to start the spawning process and restart that 100 countdown. If you are always attempting ultimatums and not failing them, then the Trial Master is 2.5 times more common than Ashabi was. Assuming you're doing tier 14, 15, and 16 maps. The thing is that people roll their maps hard if you're close to endgame, and that was the problem with the Trial Master mechanics. The correct way to find the Trial Master was to scour your maps.
The correct way to find the Trial Master was to run red maps rolled poorly, is what you're saying.
That is, I ran them white. I ran 5,000 maps white.
14, 15, 16 scoured.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can't do that in the beginning of the league.
Don't you think that's a problem, though?
Your Atlas is 150.
You can't do it until you've got like 120, 130 Atlas bonus.
Hey, go. Shit.
You
Yeah.
can almost sustain it, and you'll have enough of a map pool that you can afford the loss.
To your point of like the Atzeri thing, I think there's a distinction being made between difficulty of the boss and accessibility. Like, you could have fought Uber Atzeri or regular Atzeri, even if you couldn't have completed it. You had the access to just purchase the fragments. I think it's the distinction to be made there, because you can't objectively just go purchase a Trial Master in the same way.
That's true, but you couldn't. I couldn't have. The fragments weren't enough. I would have needed to carry past both the Twin Vial Oversouls and.
Right, but you still could buy it.
Verify.
You can buy it. Like, the option is on the table, which it wasn't for Trial Master.
I mean, you can spectate the fight dead. Assuming that you get a carry to fight you through all of the trash monsters in the zone. Yeah.
You can experience the fight without having an expectation of being able to complete it.
Yeah, I think to me, that's like the frustrating part. Is also, like, if you say it's 125 maps on average to complete a Shabi, there's like a ceiling to that, which is you know your progress. Versus if you just got, I'm no statistics major, but if you just got unlucky, a little bit or a lot of bit on Trial Master, and you ran 500 maps and didn't see him, that level of like demoralizing is pretty rough for a player.
So your odds of not getting it in, without actually doing the numbers, it's 1 in e to the 10 roughly. So let me just, I'll tab into a calculator. And...
I know that my biggest streak was a little over 600 maps without seeing it. And that was like a rough week of not seeing any Trial Master an entire week.
So it should be 1 in 22,000 to not see to run 500 maps, never failing an ultimatum, never walking from an ultimatum because of the prize. What I think was causing people to perceive the Trial Master as rarer was that there seemed to be a bias towards getting good intermediate prizes the times that you got the Trial Master, and a lot of people walked when they got an Exalt. That meant that you probably had a Trial Master who was going to offer you 5 or 10x. But people were like, "Oh, I only just beat that wave 7 where I got the exalt. I'm gonna walk with it." And
Do you think it's a good design?
no, because of the issues with wanting to scale maps. I think that instead of having a 2% base chance, it should have been something like 1% base plus 0.25% per map mod. Then that'd be fine. I'd much rather that to a stupid Splendor mechanic.
It's the part where I realized that I know nothing about maths. I'm just like it's
Well,
glazing
that'd be
over me.
3% if you were doing 8 mod maps. It'd be 2% if you elked a map and it had 4 mods, so it'd be no different on 4 mods. But 5 and 6 mod maps are pretty common when you're elking maps.
I mean, like the math. As far as I know, the maths between chaos drops and the maths between you getting an endgame item or you getting an endgame boss is the same every league. They just change the game mechanics. So it's whether you can't encounter a trial master unless you stick around the entire time, and the fact that you can't get it, like spinning it back to Expedition League, current league, you can encounter a boss randomly in a map, right? And you can get it randomly on a map item, right? They're the two ways that we can encounter a boss, yeah?
I'd read it as being only in Expedition's version of Blighted maps, like I think it's the logbook journals. Was that the correct name for them?
Yeah, so like if assuming that the chance of you getting it on a Blighted map is the same as you getting it in Ultimatum League, but the fact that you can see that it's there and know that, like, if you drop a logbook on the floor, you know that logbook has a boss on it compared to you've got an exalt in Ultimatum and you're just going to take it and run and you miss out. Like, do you think it's a better design knowing up front that if you're going to skip a boss, you know you're skipping a boss? Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think that's the issue that people had with Ultimatum, was just that people would walk on runs that were biased towards having a trial master, and that created a bias against getting the trial master when it did roll for you.
What was everyone's best loot off a trial master? Not the actual unique drop or anything, just the actual window display for wave 10.
One exalted orb.
I think like
I don't think I ever even found one exalted orb. My best
one
loot was like
exalted.
a rare that I actually used.
An 80x bow base.
Rare early on, and I used them a long time. At a very good rare. It was a veiled item.
I mean, it's not coming back. Sorry, go ahead.
I used from like 70 to 90. A set of veiled boots that had like 2 excellent resists, and they unveiled 30% plus 12% conditional move speed.
What'd you get, Catmaster?
My best trial master. I only had 3 trial masters.
Not your
and
trial
just like you
masters.
pointed out,
But like, you're just from the Ultimatum loot. Like, what was the best thing you got?
oh, I thought from the Ultimatum loot for the trial master, like from the 10th. What's your best 10th wave loot?
Oh, that's what we're talking about. Oh, fuck. I don't even remember.
Did I ever killed the trial master?
No, you don't do maps, Jousis.
I mean,
I
you
didn't
don't
even
have
get
to
to the
kill the
9th
trial
wave.
master.
I thought you just meant generic best loot. Honestly, you asked the question and my brain started thinking about ritual, because that's all I did in Ultimatum was farm ritual. Fuck the actual expansion or whatever the hell.
But yeah, in case you're asking best of all the waves, then I think like 6 links, and I think I had an X, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yikes.
But like the thing was that the average was quite high on it. So like I really frequently was getting 5 chaos, and those 5 chaoses added up a lot more than like they could have rebalanced it somewhat so that you got less consistency in loot and more explosive top end stuff. But I think they chose to go with more consistency, and it's funny how people didn't seem to see the 4x, the 4Cs, the 5Cs, the 1x shard, all of that as being as significant as it was. I think it would have been interesting if the 4C-ish loot drops were made 10 times rarer and the exalts were made 10 times more common. I think you would have found that the expected value of a trial master spawn would have probably dropped a bit, but there would have been more of those oh wow moments.
Because people, when they look at Ultimatum and the queue of items, they aren't looking and counting everything and adding it all up. They're just looking at the biggest item they get. They go, I did that Ultimatum, all I got was 2 X shards, that was crap, and they don't know they got 80 C worth of junk that they can sell in leading up to it.
And to be honest, like if you're getting 2x shards from every time you engage with a league mechanic, like that's more than than anything other than like pre-nerf heist.
Yeah.
And pre-nerf heist was so extreme that it warped the league economy and made the exalted shards worth a lot less.
Like, was Ultimate... I'm sorry to be talking about... I invite everyone to a podcast. Hey, let's talk about this. Hey, there's a new league out, guys. It's coming out soon. It's called Expedition. Anyway, I got some questions about Ultimatum for you.
To be fair, you said it was going to be a 5-hour podcast anyway, so it's
Oh,
fair
yeah.
to talk the first hour about Ultimatum.
It's a shit show.
Tell people it's going to be 5 hours until
No,
it's too late for them.
I told everyone here different numbers so that if someone leaves halfway through, it doesn't matter. We can just end it there.
Well,
The podcast is going to last as long as Catmaster can stand for it. Like, as soon as he gets tired and like is sick of this shit, we'll just end it there. No, the main reason I brought up Ultimatum was Ultimatum League seemed more like a quality of life league in quotes. It was like Ultimatum, it's there, but here's all this quality of life we're adding. And the reason why I brought it up is I wanted to ask you if you thought any of the quality of life actually had an effect on you. Like for me, the only thing I remember from Ultimatum League was I can seal temples. Cool.
oh, sealing temples is great.
And the lab running stuff, like in the
Oh,
end
right.
of the lab, the enchants. That's super huge. Not only that you get 3, but that you actually get to see it before you apply it.
Did you
See,
run
my
more
take on
labs?
the lab stuff is that it actually sort of killed off. Like, not that I was ever into lab farming, so I don't mind the fact that this playstyle is dead now. But lab farming seems to be something that, at least in a trade league perspective, is dead now. It's not that there's none of it happening, but there's a lot.
Ezra did a fair amount of lab farming, and lab farming is one of those things where the fewer people do it, the more lucrative it is, the more incentive there is for people to do it, and so there will always be a certain subset of the population doing that, especially if you think about the top-end labs, like the Harvest Enchanted labs, that give you more enchants, where you can get up to 7 enchants, I believe, or something like that. That's really lucrative. If you have a good character that can consistently complete it and not waste the offerings, then or what is it, gifts, or I don't know the name of that specific one, but
Yeah, that one's
that's super worth.
The like the thing that I've noticed though is that like you go back to say Legion League. Now I wasn't doing this, but I was sort of watching the league economy, and I noticed a couple of weird things happen in it. I noticed that Enchanted Fossils shot up to 13C. I noticed that Shaped Val Masks shot up to 1.5 2 exalts. It didn't matter what the eye level of the base was. I was kind of curious what this was, and I did some digging and found out that there was someone who'd worked out that if you got either the Tornado Shot or the Power Siphon enchant on a Val Mask, you could deterministically trash your treasure into Fractal Thoughts. And those enchants on Fractal Thoughts were selling for 1.5 mirrors at that point. And so there were 2 types of people that were doing this. There were people who were running Labyrinth, just taking the 1 in 1,000 shot at getting a mirror and a half. 2 in 1,000 shot, because there were 2 different win conditions, and there were a bunch of other 50 exalt hits as well. Nowadays, you find that the expected value of a lab is lower actually than just that sort of, as what was essentially 3 1,000ths of a mirror. I think that was something like, I think it was about 0.75x per run that you would average when you were enchanting. That was per enchant spent. So if you had twice enchanted, it was 1.5x per run on average. Now, a huge amount of RNG in that, but that was what people were doing back then. There is no way you are making 1.5x per twice enchanted Eternal Labyrinth run right now. You might make 1.5x per...
Early league, hardcore trade, probably. I'm not sure about softcore trade. I don't know how
Does
fast the
anyone
market
run
inflates.
Eternity Shroud in hardcore?
A lot of the time, the shape stuff was just for bling because it only added an exalt to the price. There weren't many
I was
people using
not talking
Eternity
about
Shroud
that
with
specific example.
X stacking. Like, you could do it, but it was a rare build.
I'm a casual in the sense of what I can do, not in the sense of my playtime. And there's people out there that are casuals in playtime and what they can do. There's a lot of them. That's why they're casuals. And I had a casual... This is not a derogatory slur. I had a casual message me and be like, I'm really looking forward to running lab this league, and I was really enjoying doing it previous league. It's like there's a lot of people who are suddenly doing this thing that seemed like it was impossible to make a lot of money off of because it's an RNG crapshoot and you have to be like have a really good character and run really fast and know what the fuck you're doing. It's weird that there's a balance / quality of life change that actually benefits the little guy. I mean, sure, some people like lab running's less good now because I can't run 10,000 and guarantee eventually to get a tornado shot in. Like,
They get the jewels either. The jewels are like super fucked.
yeah, fuck that. I mean, wait, can you get that RNG now? Did that get balanced or yeah? No.
It's RNG.
Yeah, I think that's a good change. Is that not a good change? Like benefiting more people.
I ran 200 harvest labs this week and didn't see one. That feels rough.
Yeah, they're meant to be chase items. That's the thing. Like, if something's intended as a chase item, it's not going to be available in SSF except for the obsessed or the very lucky.
Yeah.
That's. Yeah, like I think they've taken away a lot of the jackpot potential with the lab changes. I think for people that aren't interested in lab farming, it is definitely a positive. And I was never interested in lab farming, so it didn't bother me. I thought that it did severely wreck one particular play style, which is, it's going to happen.
I mean, look at this league. Fuck all your playstyles. Maybe. We don't know yet.
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I
tried the 7 enchant harvest gift lab one time on stream. The first thing I encountered was one of those Fire Nova totems. One tick of one Fire Nova cast one-shot my character at the very beginning of it, and I was like, I guess I can't do it.
Are they not like life percentage based, or is it just flat damage and stuff?
I think they're monster level based. Those ones that life percentage is the
traps
spikes.
and stuff. Yeah, you're right.
Everything that's bladed in some way is life percentage. The fire heated on the ground is life percentage, but I don't think the ones that inflict hits that aren't spikes are percentage.
Sentinel traps.
Okay, thumbs up or thumbs down, Jousis. You're just gonna have to tell me because no one knows what you looks like. Looks like? No one knows what you look like. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Did you enjoy Ultimatum? It's like this maybe. Catmaster, what do you think? Oh wait, right. I forgot that I now put this on non-video platforms. So you're probably gonna have to tell me as well. Most people consensus looks like 2 thumbs up and 2 average. It makes sense that the 2 people and Jousis, you're the tiebreaker. What do you?
I only made one character this league, and I didn't design it to be able to interact with Ultimatum, so my opinion shouldn't matter.
It should matter. You're the majority of the player base in PoE, the people who can't do the content. Did you like
Ultimatum's too hard, couldn't get to the 9th wave at any point, didn't interact with the content beyond grabbing 5 chaos worth of rewards at the beginning.
So you liked it?
On average, if you suck at the game, it was more rewarding than most league mechanics, but it wasn't at all exciting. It was just, oh no, I'm gonna die, I'd better only do 1 wave. And I walked past it 90% of the time.
That makes sense. Like a breach or something, you could bop it and kill it till you could get your extra density and stuff if you're crap at the game. And then just peace out.
I got 1 splinter, fine.
But this is you're guaranteed locked in death. Although you could run, couldn't you? You could sleep the area.
Yeah, you can run to end it, but most of the time you don't have time to react unless your character is specifically designed to be able to run away from an ultimatum. Mostly you're gonna get stun locked or something and die.
Yeah, ailments will get you. You'll get frozen. If you're not immune to freeze, you'll die.
My character was immune to almost everything. It just wasn't tanky enough to survive 50 billion enemies during the wind-up for its slam.
Was there a complaint in Heist that there wasn't enough mobs?
I don't believe so.
You couldn't say that about Heist. It was the Heists themselves were super dense.
It depends on the
Especially
layout.
on the escape, you could abuse it at one point for XP farming. It was a crazy amount of experience.
You still can do that. It's been nerfed to the point that it's
not especially better than maps.
I think it's sort of comparable to Chayula's charged breachstone has charged the +1 upgrade.
I don't know.
But anyways,
so.
A Chayula breachstone that's had a single Chayula's that's had a single upgrade applied to it, not 2 or 3, 3 being pure. One of those is about the same XP as doing like fairly min-maxed Grand Heist running, but the Grand Heist will drop you a shitload of loot.
Do you play hardcore, Catmaster? Consistently?
Mostly, but I did play Badger's Private League. I only had an SSF HC. I only had one Trial Master, and that was when I when I played CI Death's Oath Occultist, which since the addition of the Life Tap support gem is actually the inferior version of the build. So yeah, I went in because I was like, okay, I'm streaming and this is my only Trial Master so far, so I have to go in for the content. But I died, and then I had 2 Trial Masters in Badger's Private League, which is a softcore group found experience kind of team-based thing. And there I had 2 Trial Masters, and I died to all of them.
I managed to get the Trial Master fine the first time.
Yeah, for me it was just always that the map mods were so hard, and I was not playing an optimal build, and I should have bailed out, but like every time I was like, okay, nah, I'm gonna do it just to learn the fight. Worst case scenario, then at least I know what I'm in for next time.
Yeah, map mods and Trial Master didn't mix. That was the whole thing of last league, was that map mods and Ultimatum encounters did not mix well.
What about the fact that it has no portals?
Yeah.
One shot.
Yeah.
One
Again,
attempt.
With map mods. It's like
what other boss mechanic in Path of Exile has one attempt with no?
Yeah, that's really unique. You also can't transfer it to another character, like even SSF when you just yourself. Like,
yeah.
It'd be like
if my character was specifically designed to one-shot bosses, but he could not get to the Trial Master because being specifically designed to one-shot bosses is not good for clear speed.
Yeah, there's some you can't transfer in Delve. There's untransferable ones, but
you could redo Delve infinitely for bosses though.
Yeah, assuming that you can get to the boss, you can transfer them.
Trial Master is like if there were no breach stones in Breach, and to get a Chayola item, you had to encounter Chayola randomly in a Breach and kill him there, because if you left, he'd be gone.
And don't forget that, similar to Chayola fighting in a Breach, Trial Master does not have a guaranteed unique route.
And he can just run away.
Not as Chayola. Given that I played during Breach League, Chayola in a Breach in that league, like before we had the Atlas passives, that was staggeringly rare. Because I remember I got Chayola early. A lot of people were sitting at 39 challenges in Breach without Chayola. I took forever to find Ulnatol. I did end up finding Ulnatol in a Breach. The other 3 I got pretty easily. And then I wound up being like one of the only people with less than 36 challenges that had the thing to kill all 5, or to encounter all 5 Breach Lords inside their inside a map. That was really rare. That was like, I think maybe 5 or 6 times rarer than the Trial Master was to get Chayola.
Look at you being good at the game like a prick.
I wasn't good at the game, Rich.
Another thing I will say about Ultimatum. Ultimatum is the first league that I have not gotten even 24 challenges. I got 12 challenges in Ultimatum.
Oh God, get 24 for the Vol Toucan. You've got time. I can help you in Trade League.
Oh, what?
You underestimate how few challenges I have.
Yeah, but I can carry you through stuff. If you've got a character in Trade League, then just after this,
how many maps would I have to do? Because I'm pretty sure it's like 100.
Yeah, but you just like portal in for the boss kill.
But you can have someone carry you if you just got a character, or I can just give you all the gear you need to get there.
Slipgog a couple of exalts and he'll carry you to 100 map boss kills and get you a toucan pet.
It's not specifically the 100 map bosses. It's the I did a whole bunch of discussion on it earlier, but I think from memory the progression point that you got to Eternal Lab was about your 12 challenge mark. And 24 took like a couple of 100 maps and a little bit of focus stuffing around.
So let me give you some perspective. This is the character that I one-shot the Shaper with, and I had 10 challenges until 2 days ago, and to get the 12 challenges, the 12th challenge that I did, I checked all of the challenges, and I'm like, which one is the fastest so I can get to 12? The one that was the fastest was a vendor recipe for Jade Flask. So I had the 3 flasks in my stash, and I used all of my alts, all of my augs, all of my transmutes, all of my portal scrolls at the vendor to get Jade Flask, and that was my 12th
Someone
challenge.
got the 5-for-1 magic item recipe, didn't they?
I didn't have any Jade Flasks.
Maybe you trade for them.
I don't want to trade for.
How do you get to Shaper on 10 challenges? You're those people that see trading buying like an 80x item or something and they've got 3 challenges. People call you a bot, you know that, right?
My character's budget was like an Exalt.
Jousis, fucking gremlin. Sorry, I saw a picture of a gremlin. I wasn't calling you a gremlin. You're playing.
You can call me a gremlin if you want.
You're on a different level, and that level is like really low, sub basement. But he's doing his own thing and he's having a great time. Anyway, sorry about that. You want to talk about Expedition? We don't have to. We can talk about like gardening if you want. Like, at this point, I'm just here to fuck with people. I mean,
I like how everyone's calling it excavation.
I mean, it's an excavating league and it starts with X. It sounds better. There's no way it wasn't called
Exalt
Excavation.
League.
Oh shit, I didn't even think of that. Path of Exile expansion, expedition expansion?
X.
Oh.
Just EX. Path of Exile EX.
Why are they called cowgirls?
Yeah, the Calgarian?
The cowgirls, yeah.
They should have just called them
expectations, exactly.
Oh, yikes.
Expecto Patronum.
So what are your expectations of Expedition League? You think it's going to be good?
Cooking the Expedition content specifically, or the other changes happening, the other stuff that's happening at the same time?
Expedition content specifically. I don't even know how you answer that. You're the one who wanted the prompt. Here you go.
Yeah, the thing that I think will be really strange, like you're gonna really have to pay attention to what you set off with the dynamite, because of the the mechanics that hard brick builds, like the monsters in this zone gain immunity to physical damage if you detonate certain spots. That's good. I kind of think that they should have gone with like 96%, 97% damage reduction.
It's a big fuck you mechanic.
I mean, it just means you've got to pay attention, which will be interesting. But I think
you just socket the fist to lightning if
PoE
you
players
mess it up and you really want to get the kill.
PoE players are known to pay attention to what they're doing when they play the game,
that's
right?
Gonna be funny. There are going to be some really funny moments with that where someone's like, like the same as like there's always a streamer that dies to reflect in in every league where people are playing hardcore, and it's just funny. It's like
True.
I mean, I make stupid mistakes too, but I know that I'm going to make stupid mistakes, so I play in softcore.
So players constantly want, like, there's quarry farming, and then players go, oh, I hate the fact that there's low-level content in this league. Like, why not make it rewarding to get to the hard maps, and then encourage people to get to the end of the Atlas before get good loot? And then they put that in Ultimatum, and then people go, oh, it's RNG, and it's really hard, and all this stuff. So they're removing the fact that you have to actually roll the logbooks yourself to get the logbook. Oh my god, I can't word good. The boxes that you blow up with your expedition charges or whatever the fuck they're called have little modifiers on them that say this one gives you double loot for all the monsters and all the chests, but it also does this. They're taking the thing that you put on ultimatums previously from a map modifier that people didn't read, and they're putting them on the actual fucking box. Hopefully people are actually going to read it this time and not complain that the game's over-tweaked, is what I'm trying to say. Probably not, though.
People won't read it.
People are still just going to...
It will be hilarious when they lose encounters because of it, and it will just be like one of those things where it's like, you dug your own grave there, and that's just funny.
With dynamite.
You can take a break from making fun of Ziz and make fun of them instead.
Exactly.
Can you lose an encounter? That's a question. I'm not exactly sure. You can, like, you need to kill only the monsters that spawn from a specific node to unlock the rewards there.
Are there portals even?
Yeah, there's portals. 6 portals.
Well, on the logbooks, and then the other ones are in your maps.
And
is it like Abyss Depths or something? There's a map encounter where when you die you respawn in the map, so you don't waste a map portal.
It's strong boxes, but
trials
redesigned. That's all it is. So if you open really scary strong boxes in a map, you've got your portals in your map to get back in. Otherwise, that's it.
Wow, look at that.
Strongbox League. We done it. We covered everything.
It's not really like strong boxes. Like, I really like it for the fact that
you open one and it opens all the ones around them. Or at least all the ones that you wanted to open around it.
You like it for the fact of what, Catmaster?
And it's like a combination of like, I don't know, for me it's like Legion and Blight or Harvest and Abyss, because it's kind of build your own Abyss, where like in Legion you unlock the rewards that you do want to unlock, and you pick your risk and your reward scenario kind of by selecting what you unlock, but you have to place infrastructure like in Blight or in Harvest in order to do that. So it's like it has aspects of all three of those.
Of like previous leagues.
It's a monstrous treasure map where you get 50 strong boxes. You can only open 10, and you have to click them in order and then press a button to open them all at once.
Yeah.
It's just reskinned. They're just reusing assets. They're not. They're making very pretty assets like that.
No, they're definitely reusing assets because the new shield ability.
Yeah, and the uniques.
It's just 3 Aegis Auroras stacked on top of each other. We've seen the image of that.
I know a guy that we were watching the live stream or whatever, and hanging out in Discord, and everyone's typing their live reactions, and as soon as that shield ability came up, he's like, oh I'm gonna play, just losing his mind. So he's already like theory crafting his really shitty shield build. But yeah.
Nice.
I want to see that work though. Seriously, like you can have Spectral Shield throw in a pseudo, like as a clear skill in a pseudo 5-link somewhere, and have your 6-link be that slap you over the head new skill. Use an armor evasion shield, because that'll have the maximum possible numbers. I think there's some potential there.
Is it armor and evasion or armor or evasion?
Armor and evasion shield, because you can get a shield that rolls like plus 400 armor and evasion, and then it rolls like plus 100% armor and evasion, so they stack.
Yeah, it's higher potential if it's a hybrid.
Sure, the ability says per armor or evasion.
Yeah, it's just that the cap is higher if you use a hybrid shield.
Oh, okay, I know what you're saying.
Because of just the mechanics of them, the numbers on them. Yeah. And then you probably want to use it with Iron Reflexes and Molten Shell. Sounds like a plan with that. Maybe I just like
Molten Shell.
So?
Speaking of Molten Shell, so they're adding mana costs to triggered gems.
Yep.
And so I'm really hoping this. I want this more than anything. I want the mana cost to interact with Scold's Bridle.
Don't.
Because if the mana cost interacts with Scold's Bridle, I can recreate Spellicopter with cast when damage taken, and I want that so badly.
Yeah.
That's gonna be hilarious. That would be fantastic if they do that.
They can't have fucked it so bad that Spellslinger, Mjolnir, Cosprey's, Maloney's, all that shit.
So I'm pretty sure item skills and Spellslinger specifically will not have an additional mana cost.
I hope so.
I suspect
but,
they may have
otherwise
crit,
what?
cast and damage taken mana cost.
That's fine.
They may have a mana cost, but a low one. We'll just have to find out. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Arschant Helm has some significant mana cost on it, because it's like once per 4 seconds, isn't it? I think it's 4 seconds.
Probably wouldn't be used then, but that's cool.
Well, I think you'll find that the idea of reserving 100% of your mana and still being able to trigger spells is probably going away, but reserving 90% of your mana and will probably still work.
Blood magic.
It'll all just get plugged in.
Yeah, life tap support.
Whatever's better, just get used anyway.
Yeah, life tap will get used there.
Is life tap the one with the little hand things? I didn't use any of the new blood skills.
It's blood magic for non-auras.
What's the one with the little hand thing on your health bar?
Oh,
Petrified Blood?
Petrified Blood.
Yeah.
What's that do? Am I late to the I don't know. I don't know.
It's still confusing, to be fair.
Yeah.
Basically, it caps your life recovery at 50%, so you'll never recover above that unless you use a flask. And there's some convoluted damage taken later mechanic where you can sort of take less damage.
Put your damage on layaway.
But
as long as you have strong recovery, it's technically damage reduction.
If you would take 1,000 damage now, instead you lose 6. Sorry, if you would lose 1,000 life to damage now, you instead lose 600 now plus some percentage of the other 400 later, spread over 4 seconds. Percentage depends on gem level.
I'm glad I've got two people here that know what they're doing, and Catmaster and Lighty that are also here. I'm just throwing out a diss while I praise some people. What's your opinion on wards, and why is it not shit?
I've done a video on this.
I highly disagree with that. Ward is just energy shield, but worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all gone after one hit for 5 seconds.
So there's two interactions.
So if you can stack ward for free on top of your energy shield, that's good. If you have it in replacement of energy shield, like they showed on those items, energy shield is just better because what is more health if not a flat damage reduction, and you can recover energy shield faster.
So there's a couple of reasons that I don't completely agree with that. The first one is that Ward appears to have higher numbers than Energy Shield does. Hubris Circlet has a 76 Energy Shield. The Ward helmet has 137, that is comparable minimum level. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that Energy Shield offers no mitigation for chaos damage under normal circumstances. Ward will. The third thing is that Energy Shield is ruined by damage over time. So if you're running Blood Rage, then you don't have any benefit from an Energy Shield buffer normally, whereas damage over time completely ignores Ward. I think broadly speaking, uninvested Energy Shield is superior to uninvested Ward if the numbers are the same. But I think that given that the numbers are higher on Ward, I think that there will be a niche for Ward, and it is particularly good in situations where you are expecting to suffer damage over time that does not hit. In that situation, if the damage over time, the fact that it will bypass your ward without triggering it, then means that your ward is still there for when the big hit comes. I don't think it's a fantastic mechanic, but I do think it will be used.
All very good points, and I have to say, as a softcore player, I forgot that chaos damage existed for a second.
Fair. Gog's the kind of person who will defend and make a crushed build based on ritual bases.
Why do you think they added ward?
No, I will not crushed build based on ritual bases. That might be insane, but that is crossing the line.
What are you gonna say, Lighty?
Why ward? Just why would they add ward?
Or defensive mechanics, because people are gonna complain like, oh, I have less damage, therefore mods are alive longer, therefore my defenses
to confuse
are bad
players,
because
people are gonna try and dip into multiple pools and suffer for it.
I just think it's one of those things where people are like,
they want you to dip.
Go for a Catmaster.
No, I'm just quickly. I'm gonna let you talk, and then I'll come back when you all out of the things that you wanted to say.
I'm paying attention. I can see when people start a sentence and then cut it off. Just go. Talk over him. Fuck him. What is it?
Okay, you know what I find interesting about the addition of ward?
Anyway, I'm gonna talk about my favorite type of cheese. Go ahead. Tell us. What do you find interesting?
Is that they wrote that the monsters that you excavate, that you expedite or whatever, that those monsters don't have armor, evasion, or energy shield, but they have ward instead, which means that those monsters will, I mean, it sounds to me like they will suffer more damage from small physical hits than the average monster, and they will basically behave as if you had resolute technique because they can't evade if they don't have evasion. So that's interesting to me. It's like they're going to be
yeah, so what you're saying is ward is put in the game specifically for monsters to use, so that Jousis comes along with his one-hit build, one hits and it hits a ward, and then they're like, well, no you, and then they stab him.
Exactly.
Yes, absolutely.
Shit. The perfect counter.
Good thing if my Scold's Bridle thing works out, I will be constantly shooting out 10 damage spells.
Nice.
And melting surface.
If people are interested in a bit of a thought experiment, though, I just suggest, imagine you have 1 trillion armor on one character, 1 trillion evasion on another, 1 trillion energy shield on a third, and 1 trillion ward on a fourth, and you'll see that the weakest of those will be the trillion ward. But that, the energy shield is clearly the strongest.
All the trillion armor because it hard cap or soft caps.
It's 90% mitigation against Fizz.
Yeah, trillion evasion, you will 1 in 20 hit, right?
Correct.
Yeah. But what if you had trillion armor and you just get hit with 1 chaos damage?
Then you take 1 damage.
What if you have 1 life?
Oh, well, then you stuff, but you probably don't. You probably have like 6,000 or so.
Does Catmaster have wireless headphones? Anyway, now that Catmaster has left his desk. Oh shit.
Yes, I do.
Hey guys, how's it going? You keep going, whatever you were gonna say. Shit, he does.
So what terrible things were you saying about Catmaster again?
What was that I was saying about Catmaster? I was saying now that he's no longer at his computer and he's the only one who's happened to be streaming, let's all plug our streams. Go sub me, Slippery Jim at Twitch, and Gog is recently.
In 2 months.
Jousis hasn't streamed in 2 months. Gog is like totally getting into like being a PoE content creator. You should go follow him as well. Or sub. Fuck Lighty. He doesn't need it.
Is it? I feel like that's an invitation for me to also jokingly tease, but I just want to say that I'm honored to be on this podcast with all of you, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that you're all content creators that I would like my viewers to check out and to like and subscribe and whatnot.
You're honored to be on this podcast?
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Have you seen how many views these get?
Hey now, I'll have you know I made 80 cents on the last podcast and it only went for 5 hours.
Cat, show me the bottle.
I don't think view numbers indicate quality in general.
Show the what?
Catmaster, where's the bottle you had? I want to see the bottle again. I saw it on the side of the screen.
Is it Mexican Coke?
I just want. Where's the bottle? I want to see the bottle.
This is my homemade, this is my homemade Sprite stuff,
hey man,
basically.
Cheers.
Cheers,
brother.
Cheers. This is syrup. This is like sugar with water and lemon
syrup.
juice.
Cheers. Got
I
home.
need to mix it down
These
with
are
water.
Pringles.
I just drink it straight.
It's caffeine because it's 9:15 on a Saturday morning.
Jousis is holding up his like clay mug he drinks from, but no one can tell.
Or something.
Jim also has a caffeine problem, same as me, with the same solution.
I refill this. You don't know what's in here. Ah, fuck Nestle. Okay. There we go. Got rid of like 80% of possible sponsors right there.
Who wants to get sponsored by Nestle anyway?
No one.
Yeah,
Fuck
I use a refillable metal water bottle. Tap water.
That's good. I have some water here when I promised myself I would be like hydrating. It's half empty. I filled it up 3 weeks ago and I'm a little bit worried that I probably shouldn't drink this now that it's probably like got some like, it's got like some like colony at the top that's started growing there and I don't know if I should, yeah, it's probably fine. If they can drink it then the water's probably fine.
Just probiotics, bro.
Yeah.
You got it.
I had a family member, my auntie, started noticing that the water in her sink, like her tap water, started tasting a little bit weird. And called in a plumber, and they checked everything, and it was fine. And she was like, no. Called the council. Council's like, no, it's fine. Turns out a frog got into her kettle that she boils her water with, and had been in there for like months. And by the time that she found it, it was just a skeleton. So she'd just been drinking frog water.
Frog water.
Oh.
So someone boiled a frog in a kettle, and the frog croaked.
Oh, fuck you. But yes,
Probably was really tasty the first day or two.
yeah, you don't know. I mean,
Like a soup or
Depends on the
something like
frog.
that.
how could you not notice like little
She
bits of
complains
frog falling
about
off?
the free soup.
Oh, it's just, yeah. I mean, she's still kicking, so. No, fucking.
Broken.
She hasn't croaked yet, you're right. Garbage. I hate all of you.
Thank you.
Bring your grandma back.
Why?
I liked her more.
She dropped off nugs and she won't be back until tomorrow morning to drop off more nugs
Nugs?
because. Nuggets in the context of food, Lighty. Come on.
Thought your grandma was growing. It's all good.
Icky nuggy.
Is that a chicken nugget?
She did offer tendies, or she offered chicken tenders, and I said tendies, and I wanted to kill myself immediately afterwards. Fucking
You
zoomers.
screech and run away like Naruto.
Yeah.
Nice.
If I lived in America, I would have helped invade Area 51.
Good.
Representing.
What happened to that in the end?
It was just a.
They just showed up and did like pictures with the gate guards and stuff.
Yeah, I think the same thing that happens everywhere else in America. Brands got involved and we were like, "We're cool too, kids. Buy our merch," and then it kind of like died out.
Forever 21 at Area 51.
Damn, that's actually that's pretty good marketing right there. Because it rhymes and
Forever
everything.
51. Make products targeted at midlife crisis people.
New alien-based dating website for middle-aged women.
You
Yeah,
will
it's
be
like a
Forever 21
terminal.
if you die at Area 51. Rest in peace.
There is cryostasis there, proven.
Man,
So we were talking about Expedition and then Ward.
Look at you go.
And then we got sidetracked.
Keep things on track.
Yeah.
How dare you?
Getting sidetracked.
We don't. It's not sidetracked. It's not sidetracked. It's not a PoE podcast. It's just a
It's
podcast.
related. It was an expedition to Area 51.
Oh my god! It all works out.
Galaxy brain.
Hell yeah.
During today's stream, since whatever update they did last, everything is T-posing now in my game. Every single mob, every single piece of armor that drops is all permanently T-posing, running around. And it's very frustrating to see that, like, they just put an update out that releases Battle Royale, but then my game is just T-posing around. Not that we've had these conversations about that's not where the assets are. I can pull up a clip from stream. Everything is T-posing. I don't know how else to describe it.
Yeah, no, I've seen the T-pose. I've seen things T-pose, but like everything and like
every armor on the ground, like body armor dropped pre-T-pose. Yeah. So ever since the second I started streaming this morning, everything's T, including item drops. The snakes from Hunter are erect, out of the ground, totally straight up. And I know it's not the same thing, but I always get this feeling, like, it always rubs me the wrong way. Where I'm like, not that I'd like that Battle Royale's added, but it's always like, not that it works, but like allocating assets to Battle Royale when my game doesn't run properly still feels bad to me.
I mean,
the same way it's not accurate, but like I feel like every time they make an MTX, part of me gets frustrated because I see in-game armor that still doesn't have art. Like at Zero's Acuity still don't have art, and we've talked about this in the last time, like ad nauseum, but it never doesn't upset me when I see it, even though it's totally not related in the different departments.
You should go around.
I remember when they added the new MTX system, and they said that their plan was in the long run to make the consumable microtransaction where you can skin transfer something to make that not a consumable that you have to buy every time again, but one that you use to make an item an MTX, so that you could use like
like a one-time purchase,
limited edition 2D art stuff and 3D art from alternate art uniques, and permanently turn that into MTX. And I wonder what happened to that plan.
If they're not consumable, what else are they going to put in shit tier garbage scamming loot boxes apart from dupes and garbage? It's like a dead fish you're going to put in your hideout.
I said during the live stream that when they said like don't forget this. Oh, so you go first, Kat.
Do you not?
Sorry, no,
No, you please, sir.
I just wanted to correct Jim on that because there was never any consumable like skin transfers on the boxes. Like
in loot boxes?
Where
the hell am I getting consumable skin chances from? I don't buy stuff. Oh well.
Like, there are consumable like fireworks and stuff like that.
Are there not consumable skin transfers?
Skin transfers.
No.
Skin transfers exist. They're not in loot boxes.
Really?
You probably got them at some point when there's been a.
Yeah, they're like 5 or 6 points or something.
Do they give them out?
Gotten them.
May have bought them to get a free loot box.
Yeah,
that might be what I'm thinking of. You're right. I do just talk out of my ass and can't remember what I did yesterday. So thank you for correcting me.
They had during the live stream. They mentioned Chris said during the part where he was like plugging the the new supporter packs. He said I just might have to pull it up. But he said something along the lines of like this is how we exclusively fund Path of Exile. Did anyone else catch that or no? Is that?
Yeah. You're talking about the supporter packs would be something like 95% of their revenue.
He said exclusive. He didn't say 95%. He said like this is the only like the sole thing that funds it. But that's not true, is it?
Well, a long time ago it was true. Yeah. At the moment, it's not.
Yeah.
Like
I'm gonna find it.
So they sell things like divination card commissions, but there's only 300 div cards in the game, so that's less than $250,000 American dollars that they've brought in from divination card commissions. They sell loose points like the $5, $10, and $20 point packs, which
you do need for private leagues.
Considerably worse value than the supporter packs. And then private leagues get funded by points that have come primarily from supporter packs. Like every time, every time that I've run a private league, the majority of the points have come from me, and they've come from the points that I got either with a div card commission or with one of the big supporter packs.
Devil's advocate, he's a human and just says stuff that he remembers but might not necessarily be true. Yeah. Which is, half the reason Reddit's like immediately after that, people were already on Reddit with an exact quote of something he said, and then 2 years earlier he said something else, and they're different. Oh my god.
You shouldn't view that cursed website known as Reddit.
It's fun. You go there, you sort by controversial, and you just have a really good time.
Very by controversial.
That statement was
the
part
entire
of the...
fucking page. Like, searching by controversial.
Give me only the very nice, 1,000-point comments at the top, and then I look at the first 2 or 3 replies, and then beyond that, it's never good.
And it's only changed, I think, about Legion was when it changed. Like, I used to spend a lot of time on the Path of Exile subreddit, and I think I stayed spending a lot of time longer than I should have. But at some point, you started seeing people, and I've heard some speculation as to what happened here, but I'm not going to sort of publicly air it because I'm not sure it's true. Just that there
Go for it, Chris.
There were some claims that trade guilds were involved in making the environment really toxic at the start of Synthesis, like spreading hoaxes about maps being scarce and things like that in order to push, because they were just selling enormous amounts of maps. They wanted to make it so that maps seemed scarcer than they were, so they then started really weaponizing downvotes, having serious level brigading going on. This matches my personal beliefs of what happened, but I'm not confident about it, so I won't name the guild involved. But this was the sort of
not the Forbidden Trove. Go ahead.
No comment on that, but it's but this was a sort of time where the subreddit became a little bit more toxic. Then Legion hit, and it just went feral. During Legion and Blight, and I really don't know why, but I have pulled back quite a bit from that subreddit. For a period, I was like the 4th most active person on it. I'd try to be constructive, and I'd argue for things that I thought were best for the game, but I've just started moving away from it because there's this toxic elitism that pervades it, where people think that the average player is terrible. Like, someone who is average at the game wants to think of themselves as a power gamer, so they think, oh well, there's only the 1%, then there's people worse than me. That's the way that they will generally put it. Whereas actually there's a huge spectrum of Path of Exile players, and you see this every time you join a public group at League Start, which is what I often do. You find people that make the odd mistake, but they're pretty good players. They're the sort of people that will probably end up, maybe they're not confident to take on the Shaper or the Elder, but they'll be able to do it if they wanted to. And then the Reddit just gets, there's this hype that's hostile.
As a system, Reddit as a system is just a flawed voting system, though, right? It's just the way it works and the way the visibility works on it is garbage. And there's
other games that are huge that just have better subreddits. Strictly.
Yeah, but
way bigger. I mean, even the games like Overwatch, most of the subreddit is just cool gifts or things that happened in game, or maybe some advice or special places to go. I think it really boils down to moderation on those servers are a lot stricter, and you have things pretty much every day you could probably check Reddit, and within the top 24 posts, there's definitely duplicate posts. There's definitely posts that are borderline harassment towards if not specifically Chris, just GGG as a company. It's just such a shit look to have, especially if this is playing Path as your job or your main thing, to see your player base doing nothing for the most part but shitting on the game that they're playing for free is it's biting the hand that feeds you almost.
And if the mods try and censorship like that, they get called shills and
yeah, or it's just called this, you're censoring us. But
you have people on the Path of Exile subreddit that it's really obvious. Again, won't name any names, but there's people that are just there to stir shit. So there'll be there's someone who I've seen make very different comments depending on what someone's saying. So I saw one person saying that there's no longer any true endgame challenges like Uber 3 used to be, and then someone pops in and says, yeah, well, this is because Tencent own the place now, vote with your wallet, da-da-da-da-da. Then there's another comment. So, that on its own, that seems like it's just a good faith comment. They've just said, oh yeah, that's a problem with the game. Then someone else has gone and said, all GGG do now is cater to the no-lifers, cater to the 1% players, da 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 da. And then the same person that said that you should not buy a supporter pack because Tencent are now taking out all of the Power Gamer stuff, then comes in and says, well, that's because all Tencent care about is the Power Gamers. And so it's like you've got these 2 points that are being made that are completely counterposed to each other, and it's by the same person. It's just there to stir shit. And honestly, that person that I'm thinking of, again, won't name them, like any decent subreddit would have just banned them as a troll like 12 months ago.
That's what it boils down to. Like, it's no longer. I don't think there's any real moderation to that extent. Not that it has to be like investigative, but I think if you could notice it at a cursory glance for a lot of these posts, that it's like there's just comments that essentially it's okay to be like you could be upset if you loved COC, your build could be dead now, and you could be upset, and that's fine. But you could easily check to say if you've had a history of these comments to the point where if you're adding literally fucking nothing to the conversation consistently, month after month, why you here? It's not like it's a public forum in the fact that it's like a privately owned thing. I mean, you could just same with that. If Path wanted to ban me for no reason, they could for the most part. I couldn't do anything about it because it's their game, their company. But if they wanted to just stop the people from like doing nothing but stirring shit, they could if they so were inclined.
Yeah, if I have actually thought, I haven't raised this with anyone, but I have thought of creating like a Path of Exile low sodium subreddit at some point, because it's just so the main ones become so unpleasant to be in.
Quite the undertaking, my friend.
Don't make a wiki; it's not worth it. It's so difficult. Are we gonna make our own PoE subreddit spin-off? It's gonna be full of really shit memes with zero moderation. Sounds like Reddit.
Yeah, that's not
like a Discord.
Oh yeah, new Discord, that could work. There's only like
your Reddit will actually get banned if it has literally zero moderation.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's an automatic thing.
But that takes a lot. Like,
no, if you don't be a mod, it just bans it. We're all Reddit mods, right? In our own way, in our own custom areas that we've made our own Reddit things. I don't spend a lot of time on Reddit. What are you talking about? Don't give me that face.
I attribute the popularity of my videos initially to me posting them on the subreddit because I had like 200 subscribers or something.
Yeah.
That's why Reddit will always be, in my heart, an okay-ish place. I mean, it's shit right now, but like, I wouldn't be where I am, which is not very far, but I wouldn't be where I am without shitposting my like videos on Reddit initially, and then back in the golden days where you could just post stuff and people would be like, "Wow, that's so cool. This is literally useless, but I'm glad someone did it and not me." Like all the Gogs posts. Yeah.
Yeah, it still is the best place for anyone that's for anyone that is trying to get into content creation. If you've got less than 500, if you've got less than 500 subscribers on YouTube or followers on Twitch. Just making an informative post that is short on Reddit, a video that you link on Reddit is the best way to get started.
It's almost like there are people going to the Reddit looking for informative posts and not just there to complain. And they're just sitting there the current meta of the Reddit is to complain and everyone like feels their own anger and shit. But that's just because like it's the perceived, everyone's got their own opinions. But the perceived current community opinion based on the shit posting and upvotes is bad stuff. But if you come in and be like, check out this cool thing I found about the game, here's a video, check it out, and then that'll break through all the shit. And it also seems like there's two fighting. I should have put a long pause there. It also seems like there's two fighting sides of I hate this, I like this, and then each day there's a different upvote. It might be dependent on maybe America really likes the game and Australia really hates the game or something, and it's time zones,
I will say that there was one, as much as we're talking about this about the Reddit, there was a genuinely constructive couple of points that were the top two, 16 hours ago. So one of them was feedback, lots of hate on the nerfs, just here to say I'm supportive of GGG taking action on the power creep. And then there was an opposite viewpoint that was constructive, which was opinion. Slow can be fun, but slow pay is incompatible with a grind. A slow PoE should be more rewarding per enemy and less grindy if it wants to stay fun. So, they were both constructive, 2 points with pretty much opposite opinions.
Let's just blame Chris. it's Chris's fault the Reddit is shit, because he said one time we like hearing bad ideas or we like negative feedback or something like that. Because there was that wave of negative feedback, and then there was that wave of don't hurt the devs, they're people too. And then there was that wave of, oh, we're so sorry. And then there was that wave of, oh, I'm sorry, you're a shill. And then there's that wave of someone cried at GGG. And then there's that wave of you work for a I'm getting to a point, maybe. But
I actually heard that that they did have someone hired who was specifically looking at the Reddit and filtering it for feedback, and that person actually quit his job, and since then they've not been looking at the Reddit with priority anymore for feedback.
They shouldn't look at the Reddit. Like, it's
exactly. I think that's a great idea. They should listen to, like,
it should just be what they've been doing. They haven't been doing it even, really. They put up their forum post, their announcement thing. Here's like the times of when we're going to announce stuff. Someone takes that from the PoE website, slaps it on Reddit, and then that gets upvoted and pinned or whatever. That's all it should be. They shouldn't be clicking on the top most voted thing at X hour of the day, fucking 3 a.m. at night. Someone thinks that double all the nerfs, remove porcupines or something. Like, they'll be like, oh shit, that's 1,000 people have clicked the up shiny button on this. We should totally do that. Like, no,
You know what I do think they should do, though? They should be polling players who have been 36 challenge players in the past and dropped to 12 in a league. Polling people who have been 24 in the past and jump up to 36. People who have been 12 in the past and jump to 24. Find out why it is that people are changing their level of interest in the game. Not necessarily polling, like, you know, in terms of...
They can't poll players because players are untrustworthy trade corporations. They have to look at... Like, based on, like, if you poll the players, like, that entire polling the players to make a Tornado MTX got completely decimated as soon as Ziz went, hey guys, we should all just vote this. And then Sharks or something. Yeah, but you can't...
It's exactly what, like, a lot of places do. You know, every second time that I go to the bank, I get an email from them saying, how was your Commonwealth Bank experience today?
Oh, you've doxed yourself.
People know I'm Australian.
Oh,
it's like it's only 4 banks I'm probably with.
You're right, sorry.
You know, like you just send out a survey. You would send this out to, let's say that there's 10,000 players that have historically got 24 challenges and that in the Ultimatum League happen to get 36. You would pick 600 of them at random, send them an email saying, hey, we're just curious of your thoughts on the Ultimatum League. Don't tell them the condition that was that brought them into the survey sample, and just say we're polling a few thousand players. We just want your opinions on this. That will get you an actual that would get you an unbiased look into why people's interest was changing. That would filter out a lot of the biases inherent in Reddit.
There are analysts where this is their job. They figure out how to get useful feedback out of a group of people. And so previously you said there was someone that their job was to comb the Reddit for feedback. I mean, that's just a case of bad approach, really. Yeah. I think there should still probably be someone whose job it is to figure out useful metrics.
Oh, yeah.
Just not trolling Reddit comments, because that's a great way to hate your job.
And like that's why I reckon they made the community. I'll shut up. You're trying to speak.
No, I finished.
I was wondering. May I interject if
you're
finished? Okay, then.
Go ahead.
I was wondering how you guys stand on, like, everyone, like, 5 to 10 sentences on like how do you stand on the game becoming harder, or like them taking that direction, because we're talking about the Reddit reacting to that, but like for context I would just like to know where you stand on it.
You go first.
Fucking hell, Lighty.
I go first? Or who are you looking at? You were the first to nod it.
I have the beginnings of a point, so
okay.
I'll just speak it before I forget. So in almost every game that I play, I make a point to do the most difficult thing possible, like full clear, the hardest difficulty, blah blah blah. That's almost every game that I play. I pride myself on being able to do mechanically complicated, difficult things in games. Path of Exile, as I've noted earlier, I'm 12 challenges. I didn't even find the Trial Master. I've never fought the Maven yet. But I do things like one-shot the Shaper. It's just, there's a difference between difficulty and having so much to do that is so difficult to do or so grindy to do that you just don't have the ability to do it.
It's players constantly comparing themselves to streamers or whoever the hell they look up to, quote unquote, the 1%. Like if
that's another thing, that's a different conversation where like there's a lot of emphasis placed on streams in this game, and fundamentally what you have to understand is that people watch streams because they are atypical gaming experiences. You don't watch someone stream who is the average player who does everything averagely. People watch my stream because I do something stupid on purpose. So that is not the average gaming experience. People watch Mathil because he's good at the game and he makes an effort to play good builds that are also fun, etc., etc., entertainment value as well. But no one watches someone who is not independently entertaining and who is just playing the game.
So there's a bunch of people that stream, like no one that's a big creator in this community, but there's a bunch of like quasi-successful people who have streams that are quite new to the game, and they're a lot of fun to watch because they're just good entertainers.
Yeah, so independently entertaining, that's what I was trying to cover my base there. Whereas you watch the streamer because the streamer is entertaining, yes, but you can watch someone who's not entertaining if the gameplay that they're doing is mechanically impressive, or they're like speed running or blah 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 blah. There has to be some aspect to your stream that makes it not what every single Path of Exile player is experiencing.
What was the question again, Catmaster?
Question is where do you stand on the game becoming harder?
Are you asking that specifically just because of the whole everything's getting nerfed and monsters are getting harder?
We're talking about the Reddit reacting to everything getting nerfed.
Yeah,
right?
so we need to figure out.
Okay, I welcome it that the power creep is getting combated, and other people were like, well, I have concerns because of A, B, and C. And I was just like, where do you guys stand on that? Do you look forward to the game becoming harder, or do you not? And from what I got from Jousis is like you don't play the game for challenge. You actually play the game to have fun with builds. I mean,
yeah, I mean we all play the game to have fun in our own way, right?
Yeah.
Except Lighty.
Another point that I can make is when they quadrupled Shaper HP and stuff and made their defenses higher, like that was a spike in difficulty that barely affected me. It's not that my build one-shot the Shaper anyway. It's that Shaper in isolation is something that you can practice at and get better, so that basically no matter how much health he has, you're going to be able to kill him. Now, where the problem arises is where you make a blanket balance change where it's like, every build is going to do 40% less damage or whatever to all content everywhere, and so people that were being able to get up to tier 6 maps can now only get up to like tier 3 maps, like just globally a difficulty spike.
Yeah.
That is where I suspect that people would have a problem with it.
And that's not what's happening here, because it's like the 40% figure was based on 6-link using optimum 6 gems, and the people that are getting stuck in tier 6s are the people that are probably on a 4-link or a 5-link and that are using a utility gem instead. Like they'll get much less than a 40%.
Would you prefer...
Devil's advocate, there are plenty of builds for which there are only 5 viable support gems.
Would you prefer like they showed the graph of how like the clear speed and like not the content creep. What's it called?
Just
power estimates creep or whatever. Would you prefer them doing what they're doing, which is making the go like maybe not even down, but like leveling out and maybe eventually going down slowly each league like they're doing right now? Or would you prefer they just kept doing what they were doing, and as soon as PoE 2 hit, they're like, boom, we're rebalancing literally everything. It's a whole new game. Get fucked.
That would be a disaster.
Because, like, as far
100%.
as I can see, if they start nerfing skills, which they're probably going to do, and if they start rebalancing monsters slowly, Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, until, like, the map bosses change because they're linked and all that stuff. If they do that slowly over time, and then PoE 2 hits, and suddenly we have access to 6 links or something, and then the goes back up to where we are, wouldn't it be better that way? Like, I don't understand the complaints. Because the whole point of the game is to hit your wall, play for ages, overcome it, hit your next wall, play for ages, overcome it. And this is just...
Reddit posts, there was an actual point that was a good point, which is that yes, it's reasonable to slowly increment towards PoE2, but they're not incrementing other things at the same time. Like they make a balance change where, oh, the game is slower now, they didn't increase the rewards to compensate. So now just for this league, it's not at PoE2 level, it's not at this league level, it just feels bad.
We don't know what it feels like.
What exactly are they doing? They're doing the Flask rebalance. They're adding some new behavioral stuff to monsters early game mostly, but that will also affect them in maps. And they will rebalance the support gems so that the extreme damage multiplier options are more in line with like all utility options, that the gap is not that big. That's what I got. And they also overall reduce the power of like the optimal link setups from what I got.
Yeah.
I think none of that really matters
so
until you know the tree
not
nerfs.
as bad.
Like if the tree nerfs come out and there's no more element immunity on any build, if they nerf certain damage aspects and utility aspects on things like Raider, Elementalist, that sort of stuff, like all the stuff that's already getting hit from the sweep, like the blanket changes like Flask, etc. If they also double down on the tree and on the ascendancy trees specifically, it's gonna feel like hyper shit for certain scenarios. So I think it's
Element avoidance is a good point.
Yeah,
I think
one
it's
of
really
the
gonna
most frustrating
boil down.
mechanics in any game is either stun or freeze.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure almost everyone tries to get at least some mitigation for freeze, stun, and chill.
I don't play builds that don't have like immunity to stun, freeze, like ailment, stun, hinder, silence, corrupting blood. Like every single build I play at this point has all of them because it's not
at a bare
not that it's
minimum
difficult,
though.
it's just not fun
Stun and freeze.
at that point. But yeah, that really boils down to like if they got that on tree, then it's gonna feel really shit. If it's just the flasks, I don't think it's really much of a difficulty increase. It's just like a annoyance at most.
What if they got it on tree and added on an RNG item that you have to craft?
Like the flasks things?
Yeah, but like not on flask, but like on like body armor or something. So you take off some of your
As
resistances
long as you can
to
get
put
it,
on.
that's fine.
Like the whole idea for them is it's too easy to get with you pressing a button on a flask, and also players are pressing buttons on flasks too much and complaining that their hands hurt. We need this somewhere else, but they can put like the whole like the wording that it seemed like they want them to still have it. They want you to still be able to be immune to it in some way, but they want you to put in a whole lot more effort into obtaining it.
One of the strange parts about them mentioning that they, for some reason, now care about the player's well-being as far as like wrist strain is that people have been requesting this for 8 years who have carpal tunnel or who have some sort of disfigurement or disability. So this is no longer new information. It's just taking 8 years to implement. I don't really totally buy that now. This is like part of the spiel that because we now care about the player's wrist strain. Like clicking has been a problem for many leagues. Whether it's Parandus, Shekels, or whatever the fuck, like it's been a problem.
Hey, Catmaster, your webcam's dead. Not that it matters. Or maybe Catmaster's dead. That's fine.
I'm fine. I'm just quickly incognito.
Okay, just making sure.
Thanks for letting me know.
Sure.
That's actually a good point. I have no idea how long this is in the works. I mean, they have a history of only telling people about certain additions to the game and only bringing them out when they're really ready to add them, but they could have already started last year with like changing these flasks things around.
Not enough
coming up with the new currency.
There's not enough like communication, but I understand why there isn't enough communication, because if there was, people wouldn't understand like how game dev works. The fact that they could say, oh, we're working on this, and then a week later can it and then never talk of it again. Whereas if you told the community, hey, we're working on this and this is why we made this change, and then a week later you hear nothing, and then a month later they never talk about trade again. But like systems change internally all the time. And the fact that they've implemented it now doesn't mean they want to leave it this way. They mean this is the change. We'll see how people react to it. We'll see how it is. 3 months from now, there's going to be another patch, and everything's going to get worse or better, and it's fluid.
If the idea was to make it like, so this is some sort of option the player has, and if there's even a added twist of like, this is so we don't cause more wrist strain for players or more RSI or whatever you want to call it, why wouldn't they just make it a modality on flasks that was like guaranteed accessible versus a currency you have to now potentially farm for?
They mentioned that getting the right currency roll on the flasks should be roughly the same difficulty as using enough baubles on it for 20 quality.
I agree, Lighty.
That's the level of rarity of the enchants.
If the rarity of
There's
them...
times though I've gotten to maps and not have 4 baubles. And if I'm to the point where I'm
10 as well, because you're gonna be using magic flasks.
Sure, but like if I'm if my hand's fucked up because I was in a car accident, and that process might take me 30 hours to get to maps, the entire time I'm under the strain of what could have been just a toggleable thing.
The idea of the changes is, in quotes, to stop the hand strain, but they've introduced new currency you have to pick up with clicking to get to the point where you stop your hand strain.
Not to mention, if you're playing a build that uses casting damage taken, a lot of people, I think, for a degree, might be manually casting triggerable things now, because they don't want to be paying the mana costs. So now you're actually clicking more in some scenarios.
Like the currency that they add that will be dropping is not added on top, but it's actually dropping instead of other currency, so it's not additional clicking. Just takes away from your drops. Sorry, Jousis.
Remember when that happened? Where like certain net drops were replacing currency drops or something?
Oh yeah.
Was that in Beast League? Yeah, I think.
Yeah, they fixed that pretty quick.
Was that even a thing? It could have been the secret trade guild spreading lies on Reddit.
Nah,
I think there was official confirmation.
Alchemies were super rare at the start of Bestiality League.
Excuse me? That's terms of service. Fortunately, I don't care about that. It's Catmaster who has to mute you and unfriend you and scold you for that.
Right?
What?
It's not the proper term to refer to certain things. I feel like just saying the word is not bad.
Yeah.
Like doing.
Wow, I'm gonna quote that out of context. Just saying the word is not bad. Catmaster 2021.
I want everyone calls the league now.
What's that?
I mean, there was some words that might be bad.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the correction. I liked Bestiary League. I'm just saying that without any follow-up. I like Bestiary. It's my favorite. And then they killed it. Hey, what'd you say, Gog, if anything?
Oh, no, I was just sort of waiting for everyone else's opinion on the increased difficulty. Yeah. I'll come in last.
I don't think it is that much of an increased difficulty, honestly, for me.
It isn't because I'm shit. And I'm not saying that in a fishing for compliments kind of way. I'm saying that in a I'm shit, and so an increase of difficulty is unnoticed because the game is already still fucking hard.
Yeah, and whatever the difficulty that might be added is just going to get outpaced by playtime for me, so it's irrelevant.
Yeah, I can relate to both of those sentiments. I'm somewhere in between of those. But like, I do think that I really liked when in 3.9 they buffed boss health. And I thought that from that point on, like with Metamorph League when they dropped, when they dropped the Watchstone expansion, when the Atlas got reworked to the Atlas that we got now with the Watchstones and Citadels and stuff. What was it? Conquerors of the Atlas was the name of the endgame expansion. And I was really... I thought that that's what they're gonna do every league from then on, right? Like I was hoping that they keep adjusting monsters and bosses and everything so that everything feels like a nice linear progression, and that hasn't been the case. Like it was pretty bad before, but even after the changes, like things are still completely out of proportion. I feel like Rogue Exiles have way too little HP. They drop dead instantly, and then. Yeah. Some bosses are way tankier than others, like especially the ones that were added with the new maps.
Have you tried playing a shit build?
Oh yeah, that doesn't make it better.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think like a large chunk would also for like the real end, like what I want to call the real end game, which I'll quantify in a second, is going to be like the difficulty changes that are going to be introduced through all of these nerfs at an end game level will only be felt in content that is no longer being run because it's just not profitable or effective. So what I mean by that is like tier 19 100% delirious maps, delving past 1,000 depths, like the things that are like truly difficult in the game at the upper echelon. That's where it's going to probably hurt the most, but that shit's not even being run anymore because it's just way too much effort and you're not getting anything off of it. When you if you're talking about a trade league perspective, I can just run white maps and Ultimatum is shitting out more loot, or from a solo self perspective, it just doesn't drop anything, so it's just not worth it. So the stuff that would truly feel super impactful is not going to make a difference. Like things like the Feared might be hard, but the fact of the matter is, even in solo self-found, you can get 200 million damage on a build that could totally crush the content. And if that went down to 20 million damage, that's still plenty to do the content. So that nerf is not going to be 10% damage reduction, whatever that equals out to, like 10 times less damage, is not going to be the case. So we're at the phase of whatever the player power creep is that Chris is saying. It's actually way overkill past that for trade league builds, for like end game builds, to the point where it's not even like close to content being hard enough. And so I have no idea for the perspective of what we call the average player, but for that stuff, it's like out of the water. Like billions of damage is accessible in trade league, so it's totally irrelevant for that.
For the average player, it's like a 10%, 20%. You're going slightly slower. For the high-end player, it's nothing really changed. For the just starting out player, you're getting fucking one-shot by white monsters like rowers now. Like the damage scaling changes. For every single thing that they're going to change, patch note-wise and stuff they've already announced, the most terrifying change for the majority of players is rowers being faster. And, like, the AI of hail rate changing. That shit is going to destroy people.
For new player. I think, in general, that's going to feel really bad, doing some of those early acts as, like...
Well, I mean,
if people are currently dying to Hillock, the rest of the new Act 1 is going to demolish them.
Allegedly. It could be bullshit.
Do people still come into PoE not, like, expecting it to be a really hardcore, terrifying ARPG?
Well, a lot of them, because a lot of them come from last Epic.
Well, then they're gonna get exactly what they asked for. They're gonna get fucking destroyed. And then they're gonna get out of Act 1, and it's gonna be slightly easier, and they're gonna go, holy shit, I'm getting better at this game, and they're not gonna know. And next league's gonna roll around, Act 2 is gonna fucking destroy them. Hell yeah.
It's not like it's super hard to out-level the content early on. Like I feel like that's what people often overlook.
Yeah, but that's the point,
talk
isn't
about
it?
the new player experience, where they're like, oh, but this is so hard. Yeah, but Merville is not that hard when you're like level 15 by the time that you do her. Like, I mean,
that's just playing the game.
You can just throw yourself at stuff. Like 150 deaths at the end of Act 1, you still cleared Act 1.
You're not gonna have 150. Like you'll have like 6.
Yeah, like if you were completely like default attacking everything, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll be like, you'll finish Act 1 with maybe 6 or 8 deaths with a lot of close calls, and you'll kill Mervale at level 16 or 17, and you'll be like, oh yeah, that was an achievement. Then you'll get into Act 2, and Act 2 will be boring, trivial.
Yo, what the fuck's happening? Did we lose someone?
Someone's just gone on. Has just gone.
Fucking Lighty's changed his goddamn. Whatever. How's your webcam, Lighty? Are you okay? I don't know what's happening. This is being recorded on like I'm recording this. CatMasters.
Oh, you have like a layout and.
I have a layout, and every time one of you fuckers disconnect your webcam,
if you were
everything's changing.
Know that.
It's fine.
Everyone switches places.
It's okay.
When webcams connect and disconnect.
I'm just going to call attention to it right now. If the webcam goes out, that's why I'm getting pissed off. Lighty's probably doing it on purpose, or his house has exploded. I'm not editing it anyway. You know how hard it is to edit 1080p, 60 FPS, fucking 5 hours of stuff, and then export that, and then upload it, and then see that it's broken? It's okay to edit, but I want this to come out after I've recorded it, not 30 hours of encoding after I've encoded. Hey, Lighty, welcome back. I'm just going to call attention to the fact that if you're hearing Discord noises, it's because it's my fucking computer making Discord noises every time Lighty sends a meme in the fucking chat. Appreciate it, though, Lighty. Thank you so much.
I haven't seen the memes in a while.
I'm drawing things. Elaborate.
Everyone ping Jim.
Don't.
Type chat.
Fucking Chris Wilson getting a Discord call in the Q&A was the funniest thing. I shouldn't have laughed at, but
that was hilarious.
I was so.
Again,
that was amazing, yeah.
Did it?
No, it didn't happen again, right? That was one time.
Yeah, one-time thing. He probably went like busy or whatever after that.
Yeah.
Dev check, exactly. Dev check. Fuck yeah, I need that emote.
So with my thoughts on the difficulty changes, like I think for me personally, the time I'm having the most fun is when I'm failing content. Is when, or at least when I'm running content with a reasonable expectation that I might fail it. So these changes are going to prolong the fun part of the league for me. The most fun I had in this league was playing the Maven's Invitation the Formed, so the Shaper Guardian one, on a build that is not at all optimized for bosses, and really struggling and getting a 4 deaths kill on my second attempt at it. Like, that was the most fun I had this league. And that's, just because I was playing something goofy, and I was like, I had all 4 of them active for a protracted period of time. I'm running circles around the arena, trying to dodge stuff, stuffing some of it up. And, it went to the nail. Was I going to win or was I going to lose? And eventually got through. So I think that this is going to expand the fun part of the league for me. For people who are at the
Can
very
I say
top...
something real quick? You keep
Yep.
keep your point of view just to the point of what you said. No offense, Jousis, but having a build that can't one-shot the boss and also can't get one-shot itself, like you just described, is the most fun I've ever had in this game. Because I did a Cortex fight, and it took me 40 minutes, and I never died, and it took 40 minutes, and it was the most fun I've ever had dodging mechanics and shit like that. I know they're really, like, trying to slow players down by adding one-shot mechanics and on-death effects and stuff like that, but honestly, if they just made a bullet magnet that hit like a wet noodle, I'd probably have a really good time with it. Sorry, go ahead.
I actually agree with
Well,
what
why
you're
do you
saying,
why do you play
because
all the shit you play,
Okay,
Mr. fucking
most
2
fun that I
HP boss
have
killer?
is something that is it's very difficult, like mechanically. Like you
I know the
that
one.
there's a chance that you can fail, and then what I enjoy is finally like the elation of doing it.
Yep.
Like, it took me 10 attempts or whatever to one-shot the Shaper, and when I finally did it, I was like, yes, I got the clip. And in that clip, I didn't notice it at the time because I was just moving automatically to dodge everything, but in that clip, the margin of error in that clip was so fine. I was being chased by like 6 anomalies. There was a beam half a pixel away from me. If I had slammed 0.1 seconds later, I would have died.
Do you like Dark Souls?
Yes, I
Well, there you go.
100%ed every Souls game, I think. I can't play Demon Souls.
Sorry, Gog, for interjecting. Go for it. Whatever you were saying.
I've kept doing that to you guys, so this is fine for revenge. So, like, I reckon from perspectives of other types of players, like the people that are the absolute best players in the game, the Tai Killers, the Zizrans, and the like, will probably find that there's little impact from these changes. It will slow down their progression at league start, but they'll still smash their way through everything. The people that are at the rookie end of the spectrum will have very little effect as well. They'll just settle into farming a couple of tiers lower. So, someone that might currently be farming tier 7 content might find that they're doing tier 6 instead, or tier 5. But fundamentally, the game experience will be much the same, and they'll have more content to aspire to improving towards. I think that the biggest change will be the people who are currently at the point where they're like the sort of people that are better, that are getting better. Like, where I was, say, in Harbinger League, when I was just starting to break into killing Shaper Guardians. Those people will find this is a bit of a setback in the sense that there'll be fights that they can beat now that they can't beat after the changes. But if they continue to improve, they'll get there anyway, and they'll just have more content ahead of them. So I think in general, it's going to feel like for the vast majority of the player base, that this is just going to add more engaging content to the end game. So that's my thoughts on dealing with power creep in general. The people who will really hate this are the I want God mode now people. And like, honestly, I've never understood that, because as soon as I feel like I've hit God mode on a character, I'm like, okay, when's the next league? And that's why I hated Harvest League so much. It was like, I can see the path to becoming unkillable, so I'm just not interested in playing.
My counterpoint to that is, what content were you doing in Harvest League that you felt like you were unkillable or God mode?
I didn't play all that much because I could see how you would just go, I'd done a bunch of grouping with people in 100% Delirious tier 19, and like I wasn't particularly pulling my weight in those groups, but it was like, I can see exactly the steps you need to trivialize all of this, and so it's like, it doesn't look like fun when you get there, so I was like, all right, I'm just going to goof off. So what was I doing in Harvest League? Probably Uber Elder and Cirrus level and down.
Yeah, so like
40% T19 was 40% Delirious T19 was probably the hardest thing solo.
Yeah, so like you didn't try to do delve or anything like deep delve?
No, the setup's too much. The setup was too much for, like, I had to think. It's like, I've only got X amount of time to play the game. Do I want to do the setup? Yeah, there definitely was the option to deep delve, but was just the setup was just an overwhelming amount for it. So I was like, can't be bothered.
Okay.
Yeah, my 9 to 5 was actually busier during during the pandemic than most people's than outside the pandemic, because with airlines going bust, there were lots of aircraft being repossessed.
He said the P word, guys. Demonetized.
Bum bum. Just mute it.
You're supposed to call it the Backstreet Boys reunion tour.
Oh.
Yes.
I like it. Sorry. Silence is nice. I like it. What are we talking about? We haven't talked. Yeah, no, we have a little bit. Yep.
Sorry. I was still looking to make my point that I set up earlier.
Go for it.
Where like, I think it's the right direction to not power creep it up from patch to patch, because I don't like being gaslighted into thinking that I'm better at the game every league, and that's what happened to some degree. It's really hard to tell apart if you have more progress in the following league than you had the previous league. Whether like to what extent is that from like power creep, and to what extent did you get better at the game? That you're like, okay, I'm in red maps like a couple of hours earlier or something like that, or I made this and that much currency and so much time.
So you have noticed you getting better and better, and you don't think
but
that's...
I don't know whether I got better from 2014 to now, or whether I just got carried by power creep that I got more and more content done.
Well, you can make your own builds, right?
Well, I certainly got
so you've
better
gotten
at the game
better
than when I started. Yeah.
Then yeah, that's like the main reason I'm saying I'm shit all the time.
They've forced the perspective of like a cheap victory on you because of that. Like they're saying,
I think that's like a large part of the addiction of Path of Exile for a lot of people, and that's why people are also so upset when the game doesn't, like, when they're nerfing things, because people are just used to getting more powerful every league.
But if you've got
I think part of that is like feeling a sort of accomplishment of progressing further than before.
But you've got the accomplishment and the satisfaction of progressing further and getting better. So now that you know that that's happening, if they scale it back and make it harder to do and you get to the same point you did previously, that means you've gotten better as a player and you get the same satisfaction.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking
If only all of Reddit could understand that.
Yeah, but the thing is, the problem is that people like to compare. Sorry, just one sentence.
You're good.
Compare to the past instead of like to compare like every league in isolation, like their own progress versus other people. Like people just compare it to how it was last league or the league before. Anyway,
I think it's almost like totally irrelevant everything that they ever do, because it always boils down to where you place your own goalposts. So whether Gog is saying that the extent of the content he was experiencing, he felt like he could push it farther, to my like rebuttal of that would be, you just probably didn't move your goalpost far enough as far as you could make up your own rules, what you can and can't do. Like you could self-impose challenges to the fact that it's not just, oh, I could do 100% Delirious Tier 19s. It's like, well, try doing it with only blue items. Like, you could do whatever you want. I mean, you could put any challenge in front of you to make the game as hard as you want it to be, since Path is so modular. Like, in my circumstance, I'm trying to collect every unique and soul self-found. That's not a prerequisite of completing the end game. It's just the challenge I've set for myself. And even that could be done in hardcore. Even that could be done in hardcore under a time constraint. Like, you could always just make it more difficult. So I think ultimately the challenge you have is you're being given a set of tools. And there's the basic game, sure, but within that you could do any sort of challenges you want. Like, they give you 40 a league, but you can make your own. So yeah. It's almost like, at the end of the day, if you're just not deciding to push yourself to do more or to do harder content, like if your goal is a one-shot shaper, that's his goal. No one else has to do that, you know? That's his thing he wants to do. We can all make our own things, and then you will feel then fulfilled by completing those things. So, like, you could always do other stuff if you wanted to, if you so desire.
Yeah, I think one of the things with the self-imposed challenges is that there's that degree of less structure, less structure to it. Most of the games I've played in the past have had, well, the games that I've really liked in the past, most of them have had some sort of really pretty extreme challenge that is just presented to you as part of the game. I think you go back to the old NES days, things like Ninja Gaiden. Just completing that game was like not an extreme challenge, but it was a significant one. It took a lot of tries to to get there. Battletoads was another example of a game that just the core game experience, like I was never able to beat that. Then SNES days were similar. There are a couple of the games that I like the most were the ones that just kicked your ass over and over again, and then eventually you beat them. Path of Exile is different in that you've got the sort of you can set your own things because the core game I think is quite a bit easier than some of those games were, and then you can impose some sort of restriction. One of the things though is that I just don't like SSF, broadly speaking, because I like playing with random players.
I think that's like the only excuse I will ever accept for someone who says I don't want to play solo self-run is because they want to play with other people. And the reason I say this is because oftentimes I hear like, "Oh well, I can't play this build." Well, it's like you definitely can. You just have to put the effort in to find the items. But other players, that's like the ultimate excuse.
What if I want to hate forge?
You can get a hate forge. You just have to.
That's just your
be
goal.
Better, do better.
That's like Lighty said. Set your goal. Hate forge. Take you 2 months.
Be better, do better. Yeah. I didn't get hate forge because I wasn't good enough.
Exactly,
how much time I put in.
If you're not good enough, what hope do I have?
0. But that's just my
You have RNG. Lighty's not good enough because his RNG is shit, but your RNG is different because your player seed is different.
I've had 100 exalts drop this league, but I can't get one hate forge. It just depends on,
That's why I play Trade League, because if I tried to get hate forge and got 100 exalt drops instead, I don't know the price.
You still couldn't buy it because it's over 2 mirrors almost.
Yes.
I
mean, it's exploded at the moment because standard league speculators have bought them up. This happened with Zerfy's Heart as well in Incursion. Zerfy's Heart hit 3.5 mirrors at the end of Incursion.
In Trade League, if you try and get a hate forge in Trade League, you're not going to be trying to get a hate forge. You're going to be trying to make money. And then in the process of trying to make money, you're not going to be... You couldn't accidentally your way into a hate forge. Yeah. Like, every time I've played SSF, I've been more rich and gotten better drops in SSF than I have ever gotten in Trade League. Because I'm actually needing an item, going to farm it, and in the process of farming it, stumble into 3 unnatural instincts or something. I'm like, I don't have a use for these. Fucking SSF.
If I was trying to get a hate forge in Trade League now, my approach would be to craft 6-link Solarine bows for elemental hit, because it's
You've got 2 days.
All of our game crafting the other 2 types of elemental hit bows, Solarines are not being done, and like I made something like 20 exalts just by accident doing that when I was like, oh, let's do a crafting video.
So I feel like we got sidetracked by hate forge a little bit.
What? Sidetracked? No.
Only forges.
Here's a better example. So the build that I actually did this league, my plan was, okay, this is like a 1x budget. It's really, really doable. Maybe it's possible to do it in SSF for a lot of people. So I was like, okay, the biggest, most important item in the build is Doriani's Fist. So I'm like, okay, you can get the card by farming Dominus in Act 3 over and over and over. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do the 10 acts and then go kill Dominus until I get the gloves. And after killing Dominus a bunch and you don't get the div card and it's like, oh, there's one on trade for 2C. I wasn't enjoying the grind, so I'm just gonna pay 2 chaos to skip the grind.
Things can be rare.
That's why I don't play SSF.
But still be cheap because no one uses it.
That's a twofold thing. That's one is they did just do a massive nerf to div cards and acts. I assume because of possibly bots. And 2, that's not the best way to get Doriani's Fist. So it's a combination of 2 things.
What is the best way to get Doriani's Fist? Because I've gotten like 1 drop in 3,500 hours.
It depends if you're talking from like level 1 character to Doriani's Fist. The speed run would have probably been mostly heist.
If you play Excavation,
quantity stacking Zona maps with Winged Reliquary.
You just buy it from the lady in the store. Boom. The Chancellor Lady. There you go.
Use the Torchlight shop.
Yeah.
All right. Tell me about that.
Torchlight shop?
In Torchlight, or the one they've like modded into the game?
It's the exact same thing. It's just
it's
an ID shop that shows mystery bases. You purchase them. They have random values that allegedly go higher. The higher the chance of getting the highest rarity of items. So if you see leather belt and it's 200, artifact coins, whatever it is, it's probably like a rare, but if it's 20,000, it could be a headhunter, but it could also
It won't
be a
be.
rare.
You know, they modified how they said they modified like bosses in Axe to increase their rarity to make it have more items, but then they buffed
removed,
that.
like, a lot.
They buffed it again on top because they're like, shit, we didn't buff it enough. That's the same people that are making that lady who you pay an extra 10 times as many coins and you might get a unique. You won't. You'll never get a unique. It's RNG. Get fucked. It's a Chaos Orb. Just buy the base off trade. Buy 10 of the bases off trade. Buy 10 Chaos Orbs, and there you go.
Yeah, but the thing is that the artifacts
Chance
that you
orbs.
get, do you exchange for that?
Is
Well,
that
I guess
the
you can
only
buy
use
chance
for those
options
ones?
that you can sell them and trade, I guess. But like, what I'm trying to say is that these artifacts are specific to the
Intended to that mechanic.
I am shit talking
Exactly.
something I haven't played. I'm sorry for being Reddit.
So you get like 4 different artifacts for the 4 different NPCs, like
What?
for the gambling, bartering, upselling, and exchanging, so they don't compete with each other. Your
What?
gambling currency is not your bartering currency or
The
your
main-
upselling. Or
The main guy, what do you do with him for his currency? The big guy standing out front. The main
is
guy.
a vendor for league specific stuff. He sells you logbooks and other artifacts and currency.
Was
for
there a
rerolling
picture of that
inventories.
somewhere? Did I miss that?
Looks like Dead Star.
They didn't show a picture of that. They just said
Okay.
that. But Danik is the main guy.
Right.
And then there's Gwennen, who is gambling. There's Tuyen, who's bartering, and Rog is upselling.
Which
That's the
one's
guy
the
with the
big
crafting
chungus?
options.
Rog.
Who's the it's Grog? Okay.
Rog.
Big chungus guy. Rog?
Not Grog. Rog.
Greg? What's his name?
Rog.
His name is Rock.
Best girl Rog.
Rock Lake?
ROG, like the Asus monitors.
Yeah.
He's half a rogue, but he's too fat to be a rogue, so he's a Rog.
Fair enough. Or just can't spell past 3 letters.
He's best girl. Ugh. You want to know? No, I shouldn't say that.
Who the best girl is? You can tell me, Jim.
I've already seen who best girl of this league is. And it's crazy how fast Rule 34 artists work. Anyway, don't look it up, but people really like the Reaper skill gem, like really like it. Anyway,
I really
what's
like
your
it.
favorite skill gem?
Oh God.
Reaper.
What's yeah, mine too, but for other reasons, right?
Or concoction, maybe. Concoction, I think, is Flavor Town.
Is that the yeeting flask one, or is that not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Flask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do look pretty good.
Speaking of Doriani's fist or face breakers, there's ways to, on paper, it looks like make those work together.
I thought you were going somewhere entirely different with that.
Yeah.
Speaking of
the
Doriani's
melee
fist,
totems and the frozen orb thing. The frozen orb
Melee
thing
totems
looks
are
cool
interesting.
mechanically. I mean, it's just mechanically a good skill.
I really didn't like the sound of Slam Totem.
if
They don't say you can't use Val skills, by the way.
do exerts, would that even work? Like, what's you're
Yeah,
just
the problem
trading
is that the
exerts for
totems-
more totems?
Everything that makes a slam good requires that you do the slam
Yeah.
yourself.
Yep.
Ground Slam could be done with attack speed, I think.
Val Grand Slam.
Yeah,
Do you-
the problem is you need attack speed. So this is something that I might rant about in my video. Is slams are inherently, very slow, big damage, big wind up, and you can usually get hit and killed before the animation goes off. So you need to build attack speed anyway, just so you don't die. Now totems, you summon them, they have an animation to spawn, and then they'll have that animation to slam, which also has a delay. So by the time the totem actually slams something, there's a pretty high likelihood that it's already dead.
Also, the less multiple. It just has 30% less attack speed.
Do
Yeah,
you...
it has 30% less
No.
attack speed on a slam
Brutal.
totem.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
Kind of
it's
first
just-
damage
it's
is
a
Does it
damage,
have
maybe.
30% less attack speed on the gem?
Brutal, bro.
Yeah, so a slam with 30% less attack speed, and you have
It
to
only
summon the
works for
totem, and the
slams, or,
totem has
like-
its own summoning animation. So
Holy-
it's
Do
gonna be
ancestral
over
totems
a second before it
buff
damages
your other
something.
totems? Like, the ancestral totem that gives you like more attack
If they
speed or
buff
more
your
attack
base
damage
damage,
and
it
stuff.
should, effectively.
So then you summon
But you're
it's
stacking against your own totem limit.
But then you're wasting a totem slot then.
yeah, but it's just like, what are they called? I haven't played slams. What was the word I just used that you gotta scream before you fucking slam something? What are they called?
Warcry.
There's a
Like
Searing
Like
Bond
war
totem
cries and
that's
stuff.
always
You gotta
+1.
throw down your war cry totems to then buff your 3 remaining totems, which then slam. It's fucking stupid.
So, a bit of a counterpoint here, though.
Exert. That's
Spell
what
Totem has a lot of these issues as well, in the sense that you need to firstly go through the Spell Totem animation, totem summoning animation, then the totem needs to cast, and then often the the damage projection of spells is sometimes not instant as well. So you think Glacial Cascade is still a skill that people use with Spell Totem
Ire.
most amount.
I should say
And
it's
it's
stupid,
yes,
but I
Divine
love
Eye
it.
is the best
But
totem build.
slams, in particular, already had these weaknesses to the extreme, and the totem makes it worse.
Didn't they say they're buffing melee skills to make up for newly added supports a little
Those
bit?
are like strike skills.
All right. Do we
It's
know? It
also-
could be slams.
Buffing could be a 2%.
Yeah,
damage
but 2%.
increase.
Yeah,
Like, that turret is
at
so
20%, that's at
loosely
least
used in Path
5.
of Exile.
Anyway, my point being that I'm just really annoyed that they didn't make slam animations work like Flame Dash.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to encourage people to not build attack speed and then kill them for not building attack speed, all you need to do is front load the animation like Flame Dash.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the solution. Like, I don't think they
It's-
can get... I mean, just for
in
the,
my
for the
opinion,
totems,
that's
you
the
mean? Or
solution. It's probably
for
not.
self-attack?
Just for the totems, not for actual melee. Fuck buffing actual melee.
You can just remove the less multiplier, because you already have like the difference between the spell totem and the slam totem is that if a divine ire is if they have all the same less multipliers and the same penalties, the difference is still that when a mob walks off screen, your totem's going to start charging up. But for a slam skill, it might not have the same like aggro radius effectively because it's a melee ability. So it inherently is going to have a jump start at that whole process, which is like ground slam won't have because there's no way ground slam's targeting range is the same for the most part as fireball or divine ire or whatever. So like inherently slams still get like triple fuck because of not only because they have all the things that are already bad about them, but now they're compounded. But now it's also the less multiplier because it's totem. But now it's also because that you're not in melee range.
But you
Use
get like
Ice Crash
5 to
totem
6 of
then,
them.
because Ice Crash already has a less multiplier, so then you get double
Then it
attack.
boils down to again, what's the benefit of using it versus not using it?
Well, let's
benefit
see
is you can walk
Build
around
diversity.
while the thing
level
winds up.
20 as well.
What did you say, Gog? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Let's see what the less multiplier looks like at gem level 20. If it's an 11% less multiplier on attack speed, then I think that ameliorates some of that issue, and I reckon it's worth a try. There's sort of skill that I don't think it's going to be my playstyle, but I think it's not something that I would rule out as being worth investigating.
I'd say the
I
problem
think
with a lot of
you can rule
the
out.
use case
No one
is
can
summon
take
4
something.
totems on top of the boss. The instant the boss spawns, it gets slammed 4 times.
and ideally
for
that
clear-
4 is bigger than your 1.
It's going to take like 2 seconds for it to slam a pack. So it's less efficient than just slamming yourself.
This is unrelated. Does cooldown recovery for spell totems, like if you have really good cooldown recovery and you have spell totems, does that mean they it would use that?
Cooldown recovery rate does not interact with spell totems.
No.
Unless it's a
Ah.
totem
You are
that
the
uses a
totem.
spell that has a cooldown.
I
Yeah,
mean, it does. If I use lightning warp,
You basically are the
Lightning
totem
Warp,
for
cooldown
almost all
recovery rate
intents
does not
and
affect
purposes.
Lightning Warp.
It's duration reduction. It goes from A to B in a set amount of time. You're just reducing that amount, Jim.
then why is my lightning warp
doesn't have a
faster?
cooldown.
What?
Lightning Warp's faster because you have higher cast speed, or what do you mean?
Like skill cooldown recovery? I don't know. I
It
don't know
only
how to...
affects you from redoing it again, which is like a
Yeah, so
Very
if you
small
press
window.
a skill
Oh,
and
like
it does
the-
a little
yeah.
tick down animation on the hotbar, that's a cooldown.
Can I just
Cooldown
commission
recovery
you,
rate makes that go
Jousis, to make
faster.
me a build that works? I mean, none of your builds work, but can you make me a leap slam totem build that works for clearing maps and stuff?
Deep slam totem.
I want it.
that would be pretty easy. Though.
I don't
You
think so. My first thought is leap slam. The best way to make it do damage is to make it trigger shockwave, but I don't think totems can trigger things.
They don't have mana, so even if they could, they can't.
I don't think shockwave should cost mana.
Well, you said trigger. I was just making a joke.
Yeah,
Oh,
it gets
okay.
triggered by hitting things with the skill, so it has its own trigger built in.
But it doesn't have
No
a mana
time for
cost
trigger
because it's
jokes,
only a
Jim, come on.
support gem, yeah.
The wound is too fresh.
You said that like the trigger change only is for cast when damage taken. It's not for items, but I don't believe
Allegedly.
you. Allegedly.
Like most of the discussions, we don't know until patch notes, like for sure. Like
You're
Yeah,
right.
They could add a mana cost to cost
You
breeze
could
or
get-
something.
Yeah, they could like basically rat fuck Jousis and just make all his streams go to shit.
They
I
should.
think cost breeze, there's a good chance because it's basically cast and crit, and you're still triggering a gem, and that gem has a mana cost.
Which then means if they do it for
if you
Mjolnir,
could somehow
it's just
trigger
a dead
Doriani's
item.
touch or something, Doriani's touch has a mana cost. It would
Yeah.
cost mana. but I think if it's something like Shockwave that has no mana cost, it's not going to suddenly have a mana cost.
The Flame Burst wouldn't have a mana cost because it has no inherent mana cost.
Correct.
I think Fire Burst will get a mana cost.
Fire Burst. I think they're going to make it level 15.
They should just make the trigger gem be the mana cost, and then they don't have to worry about fucking with all the other numbers.
Fire Burst nerfing is, I think, in a line of many times in Path history that a large swath of builds are going to get totally ruined because of one kid in the class misbehaving.
I didn't even get to play it yet.
Like when Flame Blast Prolif was so good, they decided to nerf Prolif instead of nerfing Flame Blast, and everyone playing Glacial Hammer cried because their builds no longer worked. In a similar way, I think they're going to
everyone playing Glacial Hammer cried. So like
all 6 guys in the gym. Yeah, I think they're probably going to like severely gut Fire Dot multi on clusters and on tree, which is really just going to be so sad for builds like Incinerate or Armageddon Brand that were just barely able to now do the entirety of the game, are now going to be like getting gutted because of Fire Burst being just too strong.
You know the thing with Fire Burst that surprised me? Like, I looked into the meta share of it, Fire Burst Ignite, and it's only like 6% of the ladder.
Yeah, well, it requires some specific things that are not that expensive, but maybe just there might be a limitation of quantity. I haven't built to like level 99 in Soul Self-Found. It's a mistake of a build without question, but I just don't think the way of nerfing it is going to be nerfing everything else as a byproduct. Always feels bad to me. And like, further to that point, it's always upsetting when they go for the mechanic versus the damage scaling. Like when they nerf Blade Vortex, like there's so much overkill involved in that nerf where if you can nerf the damage effectiveness, you can nerf the damage it has, but when you start going for like duration, AoE, and cast speed, not only now does it do no damage, but it just feels like it didn't before. Like when they made Sunder have like no attack speed, it just felt like I don't want to play
many times about the double nerfs.
It wasn't even, there's like 4 nerfs, but like again, it's just to make the mechanical nerfs just feel so bad. Versus like I don't mind my build doing half the damage as long as visually and play wise it feels the same. Like I'll be able to get better gear eventually, you know. Like
it feels like they asked 5 different people how should we nerf this build, and they all gave 5 different answers, and they did all of them.
I'm convinced they're literally just throwing darts in the dark at this point. Like
it's like they tell the dev team we need to nerf this skill, and then 5 devs independently do their own nerf.
Could be, honestly. Could be, and like, but it was honestly it was more than 4 because it was 4 on Blade Vortex, but then they also nerfed Signal Fire. They also nerfed self-cursing. It was just so much.
They're like, you know what, spell bows, we don't like them.
Which of course is what Fireburst uses now. What Fireburst uses, so it's like ironic, very strange. I just again like this every time they say we're buffing 40 gems, I cringe a little bit because I know 30 of those buffs are going to be Glacial Hammer got 5% more damage. Now
it's viable.
Now toss 10% faster. It's like this does nothing. This does absolutely nothing for anything.
One thing though is that sometimes
it's like stat padding gem buffs.
Sometimes that is enough to put a second best skill into best position. Because like the way that the Path of Exile meta works is that there's such a strong flocking to whatever is actually best that sometimes like the second best skill is only a couple of % behind.
I don't want to like call you out, but can you give an example of this in the past 8 years, where a minor gem buff has caused a skill that was not good to be now considered playable?
What if I said a minor ascendancy buff?
Could I say it again? What was
What if I said a minor ascendancy buff instead?
Well, how minor? Give me an
example.
There
were small changes made numerically to the Raider that took it from being broadly considered an absolute dumpster tier ascendancy to being one of the more widely played ones.
It was also numerical, right? They also made something that was conditional permanent, I think.
They made it so that it was easier to get, to have 100% uptime on phasing from memory.
In their eyes, isn't there like a bunch of things that are utterly broken that players haven't discovered yet, though? Isn't that like the shtick?
I think it's just them posturing, to be honest. Like
they could lie, and players could discover something they didn't find, Heralds, and then fucking boom, there's an entire meta that has to get patched.
In my mind, there's no way, shape, or form that they knew about the interaction between Chains of Emancipation and Hateforge to allow that build to exist.
I know what some of those words mean.
The
Chains of Emancipation and Hateforge, basically instant, infinite rage all the time, constantly use all of your.
I cannot believe that they thought that. Like, I don't think that made it past. I think that snuck past. Is what I'm saying.
I get you.
And there's things like that ilk, like when they had during Delirium League. Like I don't think they thought that percentage of aura effect was going to scale all quality gems to the extent it did. Like I think that most of the time the things that they say are builds that are undiscovered are not because they implement them and they're like, oh, this is a cool thing to discover. It's
They
like,
just know there's bugs.
they're just like throwing 50 things in a pot and seeing what the fuck is made. I think half the time, and for the most part, it's always worked out. But sometimes it doesn't, and sometimes those key unique spike to 2 mirrors and are now just like wet dreams for the average player. And I say average player, I mean 90% of the player base for Hate Forges. Like that's a very easy way to say average player because most people do not have Hate Forges or cannot fathom even getting 2 mirrors in Trade League.
Well, let's say, I think a good way to say it is that 90% of players who have a level 90 character in this league are locked out of getting a Hate Forge now.
Yeah, I mean, the rate in which you, for, again, like, it's such a bad term, but the average player is accruing currency is almost less than the rate that item is appreciating with value over the past 3 months. Every day it's going up more than they'll be able to make in that day, almost.
It's like the real-life economy.
I experienced this a few leagues ago when like Herald of Ash effect stacking was a huge thing, and and there was this badge of the Brotherhood Blade Vortex build. Anyway, so the Delirium unique gem or jewel that gave the keystone for like Herald of Ash effectiveness.
Calamitous Vision, yeah.
Yeah, that build was super popular that league. I just wanted to do Herald of Thunder, man, and that. I had like 3 Exalt at the very beginning of the league, and I'm like, okay, this is 2 Exalt right now. Maybe it'll go down over time. Nope, it went up to 20x over the next 2 weeks. And so I was grinding X every day, and it was going up in price faster than I could grind. And then I bought it at 20x, and then it dropped down to 3x.
Such a bad feeling. But I think that's also partially like I did, thousands and thousands of maps in Delirium and hundreds of bosses, and I never saw Nature's Promise or whatever, Nature's Resilience, whatever that the green cluster jewel is called. Like, it feels really bad. Like, I don't think that you necessarily should be able to get every single unique in the game, but to the extent of where things end up in such a price point that is like crazy, when it's almost like I mean, it's a bad thing, but like the top Trade League streamers are showcasing these builds with stream titles like #1 build and path, and then you have thousands of people watching that, like, oh, I want to play that, I want to emulate that, but then it's like totally inaccessible. That just kind of feels like, I'm not sure what the resolution to that is because I'm not even playing Trade. But
well, if you want an interesting example of that, Garakan's Flight. Have a look at the price of that this league, and have a look at it was June 17th, when one of the large-ish content creators on YouTube posted a build guide around it. And Garakan's Flight went from being 50C all league to then exploding to being like seven exalts in a single day. But that's the thing. The difference between a valuable unique and an Elk Shards unique is actually pretty small in terms of rarity. It really is a question of which side dominates or demand. And there are items where if they were 50% more common, they would collapse in price. The best example, the example that's the extreme case of this that I always use is Atziri's Promise. It is the best item that drops from the Atziri encounters. It is widely used on in-game builds, but because it's got a 50% drop rate, it's Elk Shards when you get it. Nowadays, though, unless it's well rolled. But the thing is that item, if that were a 5% drop rate instead of a 50% drop rate, that would be a 2 or 3 Exalt flask.
I think they should do that, though. I think they should shift those tables around a little bit. And more to that point, I think that a unique item should not be crazy expensive in general, because they're build enabling versus, like, what's a build where the rare is the #1 linchpin item in the build enabling wise. Fireburst is the current example, but aside from that,
the like 900 Fizz DPS foil or something, that's about it.
But could you still play the build with a unique in that slot?
Yep.
Unique, no. 400, like a random foil you pull out a heist that's a lot lower quality. Yeah, you can play it.
Well, I'm saying, like, On's Heritage, the sword is 350 DPS with like 150 multi on it. I'm saying you could fill that slot with a unique to the point where a build is not make or break because of that rare.
Yeah.
So that doesn't exist with uniques, though.
Are elevated ailment avoidance Maven mods, elevated cooldown avoidance, cooldown reduction, Shaper mods.
But what build is being made by those items?
Do you want uniques to be more common, Lighty? I don't understand your
I want
point.
them to be accessible because they're the things that are enabling builds.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree with this, specifically because I'm biased, because the thing that I enjoy most about this game is game changing, build enabling modifiers on unique items, because like I don't care so much about numbers go up. I want a unique item that changes the way something interacts, and then I have like 6 unique items and they all chain together. And so when one of those unique items, I mean, one of its effects is really, really powerful or something, and then it becomes like 2 mirrors expensive, I don't like that.
You want a different opinion?
That's bad for the game. Yeah, I'll definitely go for it.
What I would like to see more than anything else is Divine Orbs no longer be able to work on unique items. And the reason for this is that I like having chase unique items. And this way, if you had it so that Divine Orbs were no longer able to be used on uniques, and you've seen this done a bit with a lot of the chase uniques, like items that are designed as chase uniques. Watcher's Eye is largely immune to Divine Orbs. Divine Orbs don't re-roll the main function of a Watcher's Eye. Leadership's Price is completely immune to Divine Orbs, and that hasn't become a chase item, but I think they intended it to be one. What else is there? That's Voices is immune to Divine Orbs. And these have become big chase items. But you can get the core function of a Voices on a Voices 5. Voices 5 in a trade league is 4 or 5 exalts. Voices 5 in a solo self-found environment is about, well, it's 1 in 3 voices. So, you know, what's that? Maybe 50 simulacrums to get.
Definitely more than that since the last nerf, but yeah, keep going.
And then you have, but you then have an upgrade path. You have an upgrade path to a Voices 3. You have an upgrade path to a Voices 1, and very few people are going to get there. But you get the core functionality of the item, and the upgrade is small. Contrast that to the upgrade between a pure stats belt, a replica headhunter, and then from a replica headhunter to a full headhunter. You know, those jumps are enormous.
You're playing the game around the wrong way, Lighty. Sorry. Like, you're playing PoB more than you're playing PoE if the problem with your unique acquisition is you're not getting the one you want. Shouldn't you, like, play SSF or whatever, get a random build enabling unique? You're like, holy shit, I have this, now I can make a build around this, instead of going, I want to play this, there's 3,000 uniques in the game, I need exactly that one. I'm going to complain that I'm not getting exactly that one that I need because I've set up PoB. That's what Jousis does.
I always say follow the drops in solo self-found. So if you have your starter build, which requires like minimal effort or investment, like whatever spell slinger build, and then you get like a Mjolnir, it's like, all right, cool, I'm rerolling Mjolnir. That's how I like to play Path in general. But it's more to the point of saying that there's just no shot in hell someone can play that in or out of solo self-found for a lot of unique. I mean, you're saying like cool uniques that you love to play. I mean, solo self-found, if you're playing solo self-found, things like the Fulcrum, for example, like it's such a unique item. Because obviously it's unique, but it's such a unique item in its mechanics. And if you were to try to get that, you could sit here for 4,000 hours and you'd never get one. But it's just like, realistically, it's not even expensive in Trade League, and I just don't think there's any reason why it should be to the extent of inaccessible that it currently is. Especially for bosses, like, I'd rather do a boss, you know, more and have just more chance of getting the uniques, and then they can have other drops, like things like, whether it's corrupted items or, you know, or orbs or something that have higher Trade League value, and just let the actual cool, like, you know, the cool drop and thematic one be like the Dying Sun or the Starforged. But maybe Shaper has a 1 in a 50 drop of like a Shaper's Orb that makes an item into Shaper Influence or something.
What if they
like,
destroy
the bosses?
What if they destroy quant on items and rares and Wind Ripper and stuff, but instead of just generic quant, they make it you're more likely percentage increased chance to get a specific type, like you're more likely to get an Atziri base, or you're more likely to, like, you know, take reliquary keys. Yeah, Watchstones, but as an item. Fucking I mean, just put them on Watchstones. Maps in this area are more likely to drop. I have a 1% chance when killing a unique monster.
Yeah, sure. They could definitely do that.
If you make it target farmable, like if you make something that is broadly spoken rare, if you make it target farmable in some way, you're going to have a tremendous impact on trade league economies. Let's take, for instance, in this league, Chevron's Wrapping and Prism Guardian are the same rarity tier. but Chevron's Wrappings has a divination card for it, and as a result, Chevron's Wrappings is miles cheaper than Prism Guardian, despite the fact that both of them are used on exactly the same percentage of endgame builds, and they're usually used together. Prism Guardian is just the much more expensive item because there's a very small difference in supply. That small difference in supply is the divination card, the offering.
I would say the difference in supply is stacked deck and heist, if anything.
Yeah. Yes, Jousis.
Semi-recently.
Okay, that's why. Because I'm like, I used to get like 2 or 3 of those per league.
Yeah.
Prism Guardian was rarity nerfed from tier 3 to 2 this league.
Yeah. Both those items though are, as far as I'm concerned, from in my perspective, easy to obtain in Soul Self-Found. Those are both easy to obtain items for me. So, like, not that there's no direct path to farm them. In that, the best way to farm Shavs isn't going to farm Shavs bosses. It's farming heist for stack decks and getting offerings and gambling them with harvest. So ultimately, it's not even as if things are target farmable in the way that you'd think they'd be target farmable. They're target farmable in like a bastardized way.
Bringing it back to
even then, if I was like, remove heist from the equation, the best way to get uniques period is from Zana quantity, reliquary scarab stacked maps, and using sextants to jump up the rarity.
That's why I liked Bestiary. Is because there's all the recipes and all the different things, like get a unique, get boots, get whatever. Yeah. Each of those beasts.
But then they ruined
originally, they ruined it.
Like loose farming, I would say you call it.
Like segmented.
I don't like direct farming. If that, maybe I didn't say that correctly, but I don't want like I go kill Shavs, I get Shavs. I just want some form of more direction for the player to be able to loosely have a better chance at getting unique, so they can make the builds. And even if you have a Prism Guardian and you have Shavs, you still require so much to make most Prism Guardian Shavs build to the extent in which people are viewing builds that use those things.
I mean,
the rares are the linchpins of making things move smoothly, but you can't even get off the ground without the
They kind of have it with steel rings and like Atlas Quadrant specific items. Why can't they just extend that for uniques? Because I mean, they're already, if there were uniques based on steel rings or whatever, you could assume that a unique steel ring would only drop in the Atlas Quadrant then. So they just need to...
Stormfire is a unique opal ring, and I think it can drop anywhere.
Correct. It's not like...
So why the fuck do they make the base drop in a specific area, but then make the uniques drop everywhere?
I think we're trying to decipher the ideology of hidden...
They just... They're like, we want to try this, let's try it, and they try it, and they're like, cool, I'm never going to remember anything we learned from this, let's do something else.
But you're also assuming that they're divulging things that they try to a degree. I think most of the things that they've tried have been behind closed doors that we don't even know about, and I don't think if they've been failed attempts or could have been responsible for certain possible slums or the cause of them could be issues in path that we've had, they wouldn't even say them. For example, if they said like they made some change that caused so during the league they had a challenge that had un-IDing uniques, and for some reason the uniques Cognom strategy and allure super fucking rare out of nowhere, and that could have been something they did in the back end that they didn't want to say about, and then now that item that was 1 alch is now 10 exalted for a challenge. So they're not going to come out and say, oh, we made this change with how we identify our drops and allocate things because it's now affected the market in a massive way. You have no idea what's going on in the back end. So it's hard to say if they've even made changes that are loosely related to what we're talking about, because they may have, we just don't know about it.
I mean, they did take the stuff that already was like that, and I am reading your chat, Catmaster, like Guardian drops, and they made those drop everywhere now instead of just specifically. If anything, they're going the opposite direction.
That was
that was a weird decision, to be honest. Very unthematic in a way.
Question on unique farming. If you were trying to farm Rizlatha's Coil, because that's considerably rarer than Chevron's Wrappings, or Garakan's Flight, or one of the Pantheon tier themed uniques, how would you go about doing that? Would that be heist unique chests again, or?
No, that would be a quantity Zana map. You would have to craft up with triple beyond, and then use a winged reliquary scarab on, and then use the increased
rarity farming Alva magic monster.
It's basically the equivalent of
temples.
what we did in Harvest League to get the 3, 4, 5,000 uniques in one harvest area. You do the exact same thing, but in a quantity map instead.
I mean, these days, you could just, excluding Rizlatha's Coil, if you want, like, any other unique, just go kill, like, fucking, what's his name? The big, go kill Katava, they've buffed his rarity. You're gonna get so many uniques now.
Yeah, I mean, if you did, like, 5 of those maps, you'll probably get 80% of the uniques in the game to drop within 5 of those maps. Multiple times over. If you were in trade league and you had the like player quantity added to it, you're probably getting 900. Like every unique that could drop outside of boss locked situations would probably drop. Maybe bar like Maloney's or Headhunter.
So they could
Maloney's is the same tier rarity as Rizlatha's Coil now.
They could segregate uniques into different quadrants of the atlas as a fix to if they wanted to stop people doing specific, like if there's a watchstone in a certain area that enables that kind of thing happening, or a skill gem like the Alva one, like the magic monster, you only encounter magic monsters in Alva in like the top right quadrant at the moment. They could make only specific uniques drop in that quadrant, so if someone was doing that strat of printing 80% of every type of unique in the game, now you can only get like 7%. And people would appreciate it because if they wanted specific uniques, they'd go to a specific quadrant to farm it. And it would also,
in general, of like if I want to dedicate my time in this league to like these two mechanics, I can go. Like, that's pretty much what I feel like because Echoes is too big for one person to experience all of it fully now. I think definitely if you're playing only a couple hours a night, there's no way you're maxing out on everything Echoes related as far as truly delving into those mechanics in one league. Like there's no way you're doing like, oh, I'm going to run 200 temples. I'm also going to get to delve 2,000. Like, it's just too much to do, I think.
I mean, it's not about you're supposed to do everything. It's about player choice, and you just pick what you want and you do it. Most people are like, my player choice is to make as much money as I can, and I'm going to pick everything everyone else is picking, and I'm going to follow my...
See, Catmaster, you're making faces like you want to say something.
I'm thinking. I was trying to calculate. That's why I was making a face. But you said 3 hours a night. Let's say 6 days per week. That's like 18 hours per week.
I think that's probably like generous for like the average player. Again, the
3 hours a night.
That's still 200 hours. I mean, yeah, for the average player, definitely you're not delving into all the Echo stuff. But if that's your goal, then you can do that in 200 hours, I think.
You could probably dip your toe in everything a little bit. But I think you'd feel ultimately unsatisfied. Where it's like, I got to, I mean, I don't know. Because again, it's all based on the person. But it's like, I did everything once and then I'm done. Like I think that would be like the kind of time you'd have to invest for.
Yeah, you wouldn't be farming Maven repeatedly or something like that.
You'd be like, I did one Maven, I got to depth 200. I had a couple temples and then I'm done, and that's it. Just because I think that's another thing is the bloating path now. Like the overall mechanic bloat has been like it's pretty big if you're not playing a lot. Where there's just a lot of shit to do, which I think is a double-edged sword because it's obviously daunting for someone who's never played, but is in a way also endless content.
Incursion, delve, heist didn't exist for me this league. I didn't have time.
Betrayal?
Oh, betrayal. I think I needed a very specific betrayal craft.
I keep naming it.
Ashling?
It was trigger socketed spells in helmet when you focus. Yeah. I needed that.
What the?
Don't ask. He's very proud, and he will go into great detail to explain his 20-step process to one-stopping Shaper.
Passing my turn.
Yes, I will take any opportunity to sneak
He's the vegan of PoE.
That I'm making a video of next week.
It's like the guy at the Trader Joe's walked up with the fucking clipboard trying to save the whales. Let me tell you about the whales, man.
Hey, check out my 1x budget one-shot build.
Yep. Please sign my petition.
Let's see how long it stays 1x once you post a video on it.
Let's see if it survives the patch.
I'm expecting it to be nerfed into the ground in next league anyway. So.
If there's 20 steps to it, that's 20 possible things that could get destroyed in the upcoming patch.
We call the Mathel effect back in the old day when it first happened.
It's noticeable. Like the Mathel effect is really noticeable. Even like I caused a mini Mathel effect once on Legion League start. I caused a mini Mathel effect on Zerfi's heart. And I was goofing around with it. I wasn't trying to use it seriously, and I caused the item price to triple.
I made a wand go from 1C to 1X.
Yeah. I during Harbinger, I just posted the picture in like the chat room. But when I used to play, this is like one of the last leagues I played trade. We would be getting like me and my trade group, which was like 15, 20 people. We would just monitor YouTube channel for things, and then we would just totally annihilate the markets the next day.
Yeah,
pretty much to the point where it was just nothing but detrimental, which is also one of the reasons why I left Soul Stuff on, because all that shit's like it's a conversation to have weekly in stream. But like I'm convinced trade is just like a bad place because everything is like on limits. Like you could effectively scam, lie, cheat, market manipulate as much as you want. I've never seen any real repercussions because effectively if you do it within the game state, it's all kosher as long as it happens to a degree.
So I played EVE Online, and there was a bunch of like market manipulation that I was involved in there, and God, that was fun. Like I remember once, I found like I realized there was going to be an upcoming shortage of an item, so I bought 6 or 7 thousand of it, of just a common consumable. I guess the equivalent in Path of Exile would be like something you have 6 or 7 thousand of on the market at a given time. Let's say the sorry,
like the glass blower baubles or something like that.
No, it's going to be rarer than that.
Like essences.
Divination card the Hoarder. Say
Okay,
the Hoarder would have no. Actually, let's go divination card Arrogance of the Vaal. There'd be a few thousand of those on the market at once, but you could efficiently just bulk purchase things in Eve. So I just bought all of them, and then I made a post explaining why this was going to be rarer in the future, and people agreed with it. And so I just sold them back at like 160, 170% of what I bought them for, and did this over a period of a week or two. Now I wasn't lying about that post. Like the shortage was real, and I just was the first person to realize it was coming. But there's sort of things you can do like that in anything where there's real lost PvP, and that's what trade is.
We could all be scumbags, but instead we chose to be content creators. Some of us chose to be scumbags and content creators, like Lighty, but we don't. He's in SSF now, so he doesn't have the time to be market manipulating, and it's totally easy to do because of our shit trading system. And I'm not. I don't care, Chris. Do what you like. Like, you're not watching this, that's fine. I don't care, Chris's underling, who used to be on Reddit all the time, but is now listening to podcasts and still wants to die. Trade's fine as it is. If we had a trade that wasn't for, like, console trade, like you can search rares and stuff, if we had a trade that was specifically for bulk items like maps and currency, it would be like EVE Online and it would be a shit show. I agree.
Like, yeah, it would scale up the ability of an actor like what I was doing in EVE. That stuff wouldn't work in Path of Exile because the labor time would be too high. But you could really, really do it.
If you had some sort of RuneScape Grand Exchange for Chaos Orbs or something, someone would just buy every single Chaos Orb
and then delete them to spite the economy.
To be fair, though, Grand Exchanges have purchase caps and item pools.
Yes, that you would have to have a very specific system like the Grand Exchange, where it's like, when they had like restrictions on.
Just have it for a league, like we had Harvest.
You couldn't give someone 100k, like there was a trade limit.
Oh yeah. To
prevent like world trading when they had that and the Grand Exchange at the same time.
Yep.
And there were purchase limits that vary by item.
I'm not sure if that's still in Path, but that used to be in Path. You couldn't trade until level 30. I'm not sure if that's still in Path.
That's still a thing. It's like
25 character on your account.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why you trade with someone with the Lush hideout who's level 25, no gear. It's always a bot.
I was gonna ask, since everyone else shared their story, if Catmaster has ever impacted the economy, but then I remembered he plays like SSF hardcore, so probably not.
Yeah, no, I don't impact economies.
Your impact is like
maybe
you could make a
bit.
build that was so good in SSF hardcore that someone tries to replicate it in trade.
Or it's so good that you get a patch note
build. And like when I first started streaming during Abyss League, I made that build with the White Wind Dagger, and I'm pretty sure that raised the prices of some things in relation to that build. Yeah. But it's just one of many elemental attack builds at the time, because that's before they were dead. But I do remember that like several people rebuilt the build after the build video, and then came up to me and were like, "Oh, I got the build too, so and so many DPS." And I was like, "Wow, that's way better than mine."
It happened like artificially in Harvest. Like I started golems in Harvest, and so did like 3 other people who streamed.
Yeah.
And I don't know what, as like I started golems, Pock started golems, and someone else did. And golems didn't get buffed for 4 leagues from that point previously, so I don't know why the fuck it just happened to be we all played golems, but it totally fucked up. The gem, like jewels, were just so expensive out of nowhere, and that not Harvest Heist League. It was just like crazy how the price of.
Do not like see a build. Do you not look at a league and go, "What build would be good for this?" I assume most people do that.
I spin a wheel.
Okay. Heist League is literally, hey, there's going to be some doors and you're going to have to wait for them to open, and people are like, oh, fuck it, I'm going to play totems and golems. That's all it is.
What I saw when Heist was spoiled. I was like, yep, I'm going GC Mines.
I don't know if I should share my market manipulation. Like I didn't do it on purpose, but it turns out if you no, it turns I didn't because I like being poor. I like my in-game currency. Number go up, very good. Incremental games are so fun. If you list something, if you list 100 of something, you're on the entire page, right? So I listed 100 Wind Rippers in Standard that were all Legacy. So my price, which I didn't list a price, I just listed them and they were on the API. So people who were looking for Legacy ones got like their pings, right? And went crazy. And they're like, oh, there's 100 of this crazy. And then I delisted them because fucking standard scammers started DMing me and scam offering me and all this stuff. But because I had listed 100 of them and had filled the page, the Ninja API saw 100 of them get listed for like a chaos each because I was being a cunt, and then saw them all disappear. And Ninja API went, oh shit, 100 Legacy Wind Rippers just sold for a chaos each. And the graph of like the price in Standard was like, boom. And then some guy, like literally, someone sent it to me. There was a post on Reddit. There's this guy named Slippery Jim. He's price fixing Wind Rippers in Standard. What can we do about this? And I'm just like, well, shit. But nothing came of it because it's Standard. No one cares. No one's gonna. I destroyed a legacy item market. Yeah, right.
Did it bounce back the same, or did it bounce back?
It bounced back to like 20C cheaper or something. Like they're not quant legacy. They're crit legacy or whatever. So it's like
GGG cares about Standard. Never.
Yeah,
they
totally.
Economy. Otherwise, we wouldn't have void leagues.
I think more people should play Standard, to be honest. I think like everyone that says leagues are too short to do everything I want to do should consider playing Standard.
Yeah.
And that is a common section of the player base. Like if you're someone that is skilled enough to beat the Maven, but does not have enough play time to get to the Maven in a temp league, then Standard's the right place for you.
Especially since
depends on what your goals are again. Like, I mean, a lot of people enjoy the fresh start and getting their hands on the newest content. And even in the time when I didn't like finish the Atlas or whatever, like I enjoyed temp leagues way more than permanent.
Before you start, Jousis, is the fact of you would play Standard, is it you would play Standard but you want people to try and replicate the cancer that you make? And like Standard's full of broken stuff, but if a new player comes in and tries to replicate you, they can't exactly do it in Standard because you got to be rich.
Almost all of my videos, I have some sort of "don't try this at home." I don't want people to replicate my build.
Well, they're gonna.
So the reason I almost play Standard is I absolutely hate losing progress, which is why I don't play hardcore. So you could say, oh, every league I lose my entire character, but the reason I don't play Standard is because usually when the league's over, my build gets nerfed for the next league. So it gets nerfed in Standard too.
Yeah, that's because you play broken stuff, like silly broken, but
yeah, it almost always abuses something that's going to get nerfed eventually.
Do you play things to try and get them nerfed, or do you just play things that you find that are cool?
I'm pretty sure the one video where I abused Vol Molten Shell, I think that directly led to it getting nerfed.
What the fuck? Sorry, that got a weird DM. Stop it, please.
He's in my stream all the time.
Oh my god.
Actually, another thing that came from that video, I'm pretty sure I'm the one that got Elementalist Prolif removed.
Why?
Like on the Elementalist Ascendancy, it used to Prolif all elemental ailments on that one node, and they just totally got rid of it. Because they're like, well, all of these Prolif procs are just sitting there and slowing down the server. I'm 90% certain that I had something to do with that.
So when they nerf something into the ground and destroy it in 5 separate ways instead of just destroying it in one way, could it be that there are 5 different versions of the build that, like, there's the ultimate build that is on the highest point. It's not the best version of the build, it's just the highest point of the build section in Ninja, right? And that's the one that all the Reddit people try to copy. And they make their own version of it, but they only use like one aspect, and it's not as good, but it's still the majority of players are playing Fireburst in 5 different ways. And then they nerf each of them instead of nerfing the main one in like its main damage capacity.
No. The reason that's total bullshit is because they all share a common thread that could be nerfed. That being Fireburst. So if you're saying, oh, there's a Fireburst initial hit, there's a Fireburst ignite, there's a Fireburst whatever cold conversion build. and instead of nerfing cold conversion, instead of nerfing ignite, instead of nerfing initial hit, you just nerf fire burst, and that takes care of the problem. So the same way that instead of nerfing, if the issue is that there's a self-cursing Bladefall Bladebuster, self-cursing bow builder, self-cursing Blade Vortex, you don't nerf each individual skill. You nerf the thing that the common thread is, which is self-cursing. I don't think they play their own game. I've said this many times. I don't think they play their own game to the extent that these decisions make sense. And I am totally in a bubble, but still.
But if they're
it's so clear to me.
If their goal is to slow the players down, wouldn't nerfing extra shit be good? If they're already known for nerfing a whole bunch of shit every league, if they suddenly stop doing that, like, people are going to notice.
Yeah, but I don't think that's a badge you want to wear with pride as a developer, to be
Why
known
not?
as because that's just it's a not fun position.
Right.
Yeah, I have something of a perspective on that.
Yeah.
Where it's obviously you nerf the things that are totally game breaking and trivialize the game, right? Like if for some reason Blade Vortex with this one particular item did literally 1 billion damage, then of course you would get rid of that. But if you spend all of your time nerfing anything that is not baseline, you end up being like those game developers who see someone speedrunning their game and they fix every single speedrunning bug. It's like some games, their popularity, their enjoyment depends at least slightly upon being able to do stuff like that. And they're like, no, we don't want someone to be able to speedrun our game, be faster than normal players. And they just take away everything that's fun for that community.
We've been given the lore that our characters have literally killed gods, yet we somehow are getting flicker strike to death in a fucking cave. Like, I don't understand how even
that crab's killed like 4 gods on the way here. What are you talking about?
It's kind of crazy, man.
Well, they can't keep adding new and amazing things every league without destroying other things. Otherwise, it's just going to be that graph.
Add new and amazing things every league, though, to a degree. I mean, we've seen that revisiting old content is an effective way to create excitement through a lot of these things. Like, even adding a singular drop to Mastermind has opened up a lot of builds, like doors.
But if they didn't add something like amazing and build enabling, there's like a third of the player base who are here for playing new things, Jousis, etc. Like, everyone's got their own unique goals that they want to get out of a league, and so they need to add a new skill gem, or they need to add a new loot thing, or they need to add a new boss for each individual person who are playing the game specifically for that reason.
It depends. Like, sometimes there's adding relevance to an existing boss is enough.
I think they just have to give us the tools. The burden isn't on them to make builds. The burden on them is to provide tools for us to do with them what we want within the game. That's like, not that it's not their decision to make, but that's like, for it to be a healthy meta, it's essentially like, this is your Play-Doh, let's see what you make with it. And if it's overly ridiculous, then it'll be nerfed next league. I think that's for the most part. But instead, it's like, here they're giving us pre-done molds for certain things. Or they're like, it's just too much constraint, I feel like.
Well, you're like, here's my build, I made it, it's made with this, and they come along with a hammer and smash it in 5 different ways. And then you go, okay, I'm not going to play this again, I'm going to play something else. And then you make that, and they smash that one with a hammer in 5 different ways.
And even if they did that, that would be okay, but the issue is when they're smashing your build, the shrapnel's hitting 10 other builds.
Yeah, but deal with it.
Sometimes, there are builds that only last a couple of leagues, and they weren't particularly broken, but that's fine.
And I don't think anyone complains about that, though. To be honest, I don't think someone's always complaining, but the vast majority of players aren't being like, when like Slayer Cyclone got nerfed after Legion, it was good for like 4 leagues, and it's like, okay, our time is now. Like Archmage big mana builds. If it gets nerfed in 3 days, no one's surprised by that. It's like this has been really fucking good for a really long time, and our time has come, and that's okay. But the problem is the nerf they're going to do to that, I fear, is going to be hitting not Archmage big mana. It's going to be hitting like Hierophant and Raider, which is then going to be killing 10 other builds, and then it's just like the collateral damage can be brutal when they do these things.
More surgical would be better, and the nerf there would be to simply accept that would be to say to Archmage, all right, we're changing Archmage. We are making it so that we accept this is going to ruin its use during leveling, but we're just going to reduce the numbers on Archmage hard.
And that's okay. I guess you're it's like you're saying, surgical. Right now they're performing surgery with like a chainsaw, but it needs to be like a scalpel.
Or you could smash Pledger Hands. be the other thing you could do to that build. That's much.
But even then, the best Archmage builds are dual-wielding, double influence scepters. So like,
so you smash pledge your hands and the other shit.
You can by doing.
And you lower mana scaling on the tree, and you nerf Hierophant for some reason.
Yeah, so it could be a combination of like just touching the like. This is a good example of when you say things like we've got 40 gem buffs, they make Glacial Hammer 5% better. That does nothing. But if you were to take a build like Archmage, and then maybe reduce the effectiveness of every mana node on tree by 10-15%, and also making Gnostic 18 from 20, also make Mom 25 from 30, like that doesn't affect the builds just using Mom and just using Agnostic and just using the mana nodes. What that does do is that make the one offensive build, Archmage, Agnostic, big mana builds, now more in line with where it should be considering its investment, which is all we really can ask is, considering this investment, is it relatively in line with other builds with a similar investment? If the answer is yes, then that's probably good balance. If the answer is no, then you have like the Fireburst builds or Flameburst builds that are just like 10x and they could shit on the entire game. Like that feels a little bit disingenuous for power scaling.
Would you like it if they complete opposite spectrum specifically buffed one thing and they knew full well that that's going to be the OP broken thing, but the thing that would limit most people from playing it is the economy?
I mean,
or do you like finding? Do you like?
Legion?
Yeah, I mean, do you like finding things on your own, or would you rather them coming out being like, "Here's the heralds"?
Some sort of like inherent need to play what is best or what is most effective, but in a way like that burden is none of like theirs and my business. If they feel like, oh, if I'm not playing the best build, I'm not playing path right, then that's just a mindset that they now have that I would view as like incorrect, I guess. Which is just like you could do everything in the game with a variety of builds. That should be the focus. Is that there's you have different routes to take. Not that if I'm not taking the best route, I'm not doing it right. So if they made a build that was like, oh, this build is the best build. Well, if you've played Path for any extent of time, there's always a best build. I mean, even right now, the best build is also dependent slightly on your wallet. Like, if the everyone, how do we go around? Start with you, Kat. What's the best build in Path of Exile?
Balor always brings this up. There's like the best build. It also depends on like how fast you are.
He knows the best build. He's not saying it because he doesn't want other people to know the best build. What's the best build you're willing to say publicly, Kat?
The Slam Duelist.
Okay. What about you, Gog? What's the best build?
Probably be inclined to lean towards some sort of stat stacking ranged attack.
Okay, Jousis?
He's going to say his build.
I mean, honestly, I think the best build in the game is just a really zoom Magic Find character.
Okay, Jim?
Herald of Thunder, Auto Bomber.
Okay, everyone gave a different answer.
Yeah.
Which is interesting in itself. I would say the best build is aura stacking, and it requires roughly 45 mirrors to do.
Oh, I thought we meant obtainable.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, but I was like, actually, like, by my definition of best,
that's fair.
I would say best is just can do the most content the fastest.
But you can't do the content if you can't afford the build, buddy.
But that's the point. Is that affording a build is like a twofold luxury. Like you could say that not everyone should be able to afford to build, but then you can also say we should have chase items. So it's like it's a cursed stance to take. And if we were to say that they would make a decision like, well, we think the best build is like, well, it's been around for 3 leagues. It hasn't changed. Aura stacking has been the best build. The difference is the price mark has just gone up. It's like you require 4 1-passive voices to make the best version of aura stacking, and it's like crazy. Is that a chocolate bar? What is that? Okay.
In before every build we just said gets nerfed in the patch notes. Just saying. Go ahead.
Yeah,
What's your chocolate?
It's just like, if they want to say we've got a best build coming out, it happened. The league that Winter was the best. I don't know what the best build is this league as far as what people would perceive it as in Trade League, but you could easily say it's a Fireburst build. You could easily say it's even COC, which I don't think is the case, but it's just whatever build can kill everything the fastest and never die. To me, that's what the definition of best build is. But when you start bringing like the price point into the equation, that's when it's like it's almost irrelevant in Trade League, because if a group can do it, then you could do it technically. You could just cheat. That's a route too. I mean,
the best build is the one you play in a party, because then you're supported by your best friends
and sharing.
And then like a week in, you get banned, and then you play next league MP.
Yeah. He might not even play this league.
What's that? Sorry.
You said MP? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I said he might not even play this league. There's a good chance.
Right.
He might be playing the Amazon game in this group, the New World. It's called.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Either way.
So what do people say to moving on to discussing some of the new skills?
I'd say you're a train conductor and stop trying to keep it on the rails, bitch. It's fine. Go for it. Pick something. Go. Yeah, whatever you want to talk about. Let's do it.
I can talk about Reaper if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah, go.
It's a she, Lighty.
It's we don't know that for a fact. You know, 2021 is the current year.
He said she like 17 times. Chat was exploding every time.
I don't know who you're talking about. Sir.
Chris said she.
You know,
looking up
Caesar, all of them's to me. Okay. Either way, yeah, Reaper's an interesting one. Reaper's a minion skill that it says, at least on level 1, it says you can summon 1 maximum Reaper. We have no idea if that number could somehow increase.
It will stay 1 because if you had more than 1, they'd just eat each other.
Yeah, but that could be a thing. You have no idea. I don't know. I'm just saying, in general, Spectre's at level 26 and level...
what it does when it eats something. It just says it gets more powerful.
Correct. That's what I'm saying. The verbiage is open to interpretation, so that could be an option for maybe a specific unique even that says you can have 2 Reapers and they don't eat each other. Long story short, it's a minion that makes your other minions more shit and weaker, and it occasionally will eat minions, including Enemy Guardian. And there's some interesting interactions that it could have. One is it specifies that it does a range of AoE, melee, fizz, bleed attacks, and if you were to reactivate the skill, similar to like Deathmark, it will target a location and do an AoE ability. There's some little alleged cheese you could do by playing it as an Elementalist, which it would be eating your golems, and they would be coming back to life instantly, and you could basically have an infinite food supply. That's predicated on golems not getting nerfed in 2 days, which is totally possible that they remove that interaction, or make it maybe cost mana with a new mana changes to triggered skills, and that would be sad. Either way, though, it looks like it's a cool thing.
Do you think it has an animation for eating a minion that stops it from attacking things?
I almost guarantee it.
Didn't you see did anyone actually watch the live stream? It eats a minion.
Yeah, but I'm saying what he's saying is that animation might be animation canceling ability that was now on cooldown, or that was off cooldown that might not be put back on cooldown, maybe even.
Right.
I'm saying it's possible that if you infinitely summon golems next to it, it'll just spend 100% of its time eating the golems.
It only eats when it's low on hit points, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't eat when it's topped off, and it doesn't eat when it has whatever the
Jousis is gonna set it on fire with infinitely spawning golems and sit in his hideout like a madman.
It could have interactions. It could eat your skitter bots. I have no idea. Like, there's certain things that it could do. It could eat your SRSs, which really trigger minion instability. That could be a thing. It could be like, oh, I SRS, it eats the SRS, they blow up from minion instability. That now does damage. You know, there's tons of
go delve and it eats the miner that eats your light source and then you die.
It could eat the actual delve unit. It could eat Einhard.
Eats the cat from Heist.
You know,
conversion trap. You convert the enemy, and then your Reaper eats it for a 1-hit kill.
Yeah. I mean, there's the possibilities that it could have are interesting, but like the idea of having 1 Giga minion has been something, honestly, that I would say a lot of players have wanted ever since they first introduced Montegruels, the one-hand scepter that made your zombies bigger, and they hoped the verbiage would be like, we get 1 Giga zombie, but that was never the case, which is what Diablo has, is like the Goliath, big gargantuan thing, and now we have 1 Giga minion, which is either going to be really cool and fun, or super clunky and have terrible AI.
Yeah, it better be really good.
The other concern is it's not going to be aggressive, because based off the video, its aggro radius did not look like the same aggro radius as if a minion had Feeding Frenzy. And if you have to run Feeding Frenzy with it in its 6-link, that'll kind of feel bad that you now have to allocate, like, the Grim Reaper isn't aggressive enough towards killing things. Thematically feels kind of shit, but the mechanic itself looks really interesting, and it's at level 28, so it's basically the same loose progression as Spectres, I guess. So I look forward to playing that and interacting with it and hoping it's not absolute dog shit.
I just think the damage projection is going to be an issue with it.
I mean, the scaling could be terrible.
We're not suggesting the damage will be bad, just the projection to hit things in different spots on the screen simultaneously.
Sure, yeah, because it doesn't have tags, which is a little spooky. It doesn't have, like, AoE projectile tags, but
it
again,
only melees.
That's the thing. What we don't really know for a fact, because there actually is some Spectres that inherently only have melee tags, but actually have abilities that technically have projectiles you can multiply. Like, I think even Crush Claws are actually tagged as having like no projectile, no multiple ability, but then you could give them like a multi-strike, and now they actually do multiple geysers. So it's like a pseudo AoE increase. So they could have something like that where maybe not like whatever sort of like cyclone of blades it puts out might not be able to be increased inherently from projectiles, but if you go multi-strike, it might shoot out 3 of them. So it's just one of those things we have to mess around with.
Make it a support, then give it a different spell, and then it can use that. Boom. I want a Flicker Strike Reaper.
An Arcanist brand minion.
Yes.
That would be.
That's just like, instead of playing the game yourself, you're specking out a minion to play it for you, and like, I'm in the back. Good job. I'll pick up the loot.
Minions right now are in a very terrible spot overall, unfortunately, and that's like again like the unfun way of nerfing minions is they have consistently gone after their survivability, which is just like the least fun shit. Because if you're trying to do like even now doing, like I have a minion build in Soul 7 that's basically mirror tier gear from Harvest, and it's like 5 specters as juices that can go, and they die in like tier 16s. With investment. And that feels really fucking bad because you now have to stop what you're doing, desecrate, go back to my hideout, let me find the corpse, and it's just like, I wish there was ways to get around that, and I think that it would have been a lot better again if they just go after the damage. Like the damage is the thing that's going to slow down your clear and make you have to invest more. But now survivability, like if you're playing a minion build, I think it's almost like 30 of your passive points on tree go to either jewel sockets, which mostly invest in survivability, or clusters, or actual just survivability on tree, for them to really survive in like high tier content, like delirious tier 16s. And that's on top of you already investing that much survivability into yourself. So now you're babysitting yourself and them, and it just feels like at this point, when am I playing minions for loose automation? Well, then you have auto bomber builds, you have mines that auto target. So it's
if you're making an Aurabot to buff your really strong Reaper, why not just play a skill yourself?
A sad point that most minion builds now look just like aura stacking builds, which kind of has gone away from like, if you looked at a Golomancer now, you'd be like, oh, look at that guy aura stacking. Oh, he happens to be using a convoking wand. Like, you would be surprised that these builds aren't just playing aura stacking builds. They're basically taking a big hit in damage and a little bit in survivability to, instead of play aura stacking, to just have their playstyle automated, which is fine, but it's become so homogenous. Like, it's so samey when you look at aura stacking your minions, which is maybe a problem that could be pulling some of my ass. I have no idea, but it just feels bad when you look at like PoE, not this accurate, but you look at PoE Ninja and you type in like a lot of the key uniques for aura stacking, and then minion builds are coming up. You're like, oh, is this some party play? And you're like, nope, solo self-found. They're just like, this is the best thing to do now. It's just aura stack still, and it feels kind of bad. But again, they're doing it for defensive reasons. Like most aura stacking minion builds are doing it because of purities, because of even the bubble from discipline, like to make sure the minions don't die. So. Yeah. Your turn, Cat. Go talk about the concoction build. Go.
I have no concoction build plan. That was not my skill that I picked. Honestly, that's part of a preparation that I don't know. I'm actually interested in seeing how much you can stack Bone Shatter.
Bone Shatter.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with the Juggernaut Bone Shatter League start, maybe. And then transition into, when that sucks, transition into the Meaty Slam build. I just looked at the Earthbreaker support. It does have 50% increased totem placement speed, so it doesn't seem that bad. I mean, it's gonna take ages to get that slam out, but then you can, I don't know how far you can place them, right? Like a spell totem you can put to the edge of the screen technically. A ballista, which also has the increased totem placement speed, you have to drop at your feet. But the other melee totems like Protector and War Chief, you can
different
summon a little bit further.
Strange. Yeah.
So I have no idea how it's going to be. Like, that actually is going to determine for me how good it's going to be. Because if I can place that on the edge of the screen instead of walking to the edge of the screen and slamming myself, then there might be some
cower in safety and place it really far away near the boss. Get a little.
It looked pretty good in the video, and they said that they specifically were not decking out the characters in mirror tier gear this time in order to demonstrate the skills or something like that.
I like that also when they did that. They specified like this: we're all wearing shit gear, so this is like the baseline, or even below it.
Even the where they turned off the enemy AI and just did like target dummies to show you how the skill works, really low level, and then
because in a way that kind of like disappoints people, because you see a lot of those builds that were like you know, this has terrible AoE. It's like, yeah, but we've invested 0 AoE entry, 0 gems, 0 anything, and this is what it looks like. You can imagine from this scaled up. So it's kind of weird when they, like, it's a double-edged sword, you know?
Yeah.
When they show off those things.
Yeah, I haven't played melee in like 1 or 2 leagues. I think was that in Ritual that I actually started with the Bleed Gladiator. But yeah.
What was the name of the
only spellcaster?
The flask throwing skill? Concoction, is it?
Concoction.
Explosive concoction.
Let's call it flask.
Does it do ignite? Is that what it is? And then it's like depending on your flask.
Depends on the flask
stuff?
you have. It does different
well, it has
things.
base fire damage. Like it doesn't actually.
Yeah, it has base fire damage, and then Ruby Flask just makes it do more damage with ignite.
If it eats a Ruby charge, it gets 30% more ignite damage.
Like, to me, it reeks of Trinity. Like, I just think instantly Trinity, because it's like one of the best supports in the game for scaling. But
it is. The tricky part you're going to have with that is that the base fire damage is so high, and the lightning and cold damage is quite low in comparison. You may find that you end up doing mostly fire damage most of the time. Because Trinity,
could be. May just go Avatar of Fire. Who knows? Just make it all fire.
I think you can make Trinity work. I just don't think it's going to be straightforward.
That was the thing I strive to make work, because on paper it's such an insane support. If working optimally. Yeah.
It is. The skill that jumped out at me as like something I wanted to raise, because it's something that's really flown under the radar because it doesn't look very exciting, is Blade Trap. And I was doing a bit of thinking about it. So Blade Trap is basically puts a melee trap on the ground. That trap hits the monster at, like, you know, assuming you're throwing it at T equals 0 seconds and assuming that it's a quarter turn away from where it starts, it's going to hit them at 250, 1250, 2250, and 3250 milliseconds if you're not dual wielding. And if you're dual wielding, it'll be at 250, 1000, 1750, 2500, and 3250 milliseconds after you throw it.
Just for clarity, real quick, it does use melee weapons, but it's not melee damage. It's not. It doesn't have the melee tag.
It's not the attack speed.
Will not
the attack
scale
speed
with.
It's just the damage.
It seems to be an attack tagged skill.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah,
so
it
will benefit from
well.
trap, but it will also do attack damage.
But not the attack speed. The attack speed is the thing that's
attack speed is completely irrelevant.
It's one rotation per second per blade, or
per 800 seconds with dual. Yeah.
So you could have like I don't know an example, but like a Kongor or something like that has shit attack speed, or Morohi has terrible attack speed.
Only daggers and claws.
Daggers and claws.
Okay, yeah, but you know what I'm saying, like something along those
lines.
lines.
Or something.
Yeah.
The worst attack speed base, then the highest possible.
Okay, this makes me mad.
Mark of the Doubting Knight.
This makes me mad because daggers should not have the lowest attack speed.
Thematically, yes.
It's like it's
thematically you're choosing the biggest, heaviest, slowest dagger and throwing a trap that swings it for you instead of stabbing someone.
Yeah.
But also, why can't we inherently throw a dagger? It should be a modality projectile.
Spectral throw.
It has all these things on the skill tree that make it seem like it should do the most crit damage. Like if you're trying to get Nightblade support backstabs,
except one-hand swords are higher crit
should do way higher damage. But no, and failing that, you should be able to swing it real fast because it's a dagger. But no, it's slow. It's inefficient at crit. It's inefficient at DPS in general.
Yeah, the reason that daggers are like this is because they were once so absolutely hegemonic. They were absolutely the only weapon you would ever use. And then they made some nerfs to daggers, some buffs to other things, and they just have never gotten into a good spot since then. But where I was thinking you'd go with it, there's Mark of the Doubting Knight is one weapon you could use. Volcanus is another. The thing that had me thinking, though, was a pneumatic dagger, the high space that is a reasonable damage, but its implicit is that all damage can poison, and elemental roll that to just get a large amount of absolute damage on it. You don't need attack speed, and so you can then try to get some sort of weird poison scaling going with it. Now, the first dead end that I was thinking of was the assassin poison duration, that will not work. Like the assassin poison duration is based upon poisons you have inflicted, so it doesn't count your traps.
That's right.
There are a lot of ways to bulk inflict poisons very quickly, like the new Winter Orb skill, if you grant that the ability to poison. So that was somewhere that I was sort of brainstorming in my head. Like you could stack up a lot of poison duration that way, whilst your traps are doing the actual damage, and you've just got a either a Stormbrand or a Stormbrand of Ball Lightning or a whatever the Diablo 2 Winter Orb skill is called, inflicting an enormous amount of poisons for you. So some of the ideas that I had bouncing around in my head, they'll probably all be terrible, but you got to start somewhere with thinking of it. But this should be an absolute boss shredder. Like the amount of traps that you can get out, the amount of these blade traps you can have on the screen at once. I think that if you can stay alive, this is and Decoy Totem will help with that. Then you should be able to absolutely obliterate bosses with this.
My only issue with that is that it takes potentially like 3 seconds for it to do its full damage, and as I've experienced many times, if your build relies on something standing still for an extended period of time to deal damage, it's not a good build. But I do agree with you should be able to do a crap load of damage by stacking a bunch of these near a boss.
Yeah, I'm not assuming you get all.
Don't expect to get more than 50%.
Yeah, I'm not working under the assumption that every single hit will connect.
Poison stacking Arakali's Fang fucking trap build, baby. Copywriting? Copy marking? South Park gift, done. Sorry.
Spider poison is really interesting to interact with because it still counts as your poison on it, but it doesn't count as you having poisoned them.
Yeah.
Don't you have to wear that hat or the shield or whatever?
You get kill credit, you mean, yeah.
But like when you use the threshold jewel for like Viper Strike, where it says deal increased damage based on how many poisons are on the enemy, it obviously counts the spider poison stacks.
Spider poison is people poison? Sorry, that's a Simpsons reference. Yeah. Well, I mean, my whole problem with like an Arakali's build was getting something that could actually kill bosses, and if you're saying that Blade Trap can kill bosses but have shit clear, and spiders have good clear but shit bosses.
Yeah, my problem with Arakali's Fang was the 1.2 attack speed, because that basically kills anything that you try to do with a dagger.
But
Blade Trap, haha, completely bypass attack speed.
That's interesting. I forgot Arakali's Fang existed, so
it's like my second favorite weapon.
That's a hard unique to get.
I really love the invincible untargetable minions that are just constantly aggro.
Speaking of invincible and targetable minions, we have to fight some of those soon.
Will Reaper eat spiders? Yes.
Find out next time.
We'll find out.
What skill caught your eye, Jim?
Is Catmaster moving? No, I think he's dead. Sorry, I just...
No, he's just very still, don't worry.
No, he's
what? No, he's very still.
He's very still.
Incredibly
invisible.
He's Drax.
Taking years of practice to get to here.
I mean, Reaper looks cool. All of them looked cool apart from like 2 of them. Yeeting flasks look cool. If like the high base fire damage on it is cool, and if I like ignite spread proliferation in anything, and if I can find something that replaces discharge for just having the most amount of ignite damage, I will yeet flasks instead of discharge. I will happily do that because that frees up like a whole bunch of unique items and whatnot.
Did you also have
Voltaxic Burst looks very powerful, but annoying enough to use that it's useless.
That's the Soul Rend looking thing?
It's the, you cast it, and then it waits 2.5 seconds, and then it explodes and proliferates explosions.
Oh, yes. I'm thinking of the purple shit.
Is that 2.5 seconds?
Yeah, 2.5 seconds. So you cast it, it has a 0.5 base cast time, so it's really fast, but then 2.5 seconds later, it delays the damage. It converts lightning to chaos for some reason, and then when it kills things, they explode. So it seems more like a utility skill that you use to aid your clear speed.
I think it's just crangled on birth because of the 2.5 seconds.
It doesn't have to kill the thing to make them explode. It's if they die to something else within a short duration, they still explode.
What's the time on Power Siphon? Because Power Siphon uses a similar mechanic. Power Siphon's time is like 100 milliseconds or so. That it grants a power charge. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, if it's 100 milliseconds, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
You'd have to be using Blade Vortex, and then you cast Voltaxic Burst.
God.
And then 2.5 seconds later, walk into the pack, Voltaxic Burst happens, and then the perfectly timed Blade Vortex hits, and then it explodes. So the use case for this, assuming you don't actually scale its damage, is really, really bad. And if you do scale its damage, it's still really, really bad, because you can only deal damage with it once per 2.5 seconds.
Effectively become a shit tier 2 stage skill.
Yeah, I don't think it's any good.
Did everyone else get just like hyper cucked when they started to announce that inspired learning support, and then they just threw in that line where it's like, and if you get a rare, it replaces the other rare mod. And everyone just collectively went,
yeah.
oh, what?
It was such a quick turnaround.
Just dead in arrival. Just literally dead in arrival. It was like
it does theoretically give it gives a decent amount of damage. So 30% more damage against someone on low life.
Which is nicer now, but
except you're just gonna link it anyway. It's gonna be on Vigilant Strike and Cull. That's how I would use that skill.
I just wouldn't use it. That's too much. That's too much to do.
And it would have to be Ancestral Call as well, because it's a strike skill.
Is it you can only have one modifier and it overwrites every 20 seconds?
Correct,
or is it you...
Yeah.
Or
when you kill another thing, it overwrites?
If you're hitting... Notice that it says a 20% chance to refresh up to 5 seconds, which means that it seems like there's a diminishing return mechanic where if you're hitting the boss 20 times per second, it will still eventually run out.
Yeah, it's like Rage Decay or Berserk Decay. Like eventually it gets there kind of.
Yeah, so you kill a mob, you get increased fire resistance, and then you're hitting the boss, and it's refreshing your increased fire resistance, and it still goes away. That's the use case I see for that.
I like. But you will still get a modest upturn of haste aura. Like
the bad part for like, imagine you steal Soul Eater, and then it instantly gets overridden by like Cold Res.
Or another Soul Eater is horrible.
Yeah, like that'd be so fucking sad. You'd be like, oh, it's gone. Like,
I'm now going to need a trainer.
I mean, it's basically it's like a shit inspired learning. That's what it feels like to me.
It might still like the fact that it's worse than inspired learning though. There's a lot of room for worse than inspired learning and still good.
Yeah, but for a socket, like the value of the socket high.
The Headhunter mod that you can roll on a weapon,
the Warlord one or whatever it's called.
At one point I calculated this and then they buffed it. It was like 1/10 as good as an inspired learning, but this, because you can only have one buff, like at least that other one could stack. This one can't stack, so it's worse than what already existed as a mod on a weapon.
I mean, if you can get it at a low level, it's just, slight funness. It's like optional fun.
It's fun, yes.
Noticing it half the time. So. You'd be like, oh shit, it's working. And then you'd be like, oh, it's gone.
You okay, Catmaster? You're looking confused again.
Yeah, I'm sorry for disappearing randomly. My provider decided to, for the third day in a row, somewhere between 3 and 4, to have a random DC. I think I have to call them. The first 1.5 months were so good. I didn't have a single DC. Internet just running straight for like I worked 50, 60 days. It was great.
Nice.
Oh god, the PoE wiki has changed and it's terrible.
They got bought out, yeah.
There's a Reddit thread for formatting it with uBlock.
Hey,
you basically just block most of the stuff on the wiki, and it makes it more readable.
Let me just turn off my uBlock real quick.
How the screen is so like the width of the screen. It's like
what the fuck?
It's like I'm looking at it as something designed for portrait mode, except I'm on a PC.
Yeah,
so landscape.
That's what there is a button to make it wider, but you also have to get rid of all of the elements on the side.
Mine is wider, and I just refreshed it and I went to the shit one you're all talking about. Now I'm upset.
Wait, can't you just hit expand and collapse though?
I don't know.
On the left side?
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. That's to make it wider, but you still need to get rid of a bunch of stuff. And
there's little fucking X's everywhere. I see what you're saying. What is this?
Yeah, and there's also like icons aren't lining up properly.
Oh yeah, it's all kind of crangled.
Yeah.
Like you have a buff icon, and that buff icon has like the border around it. Those don't match up.
Yeah.
80% of my page is advertisements for other Wikipedias about shit I don't care about.
The spacing is also totally.
Here, let me send a screenshot of mine.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Crazy.
So there's a screen for mine.
This is how mine looks.
Oh god.
Okay, Jousis's one is fine. I think.
Well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's all make our own Wikipedia. Oh, I already tried and it's actually a lot of fucking pain and suffering.
It's always had incorrect information for most uniques as far as their acquisition.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Eye of Innocence page hasn't been updated since my second video.
Fucking Cold War.
It's not so much fandom changing their website, it's they got bought out by a different company and they've been slowly like converting every Wikipedia they own, and they left the biggest ones for last, and like PoE is like one of the second largest wikis they run, and they finally converted it over.
Of any item with energy shield.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want
I think I mentioned this last time we did this, but when Heist League was happening,
they fixed it.
The lady who updates, one of the ladies who updates the wiki page, was messaging me in Discord asking where Heist Uniques dropped, which was like the strangest thing ever. I was like, shouldn't you know this? Isn't this your department? You're asking me?
I looked up Energy Shield, and it said, did you mean Rising of the Shield Hero wiki? No, I meant Energy Shield, because I'm on my...
You did mean that.
Oh, you used the wrong search, of
course.
Oh,
why is that where's the search? Yeah, oh, this is so shit.
It's not because it's convoluted, don't worry.
Whatever.
Anyway, about an hour ago when I checked this, if you went to the page of an item that had Energy Shield, it would say it can't find what ward is in the database, and it would just not load.
I saw that.
Quite apropos, I would say.
Ah, it's fine. There's
the Wish.com Energy Shield.
We never had like organized information for PoE anyway. It's all misinformation.
Clearly, you need to look at someone's YouTube videos.
PoE DB is the real Wikipedia. Am I right?
True.
Maybe.
Because it's all just data mined and then automatically updated.
It's
Even then, it was also incorrect in Heist League. So.
That's just like because someone forgot to comment out something in the actual source code.
They were saying that
what I like about the wiki is
drop location.
You can go to the wiki and be like, does it interact with this thing? And the wiki will usually say yes or no.
Yep.
You cut out, Gog. What were you saying? Drop locations?
Drop locations on PoEDB are just pulled from the wiki. So if the wiki is wrong, then PoEDB will.
Yes.
Come full circle.
The blind leading the blind.
Yeah.
They used to say that you can get replica headhunter from or replica belts from like the belt cards. Like that's one of the biggest ones that never get right is div cards. Like it just like looks for tags loosely and it's just like, yep, that'll do. Slap it in there.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, Jack in the Box can get any unique item.
It's like except for the other 250, it can't.
Yeah, there's a Discord that's trying to track down some of the div cards, but it's just not very.
What do you mean? Like track down the div cards? What?
Hunting drop locations.
Like where do I find the card that's 1 in 12 for Mjolnir or something?
The Avenger.
He's giving an example.
Yeah.
That's one that I don't know off the top of my head. I've only gotten it from Stack Deck.
What's the Discord called?
Divcord.
Oh god.
That's honestly a great name. I like that.
I can't.
Yeah.
Google that. Yeah.
I didn't know where Public Enemy #1 Haunting Shadows is located. For Metamorph Uniques.
That was. What league did that come out in?
Last league, I believe.
All it's got is just like explicitly stated unconfirmed reports. It's a zone drop from Twilight unique map, but that is listed as unconfirmed, like as secondhand.
99% sure it drops in Heist, but we'll never know. Never truly know.
What else is unconfirmed is Broken Promises is unconfirmed as Tolman, map Tolman, Mausoleum boss. Can you confirm that?
No, I have not. We double check.
Broken Promises. Can you send me like a Discord invite link to that, Gog?
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I'm not PoE. I've gotten it.
I'll just put it in our chat.
Yep.
Where is that chat? There it is.
What's the Voices div card called?
Never seen that card.
I dropped some
my favorite.
Confirmed.
Item acquisition. Just a question mark icon. Nothing else.
Maybe it wasn't voices. Is there a Megalomaniac div card?
Map Dominus.
No, I don't think. Oh, maybe there is. I don't know.
Yeah, modest request, modest proposal.
Yeah, modest. It's a fucking poem. By Jonathan Swift, I think. Something.
Megalomaniac, yeah.
Remember that community poll div card? It gives a random unique watchstone.
Yep.
Oh, and it drops 100% drop rate from Cortex, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Is it 100%?
If the point,
100%.
how hard
Cortex.
is it to get a unique watchstone compared to killing 8 Cortexes?
So I can tell you because I've
That's why it's 100%.
Yeah. So it depends. But trying to get watchstones, I've done at this point almost 115 to 20 Maven kills. I'm still missing 3 watchstones. It took me almost like 400 to 500 Cirrus 8s to get all the watchstones for that. So it's like specifically to get them off of kills, you maybe get 1 per every 8 kills. So I probably get about 20 Cortexes a league on average, since they've implemented the synthesis stuff. And if I can get like 2 to 3 free watchstones, it's actually like saving me at sometimes 100 Cirrus kills. So it's a pretty huge chunk of potential watchstone acquisition.
And I should just state that I was wrong about modest request. It's not Dominus, it's Malachi.
At the bannable offense. Get him out of here.
Who's Malachi?
Matt Malachi, Primordial Pool, and the other one, Core.
Are you sure?
Yes, he is correct.
Yep, that's what the div code is saying.
Who dropped? Fuck.
God
What's the palace boss?
Yeah, the wiki says the Hollowed Husk, the Dominus Demon map boss. That's what it says.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. The fucking Dominus boss. Dom in.
That is palace, right?
Mm-hmm. It's irrelevant because you just do heist for stack decks or all this bullshit. Like none of this is the best way to get the div card, unfortunately.
It's like 1 in 40 map boss kills.
Very rarely is farming the actual drop of the div card the best way to get the div card, simply because of stack decks.
It's not the best way. It's just a way, and more options are good.
Yep.
At least
I'm not so
stack
sure.
decks
Like you said that earlier about the
random nerf,
offering.
I think.
Said what about Catmaster?
The offering
You
is
said that earlier about the offering, but I think like offering, maybe I've not tried and farmed your div cards properly with heist.
From heist, you're saying, or no? Yeah, it's pretty nice. I mean, like, so if I run a grand heist that I partially complete, you're getting like probably 80 to 100 stack decks from one grand heist. If it's in the wings that have the specific div cards, like it can get pretty ridiculous.
Okay.
I'm not even thinking, when I'm talking about heist though, I'm not thinking of stack decks from divination chess. I'm thinking of armor chess. Armor chess dropped the offering a lot. Like I self when I wasn't trying
to respective chests for those slots of unique. So like you're saying, uniques that give a body armor or armor pieces drop very commonly from armor chests. Like jewelry div cards drop very commonly from jewelry chests.
Yep. 2 of my nurses.
That's why jewelry chests can drop the Haunting Shadows card for Metamorph uniques, because they're all jewelry. So it's like, and also the same wings that have jewelry have div cards. So it's normally like a compounded thing.
Yep.
Heist is problematic, I still think. Just because of div cards. Like div cards, I feel like initially were designed as like a payment plan almost to like getting an item. Like I can get like a little nickel and dime my way to something, and now it's just become the best form of acquisition, which feels kind of strange.
I think divination cards in general, more of them should be moved to map bosses, rather than zone drops, and then they could have higher drop rates, because at the moment the drop rates as zone drops are constrained by the existence of 2 things. Firstly, they're reduced because divination scarabs are a thing. Divination scarabs should not be a thing at all. They should just go legacy. And then you have the fact that they have to be balanced somewhat around all of the forms of juice you can put on a map. But you can't juice the drops of a map boss very much. You can juice it a bit, but not like out the wazoo. So if you had it so that, say, let's take a popular divination card, the Nurse. I don't know the stats as to how many maps you need to run on average to get a Nurse now. It might be something like 150 tower maps. Instead of having it be 150, and when I say maps, I'm talking Chisel Elk only. Instead of having it be 1 in 150 Chisel Elk tower maps, just give it a 1.1% chance to drop from the boss only. And then all of the things like Monstrous Treasure in conjunction with Enraged Sextant that can be used to target farm things, then they don't cause problems anymore.
And then the speed meta can reign supreme.
Yeah, then you just sprint to the boss and ignore
Hell
the
yeah,
mobs.
lab farmers everywhere.
Then you're not going to be getting experience, so you're going to be inherently gating yourself anyway. So it's like that's
if you're
kind of
MFing on this level, you probably don't care about experience.
Yeah,
and that's fine. But that's the thing is you're not getting the best of both worlds then, because currently you are getting the best of both worlds.
You're also not
getting experience and you're getting div cards.
But then you can't just like randomly be in a white burial chambers and get a doctor out of a pot.
No,
you still can, but you would just be killing the boss. The overall chance would increase, but it would just be gated behind actually clearing the boss content, which is you could scale more targetably than just generic.
It would also basically prevent you from getting multiple per map.
Which, I mean, ultimately is fine if you're getting more on average. It might be a worse feeling, but...
Yeah, and to be honest, like, the chances of getting, even with the nurse, getting 2 of them in a map is ridiculously rare.
Like getting a headhunter drop now. Possible. Basically impossible.
I mean, if you can get div cards randomly from a monster, you could still get a div card randomly from a boss. But if you kill a boss with like a high atlas thing, isn't there still a chance to just get a random unique league specific?
Correct.
Yeah.
So it already is a thing that you could just get what you're trying to get from any random boss.
Yeah.
And then you could get a div card in a monster pack. It's
And
just rare as fuck.
The chance would go down because
you just want the
specific thing.
You want the chances to go up, but you want it to be whatever the hell Lighty or Jousis was saying about it being like you're buying a fraction of it and then you get a little bit more.
You just want a route. A viable route.
Yeah.
So little Timmy could play, Doriani's fist.
Snowball your way into whatever the fuck you want.
Yes, exactly. I'm little Timmy in this scenario.
Yeah, he just needs his little fucking cracker. He just wants a little cracker.
Yeah.
Right now he's just digging in the dirt for fucking scraps. You gotta give little Timmy his cracker.
I think with this setup, you'd still have a lot of divination cards that would be zone drops. Something like the Wrath, which is the 1/8 of 10 Chaos Orbs, is the sort of thing that's perfect to keep as a zone drop. But the ones that are more chase items, the ones where it is much harder to self-compile a set, you would then just have them be tagged to map bosses, or even to special bosses, like some of the
Invasion and stuff like that.
Or gets the divination card for voices.
Beyond. Isn't there like a billion more div card types than there are?
Small.
That's weird that you get completely cut out anytime someone talks. Sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just saying. I think that my new div card might also drop from all, as same as the voices one, which will be in 3.15.
That's not another Chateau one, is it?
What's your div card?
It's a meat grinder map. 100% Delirious Vile Temple.
What do you want, Cat? You put your pen up for a second.
If they're making specific div cards, like boss-only drops, do you think they should still be available from stack decks and from div card boxes? Because, like, the way that I see it is that they should make the div cards sort of pity drops for the boss uniques, which should be boss uniques again, and not like global drop uniques, but like guardians, and everyone should have their drop pool. And then if you don't get the uniques, you should at least have a higher chance to get the card that stands for the unique.
We're just discussing like 2 different ways to fix the same problem. You wouldn't implement both, you'd just do one or the other, right?
What if we're the problem?
We are the problem. We're bitching and complaining about something that's free.
Is always the problem. If no one played the game, there would be no problems.
True.
There isn't a problem. I like it how it is. All you people think there's a problem.
Well, you're wrong, Jim.
I know I'm wrong. That's why I'm bringing you here for a different opinion.
Stop playing the game, and we will enjoy the perfect game.
The way to win is to not play. Hell yeah.
True.
Stack decks are problematic though. Like, I think that if they... Before Legion, they were much better than they are now, but they were much rarer. Then in Legion, they were made common, and people liked them being... Like, people liked the way they were in Legion. They were nerfed quite hard between Synthesis and Legion. But then they were nerfed harder again later on.
They're a fun reward, but like the fact that they're so bad now, like that they're so nerfed, takes a lot of the fun out of them, and I'd rather get like fewer of them with like an average better card than having so many.
Yeah, I think
you think that what you're getting from stack decks is bad, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they got worse.
Like you think the reward is bad from stack decks.
Like the change.
The thing with stack decks statistically is that the best 1% of stack decks quite literally have something like 95% of the value of stack decks. Like in a trade league environment.
Like the Mirror Headhunter, that sort of shit.
Like just the chance of getting House of Mirrors. If House of Mirrors is 1 in 50,000 as people speculate, then that is something like that is an appreciable fraction of a Chaos Orb for every stack deck that you open, just represented in the House of Mirrors. Like, what's a mirror worth in the current league? I think a House of Mirrors is like, last I looked was 90x, so that's 9,000 Chaos. So that's 0.18 Chaos, just in your chance, your 1 in 50,000 chance to hit a House of Mirrors. Then you've got the Doctor, you've got all the others as well. The top couple of % of possibilities. And once you sort of extend it to Nurse and Better cards, they end up being something like, they end up contributing something like 0.8 Chaos per deck that you open. It's crazy. And that's just the nature of a trade league where stack decks have devalued a lot of the cards that would otherwise be worth something. I think it'd be really interesting to see a league where stack decks were almost non-existent.
I'd be okay with what they've done with making them drop more shit cards, like change the weightings. I'd be okay with it if you could just pick up literally the deck and put it on the floor and it explodes into 10 cards instead of doing them one at a time.
One at a time is horrible.
52 pickup.
Yeah, that's why I don't hoard them and I use them the instant I get them.
That's fair.
Same.
Yeah.
It does feel more impactful if you use them one at a time. Go ahead, sorry.
The other thing you can do with them is hoard them until a content creator puts out a video and gets lucky. Because, again, with stack decks being so high variance, it is the case that if people rip 500 of them, if you've got 1,000 people and each of them rip 500 of them, you will have someone that will get a House of Mirrors and a Doctor in that.
I know a guy who is collecting them. He's saving 1 million stack decks. Huh? He's saving 1 million stack decks.
Who's this?
To open them all at once. I don't know, some guy who DM'd me on Discord and asked if I wanted to break my wrists. He's saving like 50,000 a league.
That's a lot of
and
money.
Waiting for them all to go to standard.
Right?
No, he's filling his stash tabs. Like it's his league goal every league to get 50,000 or something like that, or 100,000.
Oh, so
pushing him to standard and then doing it in standard.
50,000 though, Jim. That's how many leagues is that? You'd have to go through lifetimes.
I don't know. I think he's at like 200,000 or something right now.
But ripping 1 million of them is like, if they take a second each, that's 20 days.
I know, it's years, right? It's gonna take ages to collect them, let alone open them.
Distribute them to different people and be like,
that's gonna be one hell of a video.
Path's gonna be around for another 50 years, laddie. What are you talking about? Didn't you watch the live stream?
I think that if it's not around for if Path doesn't survive the next 2 years, I don't think it's gonna survive at all.
Yikes.
Personally.
I've opened a lot of stack decks, and I can tell you that if you keep doing it in one zone for long enough, you will take out the instance, because the servers just can't handle shit being on the floor like that.
I do open my stat decks in Delve, though. So my filter applies at 93.
What did you just say? Could you illuminate that a little bit more? If Path doesn't survive the next 2 years, then it's not going to survive at all?
Yeah.
Isn't that true for everything that doesn't survive the next 2 years?
Laddie, if you die tomorrow, you won't be here 3 days from now.
Oh, yeah. No, exactly. I'm right. That's all I'm trying to say.
It's a profound statement. It's a profound one.
So what you're saying is you're expecting it to die in the next 2 years, therefore it won't be here in 10 years.
It's big time. Sometimes it's not so big time. You know?
No, I don't. What the fuck are you even saying?
That's fine.
Floor is made out of floor.
These snozberries
when it
taste
is,
like
yeah.
snozberries.
You know?
What's your point?
What did I actually say? To be specific? What did I say?
That's what you said.
What did I say?
You said if the game doesn't survive the next 2 years, then it won't survive. Literally, that is 100% logically correct.
Yeah.
There is no room for argument.
It's a profound statement.
What did I mean?
I don't know.
I meant that if Path
it needs
doesn't
to survive
make
the next 2 years.
Correct. That's what I meant.
Be able to survive long term.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Okay. You got any suggestions on how to make it survive?
This game will be the market leader until Diablo 4 comes out, and we'll probably reclaim that after D4's been out a while, because Blizzard have just not been good at cultivating long-term fan bases.
Correct. Yeah.
Their goal is to drown out Diablo 4's release with PoE 2's release.
Correct.
PoE 2's done. They're just waiting for Diablo 4 to release. They can push it out immediately.
But there's something to be said about like
D4. D4 will be a smash just on the back, but wait until people are starting to get bored of D4, then use Path of Exile 2.
6 months after Diablo 4, I think, is where like the wave will come back in. But
just like Cyberpunk, right?
Well, I mean, God forbid. You think this league was pushed back a week because of issues? It was because Cyberpunk almost had a DLC drop. Let's be honest, right?
That Cyberpunk patch fixed all those bugs.
I mean, Ultimatum's launch was, without question, the worst launch in Path ever.
What about Incursion?
Because of the first initial server issues,
the first day launch, the launch day was the biggest clusterfuck, right?
That was the nightmare scenario that every
didn't they roll back
never happened.
Yeah, I was
the servers for one of them.
I've been joking with people. How could it be possibly worse? It would have to install a rootkit on your computer, or uninstall.
It would have to be a prerequisite. The servers explode and are unrecoverable. That's the only thing worse.
Pompeii occurs or something.
No, the absolute worst launch.
Login servers die.
Early days of EVE Online, when they pushed an update that if it was received at the wrong time on your PC, like if you got interrupted while you were downloading the update, and then it started again, it would then install something that would delete boot.ini on your PC.
What?
That's
pretty rough.
It would brick your PC to the point that it would require a
BIOS reset or something.
Surgically deleted boot.ini.
Oh my god.
I was gonna try and one up you, but as soon as you said there was nothing, I think that Herald of the Storm,
fucking reg edit.
one of those Dota type clones, one of the developers made a crypto miner as a joke just to see if they could, and then that got pushed to a live update and it melted some people's GPUs because it didn't have any flags set on it. But I don't remember which MOBA that was.
Heroes of New Earth.
Yeah, something like that.
Man can dream.
So when's the MOBA League? We have Royale now. There'll be a MOBA.
There's two things missing. We're missing some sort of MOBA and some sort of card game. Once we have that,
we already had the card game, Lighty. You just didn't show up.
The MOBA can be a slight variation of Capture the Flag, and it just spawns minions.
Sure. It could be like a blight map almost, with lanes.
Yep.
Yeah, and then boom, you have a MOBA.
So 2 blight maps on either side with lanes that connect, and you got to build
game. You just slap some mana cost and attack, defense, and all the div cards, and you're good to go.
There was already a card game, Lighty. You missed it. They just need to digitize it. They probably are digitizing it.
Card game doesn't.
I wonder if you were able to play with a deck of only wooden hammers.
Yeah. The problem was, it was like fucking Zelda Breath of the Wild card game where everything you had durability. So if you had good gear and you fought something and you had an extended fight, all your gear was broken by the end of it.
Yeah.
I bet you could use the ExileCon cards to just play like Gwent.
Yeah.
Probably.
How many companies the size of GGG now, maybe not the size of their staffing or their whatever, but like the access and breadth of the game, how many companies only have one game?
Not many.
Very few.
That poses the next question. It's just when will the second game come for GGG?
When will it be grinding your games instead of grinding your game?
I can't think of any.
How many games do regular updates like PoE, like the amount of expansion content that we get every league?
Even sort of answers
unmatched.
Like in terms of they were the other game that had the frequent
every 3 month content, right?
But it's how they get their money, right? They got to pump the players back up and get them back through the funnel of shinies. I can't think of anything else that do that. Sorry, Gog.
Eve kept trying to make a second game that was a success and kept failing. Or CCP back in the before that. I've quit playing that game. It went really pay to cheat in recent times, but and that was about the time they were acquired by the owners of Black Desert Online. But before that, they were definitely an example like GGG, and they lasted. I think you would say that Eve was going strong, like was growing slowly from 2003 through to about 2013. That was when the game started to hit the skids.
Another thing, like what game, you asked, what game pushes out as much content as Path of Exile does. It's not the same, but a lot of mobile games, the entire strategy is to just keep pushing. Like every day or every week, there's a new event that gets you to keep launching the app.
What's your raid code, Lighty? You want to do a plug for the 4 people still watching?
I do not have a raid code, sir.
What?
At the moment.
Oh, rest in peace.
Not sponsored by Raid. I'm sponsored by company.
You're not sponsored by Raid. You're just addicted to it.
I play Raid. I play a lot of games, Jim.
Okay.
I play Scrabble.
I don't always attack you.
They asked me. I don't want to do it though. I'm not doing a Raid promo code.
Okay.
I play free to play. It would be so anti big money. Do we talk about real gacha games? There's a certain person here who may or may not have played a certain waifu-related video game.
Jousis says that he's not wanting. He doesn't want to advertise that game to other people.
Yeah, I have spent $0.00, and I want the game to not exist.
That's good.
When's the last time you logged in?
Today. You're
banned. That's it.
Just stop, Jousis. Think of all the free time you'll have to actually make the stupid video you've been trying to make all League.
That's your mistake, Jim. You're thinking it takes up time that would have been allocated to that. That's
that, and it's like 20 minutes a day tops.
We could play Among Us
stop
instead.
You from playing after a certain amount.
Has it got energy systems?
Yeah, it's got an energy system.
Why the fuck are you playing a game with energy systems?
Raid is an energy system, but you'd have to play 8 hours straight to use up all your resources. It's like
nope. This is 20 minutes tops. The better you are at the game, the less you're able to play the game.
So what do people do who are extremely good at the game? Do you make multi-accounts or
pay money?
They stream doing self-set challenges.
Yeah.
Or they get their viewers to donate money, spend it on the game, and then tax it as a work expense.
From there.
Anyway, if anyone wants to donate so I can buy PoE loot boxes to claim it on tax, let me know.
It's interesting you say that because I have such an open stance about disliking microtransactions in Path of Exile that I do allow viewers to purchase MTXs. Like they can donate, and I'm like, you could donate me $40 and I'll put 20 towards MTX if that's what you want. Like that's your money to spend. I'll put a chunk of it towards that. And I have a pile of microtransactions now. They always want to buy loot boxes. And it's always such a fucking scumaz, loot boxes in Path.
Oh, loot boxes are terrible.
Brutal. It's brutal, man. I was always surprised, but it's like, oh, I got a pair of boots for the 6th time. It's like such a scam, those loot boxes.
For my 12 legs that I have.
Yeah. I'm an octopus.
This was, I wanted the very specific, I wanted Ringmaster Weapon. I wanted one thing in particular out of the box. It took like, an obscene amount of boxes to get it, and then at the end of the league they do, hey, one free box when you spend points. That one duplicated it.
Yeah, that's like the every barrel has a mirror logic. You're gonna drive yourself insane.
Yeah, that's a problem with the loot boxes. Really, is like the fewer you open, the better they are. I usually get the free one, and then from some leftover points after an MTX purchase, after I upgrade a supporter pack or something like that, I'll buy like a handful of boxes. But like, I never buy more than 10 per league. I'd say probably more on the side, like 6, 5, 4.
So the best result is to not play, and the best result is to not buy loot boxes.
Yeah.
I opened
I don't know.
5
one loot box
black and white boxes, and I got 2 white dragons.
How many wetters do you all own? I have like 12 wetters. I don't want them. I just do it to get a loot box that I don't even open.
Have you seen the Reddit post of someone who put hundreds of wetters in their hideout?
Every single human?
It's horrifying.
Oh.
I used to have
a PC that can handle it.
I used to have hundreds of the embers, like the smoldering ember MTX, like 200 or something. And if I would enter my MTX, I would go down to 2 FPS, right next to my map device. It's just there's actually, it's interesting because there's actually some particle plateau you reach with MTXs If you get to a certain amount, it like exponentially increases the bloom value. So like if you get to 50, it's like really bright. If you get to 100, it's like way more than twice as bright. It becomes like 10 times as bright, and your entire screen is like a flare. I don't know why it works or how it works.
Overflows the brightness value
It does,
to
yeah. Like
infinity or something.
like the decimal like ticks over. Like it's like you're playing like Civ 5 and you play Gandhi. Like somehow the number went back around, and like the bloom is just through the moon. You got like an actual sun in your
That is
hideout.
odd.
It's very strange.
I'm just in the background going to set a bunch of automaton beams in a hideout because they are the most obnoxious MTX ever, and my old PC couldn't handle them.
Who here plays with bloom cranked to the match? The max.
Red circle.
Do not play bloom.
Does everyone have bloom all the way down?
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to have bloom disabled.
Do you have the post-processing?
69%.
Fuck you, Catmaster. Do you have like the post-processing like portal effects, like when you enter a incursion or whatever, turned on? That's a tick box you can. Okay.
I recently switched that on again.
I have the incursion effect turned off because I had some viewers complain about it.
That's fair. I noticed a different type of like screen shake in the Ultimatum trailer. It was like instead of everything shaking, it was like only one side shaking to try and give like 3D depth to it. It made me sick. I hope that isn't enabled by default.
What's the setting that's for the camera rotation?
130%.
Fucking what the hell, Catmaster?
I think that was for some screenshots or something.
Make it look pretty.
There's that like camera rotation thing for like places like Rogues Harbor and Veritania.
Okay, Rogues Harbor. I had so many viewers that were so confused that my perspective was different from theirs. And when we found the camera rotation setting that very slightly rotates Rogues Harbor, we all lost our minds.
I have it the default one on, and I can't go back now. So I have everything's rotating. Like if I do Veritania, I spin around the pillar. If I do Rogues Harbor, it's tilted. I can, but now I'm so used to it after thousands of times that it's like it feels icky. I've been using a cursor MTX, the really super like chunky Val one, and now if I try to turn it off, I feel like I have no hand-eye coordination. So now I'm just stuck using this chunky MTX. And I can't unlearn it.
Why did they very slightly rotate the entirety of Rogues Harbor?
Yeah, it's strange.
Or visual reasons. If like it's a slightly different perspective, they get away with using the same or reusing the same assets and having them look slightly differently.
It's
so
weird
you
that they're
like that
ahead.
automaton beam thing in the chat there, that image. Just putting those 5 automaton beams sent my GPU up to 21%, and this is a 3080. 21% utilization from that, just by being on the screen of having those 5 next to each other.
Gog's hosting the fucking Olympics in his hideout. Holy shit.
Yeah. So anyone that wants to trade with me in the current league, that is just going to it's going to crash people when they zone in.
That's only a negative for you, right?
Sorry?
They want to buy your stuff. You could get money from it, but you've set up the Olympics to crash people. Could
I possibly be a bit of a troll sometimes? Just go on least exalts for 3.
You're an Eve player. You're naturally a troll.
This has happened to me. I traded with someone who had a bunch of these in their hideout all in the same spot. I didn't crash, but it was very painful.
What sort of PC were you doing it on, in Powerhouse or something that just?
This was back in the day, so I had a 1070.
Yeah. Yeah, my old 970 would have crashed to 5 automaton beams on the screen at once. And that's miles above the minimum specs of the game.
What was the
I loved what
Go ahead.
The release state of Pyroclast mines.
Big womp 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 fire.
Literally blue screened a streamer.
Yeah, that was absurd. I knew not to play that skill.
Whoops.
Game, because it's actually very good.
It was very powerful, but required a PC like I've got now.
If you deep delve with Icicle Mines, that's how you do single target damage. Pyroclast. If you decide to do Crystal King at 10,000 depths.
That was I think MP's group for one of the leagues. Their DPS was just a Pyroclast miner.
Because the helm enchant was bananas also for that. Like, it was like something like it doubled or tripled your damage, the original helmet. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but it basically made it so it repeated like 2 extra times.
It's nuts.
It was just like, it just straight up was like, oh, it naturally repeats twice, now it repeats 4 times, and it's like, okay, cool. Some of the old helmet enchants were absolutely bananas for how much damage it gave you.
Why can't they just take the thing they put on for like dynamic culling or whatever it is to like smooth out mass projectile gameplay and then just apply that to MTX? You can stack a billion, but it doesn't like kill your GPU.
It's less that, oh, there's 20 projectiles going on. It's that projectile is like a 4K texture.
And I also think the automaton beams intersections are what cause the problems, not the actual beams themselves.
Yeah. You can actually see it though, but the automaton beams, if you zoom in, that's actually the credits to Path of Exile when you beat the game.
When you kill the Ender Dragon and jump in the portal?
Yeah. That's what's scrolling down.
They reuse so many assets.
They're like, let's just take this texture that we already have and then make it red and squish it.
I mean, you saw the picture I posted of the fucking shield ability, right?
That's
the exclamation mark that shows above NPCs is just a totem texture.
What?
Yeah, when you go to an NPC and they have an exclamation mark above their head, the texture on the exclamation mark is just a totem.
I mean, people forget that beyond enemies are just humans that were just cell shaded like black and purple and red.
They're just bandits.
Yeah. Nothing's wrong with reusing assets because it takes you some time to realize even that's what it was at first. But like, it's funny when you see it.
But that's Chris Wilson, especially for Beyond, was like, they're just bandits. I want to get rid of them. I want Beyond gone just because it's just reskinned.
Which is a shame because it's such a good mechanic.
They could just replace the monsters, but they would rather make a completely new League mechanic because they could sell it or market it as a new League mechanic.
I love when they
something.
They make something new, right? And obviously in their database they've like slotted it in somewhere, and all the numbers have rolled down. So then you'll randomly encounter a bandit in a map that's a tree, and he's running around as a tree, T-posing and shit. You know, you seen those bugs? Like people who can re-spectre a bandit camp to be their spectre. They're my favorite bugs.
You could do that with you could spectre a shack in I think it was Act 3 at one point.
Hell yeah.
Like one of the shacks from the it was coded as like a bandit or something. You could just have shacks like wobbling around behind you. Or like the unknown, like the citizens from Cirrus Fight.
Yeah, the Oriental citizens, and they would just continuously scream.
They would just scream nonstop. It was someone did a build where they had the one of the worms that Malachi spits out in Act 4.
Yep, that was they had that as a specter. It literally doesn't attack.
It did nothing. It did like a 2 damage auto attack, and they're like trying so hard to scale with like envy and shit.
You gotta get
just the most pathetic creature.
Betrayal worms. They're the ones who kill people.
Yeah, well, the ones from the safe houses.
Yeah.
The bloodworms. Yeah.
They'll fuck up
my favorite is the prophecy that gives you a scour orb when you kill a unique enemy. It procs on betrayal doors. It says like, oh, a foe feared for an eon, a door feared for an eon.
Those
are also those are showing up in Ritual. The doors, the Syndicate doors.
That did happen.
Yeah. You get the fractured Nemesis mod on them for a period, and you could get 8 doors spawn.
Yep. It would just be like, it would just have a bunch of just giant like palisade walls following you around. No Ritual League.
Then you could conversion trap the door.
Then you could become the door god.
Jousis, Mana Bond, the skill, the one that's like you get more damage, lightning damage based on missing mana.
The problem is it costs mana itself, so you can't just constantly drain your mana to 0. You need to sustain roughly.
But wouldn't it be like a
mana.
Wouldn't it be like a ramp? Like you clear with like your mana full, and then you ramp your mana down by casting something else a shit ton, so you get a bunch of damage for boss.
Arcane Cloak.
Or you could just self-cast Mana Bond really quickly.
If you were wearing Omeocan boots that could keep your mana at 0 and you had like no mana regen, and you could use Mana Bond somehow, like with like the Covenant chest or something, or so it casts it off your life.
Let's assume that you could keep your mana at exactly the mana cost of Mana Bond, and then by the time you cast it again, it's already regen to exactly that point.
Yeah.
it seems okay, but it's not as powerful by itself as just like an existing Archmage build.
But what's like the
Because
highest?
you mess up your Mind Over Matter, also.
What's the highest theoretical mana that you could get? So what's like the highest base damage, lightning damage you could get from it?
So with extreme investment, you could get we're getting rid of survivability here, but let's say you have 10k mana. Like you could probably get way higher than that, but for math being easy, let's say you have 10k
baseline
mana.
for Archmage builds, just 10k mana.
Yeah. So 10k mana, and Archmage builds can make use of like Mind Over Matter or something. This assumes that you're getting rid of all of your mana.
I mean, just throw a ward on, you'll be okay.
More survivability. So yeah, some ward. Let's say you have 10k mana. So 15% of missing unreserved mana, 1500 damage.
That's not
Discharge has way more damage than that.
But it's like, yeah, okay, you're right.
Yeah, but discharge isn't...
Now, +6 to length per 25% of unreserved maximum mana you have. I assume it's not possible to get the remaining 25%, so that only happens 3 times. Plus 18, not that far.
Yeah. But that's like, that can be scaled with like increased AoE and stuff, right?
Yeah,
like your plus length is your base, and then your...
So it's more like Ice Trap.
Length, not range?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like a tectonic slam or something, where it goes in a direction for a length.
But if you spell cascade it, would that work? Like awaken spell cascade, and then you have a bunch of long boys?
You can cast it at a targeted location, yeah, so it seems like spell cascade would work. And so with awaken spell cascade and a huge length, because that's not the same thing as AoE, I bet you could cast 5 of them and have at least 3 of them hit the same target. I think Frostbomb is more efficient.
Yeah, I think Frostbomb is better, but you mentioned 1500 damage. Like, that's comparable to a level 21 Fireball. But that doesn't count the base scaling of the gem itself. So, and that's assuming that it is 15% at gem level 20 as well.
Yeah, it might go up. So at gem level 20, I'm estimating something like 100 to 800 lightning damage base by itself, and then assuming the 15 doesn't go up, that would be still roughly the same as a Fireball.
So I think you're looking at gem level 24 or so Fireball at this point.
And then keep in mind, Fireball has like 240% added damage effectiveness, and this appears to have 100%.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
What's the,
I think you're right that it's weaker than Frostbomb. It's in the same niche as Frostbomb, but weaker probably.
I haven't played Diablo or whatever. What's the Eye of Winter with the projectile that shoots all the spikes out? Was that in Diablo 2 or something? What?
Yeah.
All the Diablos.
Capstone Cold Spell.
Everything's stolen from Diablo and reskinned these days? Hell yeah. Would you just scale that with like projectile chain, or would you just print projectiles out of it? Like Eye of Winter, I mean.
Just fucking like 800 crit multi.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even bother. Herald of Ice, I would get 800 crit multi, and then I would be like, okay, dual scepters, you're good to go.
Yep.
Treat like any other caster crit build.
You'd go one of 2 ways. You'd either go +1 or +2, depending on budget, Cold Scepter in each hand, and use it, or you'd go Replica Cold Iron Point in each hand and convert to fire, and scale hits. Replica Cold Iron Point would be the budget approach, as would be the +1 Scepter in each hand. +2 Scepter in each hand is much more expensive.
Not derailing my current conversation. What was the name of that high stagger that guarantees poisons? Or not guarantees, but makes it pneumatic?
Pneumatic dagger.
Okay, I'm gonna just write that down so I remember.
So it doesn't guarantee.
It doesn't guarantee, but it makes it so.
To poison as though it were physical or chaos.
Okay. And then Arakali. And what was the name of that other thing that works with Arakali? Oh yeah, Reaper. Definitely not going to make a really shit build out of that. What?
Blade Trap.
Blade Trap,
yeah,
right.
Blade Trap was the entire reason to use pneumatic.
Blade Trap. My memory. Holy shit.
Someone a while ago was DMing me trying to figure out how to get pneumatic dagger poison to work. And, you know, they were like, oh yeah, 3 elemental damage prefixes and something like Viper Strike or something. And we were running the numbers and we're like, it's not appreciably better than just using like a rare with, at the time, 60% chance to do 100% more damage with poison. So back then, when that mod still existed, it was basically worse than that mod just by itself. Now it might be usable.
I'd just get a pneumatic dagger and just slap it with fucking Harvest until it's something with a shit ton of PD.
Do you have Elishar's cookbook for Harvest as well? Because that may be useful for that.
I have no idea what that is.
Oh, let me link it. So,
the triple elemental
it's like a spreadsheet.
prefixes, you definitely want to use Harvest for that as opposed to any other crafting method, I think.
I think you can be able to do the blade trap thing with Void Fangs, just with the flat amount of chaos damage.
Void Fang.
Another replica or experimenter.
So you know that malicious is the other another prefix, and then the chaos damage prefix.
That's what a pestilence strike builds are using is double Void Fangs. So it could be a similar thing.
Yeah, that's worth a thought too.
Yeah,
a fuck ton of flat chaos.
The crit should matter here, right? On the trap.
Yeah, it's just your attack speed that doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it should inherit the crit from the weapon.
Unfortunate that this is a high crit, high attacks per second thing that you're trying to abuse with the traps here. Although it's probably still better just because of the implicit.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The crit's not wasted because you could conceivably look into Perfect Agony.
Just replica at Zeri's cuties.
Oh yeah, replica.
Save time / whatever.
You okay, Cat?
It's a good thing they didn't do swords with this skill, because then you could just use the Fate of the Vaal or whatever it is.
Yeah, it'd be nuts. Rebuke of the Vaal with it would be nuts.
Fate's also insane. They're both on paper insane. They tend to not translate past paper, but
Fate doesn't hold up well to an Anarchic Spirit Blade now. You can really roll incredible Anarchic Spirit Blades.
I ID'd one in this league, the Spirit Blade, that is 550 PDPS. With like crit strike chance, attack speed, multi-suffixes.
I live in a bubble, and I'm gonna derail, sorry. What was the thing that happened with like Infinite Rage in Ultimatum?
It's okay, so it's just based off of the Chains of Emancipation belt that allows you essentially to keep up your rage to a point where you could, with Hateforge, use it to cast Val skills indefinitely. And certain Val skills in themselves are strong, but are confined by the fact that they're can't be used frequently. Things like Val Lightning Strike or Val Double Strike, which is like making yoked clones of yourself, or like doing super amounts of this like lightning dot that also does AoE. But if you could shit them everywhere, turns out it's pretty fucking good. So that was the problem with Hateforge, is it was able to do that. And I think that interaction was just not intended initially.
Ignoring Hateforge, looking at this Chains of Emancipation belt, now that flasks are changed, are there any other items unique that you can think of that rely on triggering or doing something when you are ignited or not ignited, now that you can't like get rid of ignite with your flask preemptively, now that eventually you will have to be shocked and you will get rid of it? Are there any items like this? This thing says when you lose temp chains you gain maximum rage. You're not going to have a build that's just immune.
When you lose ignite you get whatever.
Well, I mean, you'll still get immunity. I mean, not curse immunity, but you'll still aim or shoot for ailment immunity. I mean, I doubt that they're completely going to remove the avoid elemental ailment stacking. They are probably going to rebalance it, and what I do hope is that they make it so that reduced effect of ailments would be maybe they can do less effect of ailments or something like that.
To 100%
stack that to 100%, because currently it is. Like, it doesn't work with that stat because there are certain ailment applications in the game that have a minimum effect, so you can't reduce below that minimum effect, so that's kind of a useless stat.
If they were even to make it so like on tree, the ones that currently have like Elementalist, Inquisitor, Raider have 100% immunity. If they made them 50% immunity, then you could easily get on the rest of the tree or on one Shaper item, you can reach 100%. That would be fine. But to the point of the flask thing, I do believe that it said that if you were to like the flask that says removes ignite, I think they said if it does remove an ignite, you get a small window of immunity.
1 second,
Yeah,
yeah.
1 second.
Which is, I guess, all you need for like bleed, but it's pretty brutal for certain things like CI builds to have that ignite go right back on you.
Yeah.
Okay, let's.
Oh yeah, ignite as well.
It's because of your fucking recharge is like.
Speed run the
That's why
changes.
ward is #1, guys.
I mean, yeah, go ward because I mean, scale down that 5 seconds somehow, which you won't be able to. Be god tier.
With enough, with like the ES recharge quiver and a little bit of faster start of recharge, you get it below 1 second, right? And then that 1 second window would be enough for the recharge. Yeah, you're using Soul Strike then, true.
Which is, I feel like, already a loss now.
Well, I mean, it's not a bad quiver.
I feel like you work for like big pharma of Soul Strike. Like you're working for big Soul Strike over there. Propaganda.
Keep in mind though, ward restoration is a different stat than energy recharge.
Yep.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm going to head off, folks.
Yep. All good.
Thank you all.
See you later.
Yeah. I'd go get my 35th and 36th challenges today. In between
weeks ending soon.
In between
I'm gonna not get my 13th.
Good luck.
He offered you.
Have fun. Thanks for hanging out.
But thanks all. Have fun, and I'll see you around.
Thank you, buddy.
Mute your mic and then just cover the camera so
no,
that
it's fine.
so that Jim's layout doesn't break.
Crangle that shit. I'm fine. I can adapt. Do it. Oh my god, he's crangled it. What happened? How dare he?
Bigger quality.
Bigger quality. I love me some bigger quality, bigger numbers.
What bigger, better.
Everyone loves numbers go up.
Hell yeah. Well, it's perfect. I was just gonna like try and speed run the remaining skill changes because I know he loves talking about them. But
I mean, I think we talked enough about the skills. I mean,
just your
is
favorites.
there something that you still want to highlight?
I mean,
I like the idea of ambush, but it's just
as
a
movement
worse
skill.
Flicker Strike.
Shadow Step, but worse.
It doesn't do any damage, right? It's just blinding or something?
I mean, it blinds them, but it also exerts and gives you 200% crit chance and 100% crit multi. So it's like you're trying to assassinate whatever this target is.
It'd be great if it went behind them. Like
the 5-second cooldown though, so that's kind of brutal.
Yeah, it says it teleports you to them. It would be great if it was behind them so you could stack it with like Nightblade.
Stab that bitch.
Ambush is what we're talking about. Yeah, I see.
So what I initially sort of panicked when I read this because it has that line, attacks exerted by this skill cannot be exerted by other skills, and I thought that was setting a precedent for war cries not being able to stack.
Does it actually
attack? Then I went and looked at Battle Mage's Cry, which does not have that on it.
Yeah, Battle Mage's Cry is the one that I found interesting.
Tell us about it, Catmaster. Why did you find it
causes them to be triggered, but it seemed they would have a mana cost.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything that's triggered now has the default mana cost of the skill.
So you Battle Mage's Cry, you hit an enemy with your attack, and then all of your mana is gone.
Well, I mean, you can life tab. I mean, it's a different link. You can put the life tab into the spell link with the Battle Mage's Cry, and then the Cry.
So then all of your health is gone instead, and you die.
All your health?
It depends. Like, people were speculating how much the mana cost would actually be. Like, if it's there's no multiplier on triggered stuff, then it's totally fine. But people were like, in the video, man, they cast some damage taken, and all of their mana was gone.
Really? Well, I mean, I don't think there's anything beyond the multipliers of the support gems that are linked to the triggered ability, and that, I mean, I don't know how much mana they had, but I can't imagine like something.
We're talking like maybe if you're triggering one spell that has a reasonable amount of supports on it, you're maybe 100 mana.
I mean, not more than 4 supports though, because Battle Mage's Cry is a support, and that doesn't have a multiplier. So, it's at worst it's like a 5-link skill cost. I can't imagine it to be more than 100 mana.
You could put 4 spells that individually have really high mana cost, and it would still only be like 100.
It says exerted attacks trigger a supported spell, not all supported
a supported spell. What was I reading that was triggering all the supported spells? I might have conflated two things together.
Is that a hat or something?
Possibly.
Whoops.
Oh, right, it exerts it 5 times, yeah. Okay, so you support it 4 times, and then you exert it 5 times. So it's basically just... You're getting the mana cost of the attack and the spell, so it's sort of like cast on crit. Or guaranteed.
If cast on crit gets the bop, the trigger bop, the mana bop, or whatever, wouldn't that one we were talking about that has length and like increased damage based on how much lack of mana you have be good for cast on crit? Do you reckon they just added that as a, we know we're gonna nerf your thing, but here's a little thing to make it slightly viable?
The problem here would be the regenning of mana.
I mean, you just have enough to keep it. You'd have to balance your mana regen to keep it nice and low so that you could still cast it, but then have your mana be nice and low. Or
with cast on crit, you're triggering it like 6 times per second, and so you need to regen at least 5% of your mana 6 times per second.
Oh wait. So you suppose that you could use 5 different abilities and every single exert would trigger a different spell? Because on the bottom it says supported spells are triggered by attacks exerted by Battle Mage's Cry. So there it uses the plural and says supported spells. But on top with the Battle Mage's Cry it says exerted attacks trigger a supported spell with their first melee hit. But I misread that earlier. That means that every single exert will trigger a spell as long as they're spells, right?
Yeah, and so I don't think there's a cooldown applied to the spell that it triggers, so I think it would just choose the first one 5 times in a row.
What are you reading that on?
Oh,
Battle Mage's Cry.
Okay.
So I think if you were to support multiple spells, it would just choose the first one, and then that one wouldn't go on cooldown, so it would just choose it again. Because, for example, if you're Asenath's chant, and you have multiple spells in it, it will trigger them in sequence, because they'll go on cooldown.
Yeah, because that adds a cooldown though, but like the cast when damage taken doesn't add a cooldown to trigger skills, right?
It technically does because of the way the cast when damage taken's cooldown works, but it does trigger all of them at once.
But in sequence, in linked sequence.
Yeah. There was some misinformation about that. The wiki for years said that there was a specific trigger order, and someone came forward saying like they took this from my thread from several years ago. That was some misinformation. The idea was that there was a trigger order that went like main hand, helmet, chest, blah blah blah. That's actually not correct.
No, I meant within the links, not throughout all your gear.
Yeah,
but yeah,
the trigger order is always 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, regardless of what item it's in.
Okay.
So the trigger order, if you had a 6 link, it would always be from the top left link to the bottom right link, following the lines of the link in order.
See, I'm learning about how the game used to be.
That's not like that anymore.
If you had cast and damage takens everywhere on all of your gear, it would be the first socket on all of the items triggers first, then the second
at the same
socket
time.
on all of the items.
Wow. All the first sockets would trigger at the same time.
Yeah, this is something you only figure out when you're using cast and damage taken in every slot.
How are you going to get enough mana to keep doing that?
I'm going to self-damage myself an incredible amount, and going to Riku a lot of that as mana, and then some other mechanics.
You haven't figured out the other mechanics, or you're going to be
just
coy?
By Riku.
Is it going to work?
Dynamo.
Go ahead.
Like, I'd have to use Voidbringer or something. So, theoretically, Scold's Bridle multiplies the mana cost by 4 and then damages you by that. So if you had 25% Riku, you would get all of your mana back. But that assumes you have 0 physical damage reduction.
God, there's too many layers of math in these things. It's super easy. You just need to like know what order shit happens.
If you're going for Spellicopter, then you need to use Juggernaut, which means you have to have like 200,000 armor or something, so that you have enough damage reduction, so that you want to mitigate as much damage as possible, because then that increases your health regen by the Juggernaut node. Then that means you're basically burning as much mana as possible to increase your life regen.
Why?
And so the reason you do all of this is to self-damage yourself a lot for Volmolten Shell. Because once you have a build that has so much mana and so much mana regen and so much armor and so much health regen, you have no room left for damage. So you need to use Volmolten Shell because it doesn't care about any sort of damage scaling.
Does that still like reflect when you get hit the damage nearby, or why?
Yeah,
okay.
9,000% of 35% of the damage that you take. So it's a lot, and then you buff the gem level, and it gets to like 20,000% of damage you take.
So this change, how much do you think it's impacting you? Like theoretically, you've got everything sorted. How long is this going to take you to? How long does it typically take you to get a build up and running? I say, knowing you've tried to make a build up and running for the last league, and there's like 2 days left.
Oh no, I finished the build this league 2 weeks in, and the rest of it is just making the song.
Oh. It's gonna be a really good song then, right?
I'm still working on the vocals because like it's a really difficult vocal performance to emulate, but I'm really proud of the instrumental.
That's good. Okay, I'm gonna read out the names of every skill that they've introduced, and you just tell me like your short description of whether you like it and why, or whether you hate it and why. Does that make sense? Yeah, there's only like 19. Jousis. Everyone, yeah, go around, do Catmaster first, then Jousis, then Lighty, and we'll get through this. We'll do what other podcasts do.
Quick.
Yeah,
we'll do it. What about you? You have to also say something.
Okay, fine. I know nothing about them, so I'm just going to use what you're saying and reword it. Rage Vortex, Catmaster. Do you know anything about Rage Vortex?
No, I don't know anything about Rage
Vortex. What the fuck? How about you?
It's a rage thing. That
I have to go reread it. I looked at it and
I'll give you the fucking link so you can see what shit does, and I just want like your raw opinion of.
See.
Here you go. Wait. There you go.
Well, but Spectral Helix is the first one.
An attack.
Not by that, because the skill gems don't load for me for some reason. I'm using the Reddit compilation of everything we know so far, and if you scroll down to skill gems, it's in A order. So sorry, that makes sense. There you go.
Seems like
my websites don't
variation.
Load.
It seems like a variation of Bladestorm. It seems like you only get one, and it does more damage. So it's like Bladestorm, but if you use Rage properly, better than Bladestorm. For single target purposes.
Fair enough. How about I just read out the skill and then anyone can say anything? Is that better? This is what happens when I try and put some form of construction on top of anything, and I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. Earth Shatter, Earthbreaker. Is that the Slam Totem one? We talked about that.
Yeah,
Bone
that's
Shatter.
The Slam Totem I
you
talked
like
about already.
You like Bone Shatter, Catmaster? Why you like it?
Bone Shatter is interesting because you damage yourself, and I mean.
As a hardcore player, why would you want to damage yourself?
Because it's a trade-off for like insane damage on low budget. I assume. I hope.
It's
otherwise,
a strike skill that has an 85% attack speed multiplier, which makes me hate it instantly, even though it has a self-damage mechanic.
How shit is... What's the sword you get from Cyrus? That uses your melee? Savior. Is that crap now?
Savior. No.
Need to pee real quick.
Oh, good.
It's still
extremely good.
Pretty much best in slot for a lot of builds.
If anything in this, like,
go
ahead,
Lighty. Fucking 700 PDPS main hand or offhand, you got the other one. That's pretty much it. Either for sword builds, either you got a Paradox or you got a Savior. Trying to like scale it out the ass.
Or both.
Or both, because one does double damage and one gives you 2 copies of yourself.
Would that work
It
with
depends what you're trying to accomplish.
anything in the skill gem list that we've got? Like probably
Building
only...
Shatter, it should work, but the savior clones won't target multiple, so you would have to use like melee splash.
Is it only melee skills?
It does a pulse. It does release a damaging pulse, but it requires a mace, scepter, axe, or staff, so it wouldn't be usable with savior.
Would Rage Vortex, is that what you're talking about?
Rage Vortex...
You can only have one, right?
It says a sword or an axe. And yeah, you can only have one, so I don't think the savior clones will be able to summon their own Rage Storm.
God damn it.
Essentially, right? Like, the problem with all these melee skills they're introducing is mechanically they don't seem to have close to the amount of clear as the current ones that are in the game.
Yeah.
So, unless
whenever they
skill...
release something new, I inevitably compare it to something that exists and find it wanting.
You're looking at the steel skills and slam skills are already pretty fucking good. So, and the only things I think they're going to be nerfing about them are most likely going to be, if anything, Warcry and probably Fortify. And those are things that would be universally hitting not only these skills, but the new ones introduced. And if the current ones are already working and are already pretty fucking good, I doubt these new ones will be, like, usurping the throne of melee builds.
People are excited about Spectral Helix. I am not. It seems like an inferior
very
version
clunky.
of either Spectral Throw or Cyclone.
And Spectral
or
Throw
like Blade
not
Vortex
great.
And stationary.
Like, I would rather use any of those three than Spectral.
And if you get enough...
Like, it seems like it's like Cyclone with a delay, which is like, why have the delay?
If you get enough damage with it, you're gonna kill shit with the small helix, and then it's just a wasted, why is it still there kind of thing. Like, you've moved on. If anything, it's FPS.
To me, it boils down to the same principle as 2-stage skills. There's a lot of skills that are very good that are 2-stage skills, whether it's, Detonate Dead or Cremation or Bladefall Blade Blast. And effectively, unless you're bypassing the first stage and automating it, if you're manually casting a 2-stage skill, it essentially has to either double your clear or double your damage, or what's the point of doing it? And I don't think this, which is effectively going to work as a 2-stage skill because you're doing something, and then the damage is happening after the fact. Like, it's like a 2-stage step still. Unless it has insane damage or insane clear, I don't think it's worth the investment to just do that when I can just cycle by.
It would stack,
Spectral
right?
Helix would have been perfect or Ultimatum.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. Anything when you're walking in circles, it's fine.
Or if it's a really slow boss.
In 3.16 when Ultimatum goes core.
Triangle League or some shit.
Defiance Banner, I have no idea. Storm Rain? Is that the one?
You're blowing past Defiance Banner, but that shit's actually insane.
Well, I mean, I have no idea because it's hard to visualize something that's defensive based.
It's not hard to visualize it because you just think about it. It's a 1% reservation for an aura stacking build that now has a level 1 base value of giving 30% increased armor, which at level 21 and then scaled up could be insane numbers for certain builds. So what it's doing?
Wait. Gain 1 stage every 0.2 seconds while an enemy is nearby, and then it taunts and gives 50% aura effect.
Yeah. So it seems like actually insane for aura stackers. The only problem is I don't know if they can fit it in their build. It might require more specific valves to give yourself like additional auras on like rings and shields and stuff. But for builds like that, it seems like it's insane for that upper echelon of scaling.
Is it only aura effect when you slap it on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, it's minor reservation for a pretty big chunk of, like, if you're doing Iron Reflexes or something
aura
like that.
effect for 10 seconds.
Like, for an Iron Reflex build, I believe it's 30% increased armor and evasion at, like, level 1 or something. Like, that's...
Yeah, you can just run this on an aura bot.
You could, 100%. But even
because
even
it gives you
aura
stages
bot, like,
while near an enemy.
Yeah, it's not even if you're hitting them or engaging with, just being locally nearby. And again, nearby is an interesting phrase because you have nearby, like, certain abilities, and you have nearby, like, the blind cluster, which is, like, 2 miles away. So it just depends on, like, disorienting displays nearby.
If this is intended for aura bots, the nearby could be, like, 120.
It could be huge, yeah. So I think that's, like, very overlooked, to be honest, as far as, like, it's not impactful because it's a little dinky banner. But what it does do is actually insane in the places that it will be used.
Shield Crush? Have you played a Spectral Shield build?
we talked about this. You would use Spectral Shield Throw for clear because it can chain and send a lot of projectiles everywhere, and then you would use Shield Crush for single target because Spectral Shield Throw single target is garbage.
I'm personally against using two different abilities to play path as far as like clearing and killing, so I just would never use it.
Yeah, at best,
unless you can
like,
use
until
2/6
PoE 2, like you're
Sure,
gonna have
everything in their grandma's
link.
6 link, sure.
Yeah, when you have a 4-link clear skill and then a 6-link single target, it's kind of clunky.
But as of right now,
you can do influence support mods, right? Like you can make
but why use many
blobs
words
for your
if
clear
were
skill, like pseudo 5-link, pseudo 6-link.
If those still exist in PoE 2, they will be super OP.
I cannot imagine. That's a whole other dimension of conversation.
Storm Rain?
Wait, we didn't say we had...
that seems really good.
It's like what do you call it? Toxic Rain. What's the caustic arrow? That kind of no.
That means you can
rain
shoot,
for lightning.
You can attack like 5 times roughly, and like okay, a maximum 100 arrows in the ground. So let's say you attack a few times and you get 100 arrows in the ground. That's potentially 500 hits.
That's a lot of poison.
Okay. Oh,
that joins Firestorm and Ball Lightning in terms of hits per second.
What the fuck have I done?
So think about like Immolate, even you could do something like that, even like things that add like it has very low damage effectiveness, which is obvious because it's hitting a billion times. But any ways to like add sort of stacking abilities like poison or like stacking flat hits like Immolate, things of that ilk, it can be pretty insane for it. Just anytime you introduce an ability that hits hundreds of times per second, or potentially, or 100 times per arrow per second, like it's either going to be like dog shit or like the floodgates have just been opened for something that shouldn't have been happening.
I'm picturing Quill Rain with every potential increased projectile mod in the game, and literally the totem build that I did with the totem knockback, ignite, Eye of Innocence, Torch Oak Step, Explode. Just this amplifies it by 10.
Yep. You just need Awakened Immolate just so you can truly smash the game. Just 1,000 flat fire.
I'm sure the thing that you want that will melt the servers they'll put in, right? Just ask them, like, what are they going to say?
They did say maximum 100 arrows in the ground, so maybe not the Quill Rain totem thing.
Focus Ballista support?
I guess if you really, totems, right? Yeah, you really want single target damage, and for some reason your min-max bow build isn't enough, you out some 4-link ballista.
But they only
see that, and I think accuracy stacking builds, to me, this is what that screams.
Well, yeah, but they only attack when you attack, so it's like taking the fun stuff out of totems.
Yeah, you can just auto attack once though.
Yeah, but like if you auto attack like for clear or something.
You should still use shrapnel ballista if you're accuracy stacking, and I would be very surprised if accuracy stacking doesn't get nerfed.
I think they're going to nerf the mostly just the jewels. I think that's it. But that's all they really need to do. They just have to have the damage each jewel gives, basically.
If that's all they need to do, they're gonna do like 4 other things as well, though, right?
That's what I'm always.
Yeah, they're gonna nerf the Juggernaut node.
Which would be just like, again, the stupidest shit. Cause it's like you're just making every jug build that was already. There's not that many jug builds. Let's be honest. It's not like the most popular ascendants here at the moment, especially for builds that are doing like. What do you pick up that accuracy node? That'd be amazing. Yeah, I made a post in their chat thing.
I skipped
bingo card for
B-head support. That's the shitty headhunter one, right?
Yeah.
Someone in chat said that it wouldn't overwrite the buff until the first buff expires.
But what if you get like the shittest? What's that one? Shroud Walker.
Yeah. So if the first buff you get is garbage, then
that would be even worse. Actually,
you can still manually turn it off, though, right? Is that a thing?
If you right-click the buff,
you can right-click the buff. That's
so
the clunkiest
if anything,
thing.
This is literally getting worse the more we talk about it.
If anything, it's quality of life, because with a headhunter, you're stealing so many buffs and you can't right-click Shroud Walker. But now that you can only get one, and it's bad, you can just get rid of it immediately. And if you got rid of it,
different category.
If you hover the buff, I don't think it tells you what it is. You have to figure it out.
But if you've only got one icon for headhunter instead of one icon for headhunter that says 20 on it because you've stolen 20 buffs, and you get one icon and you know that you've got Shroud Walker because you're involuntary teleporting, You could just get rid of it and then get a new
A
one.
real common
Or
scenario
you
there,
can just
Jim.
not run behead.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's got good damage. Like 30% on
Yeah,
low
I don't
life.
think that melee is lacking damaging supports though at the moment.
You're right. Put it
I'm
put it
a
on
big fan of this
fucking-
bingo card, by the way.
Thank
Put
you.
on a totem build. Problem solved.
I'm gonna be taking a shot for
I
the
think the
fucking
top
hit.
row is a bingo.
If we complete a row, I'm gonna just like drink a strawberry margarita on stream. Then every one we do is gonna be like a shot or a sip of a drink on stream on Tuesday.
Explosive
We got hammered.
concoction. I've already talked about that.
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
I really want to league start Blade Trap now, but I know that if I do it in SSF, I'm not gonna get the Trapper gloves.
I would say you could guarantee that in 2 weeks.
In 2
Slave
weeks?
driver mitts, 2 weeks. You can guarantee it. If you just like sit in Glenish for 2 weeks, you're getting the gloves.
Okay.
It's
You
the
could
second
do what
tier
I
of,
did, which is
of vials.
try to get the ice hideout, and that map drops mitts, and then turn in one pair and get it.
You're thinking of Machina mitts, I think.
Yeah, Machina mitts. That's what
I think he meant.
thinking of, not
I
the
think he
other
meant
one.
slave driver.
Oh yeah, slave driver is the other one. That's the incursion only one, right?
That's the one that gives you all the charges.
Yeah,
and
the
blood
incursion
magic.
one upgrade is what
Yeah,
I
that
meant.
that's the one that's like, I don't want to say mandatory for trap builds, but if you're not using them, it feels really fucking bad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it makes
Does
it
not
so
have every
that,
charge generation and AoE and blood magic on your thing.
that, but it makes it so that cast speed works with
It's irrelevant
traps.
because it's attack speed.
Yeah.
What? Yeah, but
It's
like
an
what I'm
attack,
saying
so you
is,
get cast speed with attack damage.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's hard to get to
Battle
stack
mage.
cast speed in the tree.
Just gotta get battle mage or whatever it's called, the thing in Inquisitor. I don't know. Figure it out. It's your problem.
Instead of so
No,
when
but
you
the
craft your
trap is an
weapons, they have
attack.
to have cast speed and attack damage on them.
You dug this grave for yourself, man. You wanted to go this route.
Use the
Nah,
the
it
deafening essence
just-
of zeal.
I just was living in a lie. I made
It's
this up.
living in a
This
dream
is
world,
not
yeah.
tempting to start with.
Start chanting.
There's
Wake
got to
up.
be a dagger that gives cast speed.
Well, as a suffix.
Well, yeah, as a suffix.
You
but,
no
like,
longer need attack
there-
speed as a suffix. You could get a cast speed through essence on your attack dagger.
That'd be the most scuffed crafting process.
You'd have crit rate, crit multi, cast speed. Then you'd have
Just
3
do this
fizz
on a
modifiers.
claw.
Oh my god.
Let's move on to the next one.
It's alright. What's the next one? You were talking about Blade Trap just then. We already talked about Concoction. We already talked Voltaxic Burst. I actually really like the look of Voltaxic Burst.
It looks cool. I think its uses are limited, as I mentioned earlier. The fact that you can only do one every 2.5 seconds.
What?
Base duration
So
is
you
2.5
cast it and it gives you a
Jim
buff,
read it.
and then that buff ends 2.5
I don't read it. I
seconds
look at
later.
the fucking. I look at someone playing a shit version of it. Go, that looks really cool. I don't
It's
read.
like an aftershock that is super clunky to actually pull off.
You ever
But-
had that glove enchant that when you get hit, it takes a few seconds and then lightning hits everywhere?
Good for
I
clear,
had
bad
that
for
glove
bossing.
enchant for a while, and it never once hit anything.
Yeah. Sometimes I tell myself that's not the worst for my build. It will trigger equilibrium for me, for example. But
Living in the
like
lie
you
once
said,
again.
never hits anything.
It's like your caster dagger build.
I mean, I'm just gonna keep saying skill effect duration. Yeah, that'll fix it. Fucking
That
hell.
makes
You
it
get
worse.
some.
What do you mean it
You
makes
have
it
to
worse?
get less duration.
You'd have to
Yeah,
get
I
less
would.
duration.
I would get less duration. What do you mean?
Okay, less duration. You could reduce its duration realistically to about 1 second, unless you
Yeah.
use like tornado gear.
Fuck yeah, tornado gear, full spec into
Yeah,
lightning.
less duration
If
build.
if you get the duration to less than its cast time, then you can spam it.
Hmm,
Yeah, less duration sucks. Yeah, with
because the
Mortal
rest of your
Call
build
and
is now
bunch of
bulk
utility.
less duration. Yeah,
yeah.
like any other thing that you're doing is now shit on because of this build you're playing.
I
Fair.
mean, just build around it. Just use lightning warp as a move skill.
Yeah, but then like your
I
steel
fucking
skins
will.
last 20 seconds and like your
I,
Just
I
like
made a
the
video
guard
about this.
skill.
Lightning warp is a viable damage skill.
I'm Softcore. I can do what I want, Catmaster. Forbidden Right. I don't even know what this is.
I think
You
that's
can get
gonna
80% reduced duration without us.
be yeah. Forbidden Right could be actually bananas on an occultist. I think.
Oh, this is the
Like,
one that like auto targets if they're nearby.
it's just like Blazing
Oh, yeah.
Salvo but chaos pretty much, but it's like huge amounts of damage. It looks like, but it's just like eating your life pool. But if you go CI, it's kind of fine.
Damage.
40% of maximum life.
You CI?
Yeah, you can just go CI.
No, because you would take.
In the video demo, someone was CI and they were
chaos.
doing it.
Okay, yeah, so it would deal 5% of your energy shield as base chaos, which is potentially insane.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, it's base damage. So then it's multiplied to the fucking moon. So.
Okay. I'll write that one
Yeah,
down.
I think this could be really
added
insane.
damage effect.
Yeah,
chaos skills generally have very, very low base damage.
This is very, very high base damage. It looks like. So.
You have 10k energy shield. That's 500 base chaos.
And also, this could we don't know what could scale up from this, right? So it's like.
Yeah, that number could go up.
A lot.
The base chaos could be an extra
surrounding
500.
enemies could go up. Plus, it overlaps.
Wait, let me calculate the base chaos.
The damage you take to your energy shield.
I love that it
up.
says at the end, casting this spell damages you.
What? Oh yeah.
Just to be sure that people get it.
I'm always
sure that people know
like,
that this will kill them.
But to me, that's like a red flag for something in the future. Every time I see things like that, where it's like, well, that verbiage is now put in place because something's going to be introduced that this is not relevant for. Like, I feel like seldom do they add things even to the green text of skills that it's just for flavor.
Oh,
like normally this is like thing. Something.
It fires extra projectiles at up to 6 surrounding enemies. Do those also explode? Because that is shotgunning.
Yeah, I think that's how that's how it looked in the video. Like it was being able to at least double hit things because like there were overlaps. So I believe each projectile could overlap.
If you aim your lobbed projectile at the boss and then it also shoots an additional projectile and those both explode.
That could be insane.
That's double dipping.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a very, very powerful skill. For occultists type things. I mean, to me, it screams occultist.
You could be a life-based divine flesh build.
Sure. Yeah.
It does have a high cast time though, but it does have 6% crit, which is really good for a chaos spell.
Yep.
You want to talk about Reaper again?
I think. So now that I know it's not just going to constantly eat all of your minions, so it's possible to run it with other minions. That significantly takes the burden off of it for being really overpowered. I like that you can press the skill again to manually do damage to something, because the worst part of minion builds is them not attacking what you want them to attack.
Yeah. I still worry that the fact that line like that exists implies that its AI is not going to be naturally aggressive.
Yeah, I'm very certain that its AI is not going to be as good as you want it to be.
It's going to be just a docile little child wandering behind you. Every now and then just yeeting onto a pack.
I remember when Herald of Purity and Smite and all that stuff came out, and there were a bunch of build guides that were like, okay, so these things, they're not going to be good at clearing. You, as the player, are always going to be better at clearing. So what you want to do is you want to make a build that has really good clear speed, and then when you get to the boss, all the minions mob it and delete it.
But this is just them making something that's like a stronger minion, but at the same time not as broken as normal minions. Like you can't AFK with this kind of thing. So it could theoretically be a good build, but at the same time you have to like actually click on the screen to make it kill stuff.
Yeah, it's a more active playstyle, which is something that I support. But the fact that it gives your other minions and it scales bleeding for some reason, and that it only has 10% more damage with bleeding. Like, are you supposed to scale bleed, or is it just a bonus?
It could have insane base damage, though. Like, minions are just always historically one of those things that, like, especially ever since the introduction to as many mobs as specters can now, like, occupy, there are just, all mobs are not created equal in Path. There's such a huge gap between certain mobs who just have, like, 200% HP and others have 1200. And it doesn't make any sense for some, like, the rhyme or reason is just out the window. So this thing could just hit like a nuclear missile or like a wet noodle.
You would scale. You would have ensnaring arrow.
Yeah, just on a totem or something, and then it eats your totem after it shoots. Some weird fucking meme town.
This will be an amazingly weird playstyle.
In general, I think can we all agree that like it is very refreshing just to have 19 new skills, albeit some of them are kind of like loose MTXs of other things, just to have this amount of things introduced I feel like is one of the best and freshest ways to keep
like
the diversity up.
Previously, they bring in like 5 things, and you look through them and go, that one's gonna be OP, that one's gonna be the meme, and you see a bunch of friends playing the meme and a bunch of people playing the OP one, and this one's like, here's 19 things, just pick something that looks fun. Yeah, 19 memes. Fuck yeah, this is great. I have 30 different people that I know that play the game, and they've all picked something out of this, and they've all picked something different, and they're all gonna play it differently, and it's awesome. And they're all gonna suffer. Go ahead.
Speaking of the Smite Herald of Purity thing that I mentioned a second ago, Absolution looks like both of those things in one skill.
I think it's gonna be like beyond clunky, to be honest. It looks to me like you're doing 2 jobs wrong, but
yeah, and it's a spell though, so it's not exactly like Smite.
No. But also, like, if you look at the interesting thing about talking about build diversity, if you look at Guardian, it's a fucking joke. Like in solo self-found, the build diversity for Guardian, like it is almost exclusively Domblow and Herald of Purity. There's like nothing else.
You can't do anything else with it.
So like
you're in solo self-found, and it is a support ascendancy technically.
So at least we'll get a third thing for Guardian. That's something.
Is this the range Domblow, whatever it is?
Yeah, that's basically.
It's sort of Smite Herald of Purity, except it's a spell, so you can do it from a distance.
Yeah, it does refresh off of hitting uniques, which is nice. It doesn't say rares though, which is whatever. But
I guess they expect you to delete a rare.
Yeah, but Legion rares are, Delirium rares are sometimes tankier than bosses. But
as a spell itself, it has the physical damage with 50 converted to lightning. It doesn't. The damage seems underwhelming.
Yes. Yeah.
It says non-unique enemy dies while affected by debuff.
Although, the enemy's corpse will be consumed. I wonder if that prevents on-death effects.
Porcupines? Normally it does. I don't think it does normally. Like for Domblow, things still blow up.
Yeah, so
if
that
kind of
ruins
to consume,
any utility it might have had.
Like if the act of it doing the porcupine is it killing its own corpse, then there's no corpse for it to consume to stop the porcupine to begin with. Reaper, Eye of Winter, we talked about that. Mana Bond kind of talked about. Battle Mage Cryo, Spectral Helix. That's basically everything, right? Now all we need to happen is them put out the balance and the patch, and then everything we've talked about. We haven't really talked about what we're going to play, but everything we've talked about.
The tree nerfs.
It's going to get destroyed. Tree nerfs? Yeah.
Tree nerfs. The
tree nerf is they just like deleted the entire tree and took the tree from Royale and put that there just to stop people bitching.
That's honestly the terrifying point is like what the. I mean, I'm afraid the most that they're just gonna again like aggressively mechanically nerf a lot of ascendancies, or just do those sweeping ascendancy nerfs. That is like this one build is offensive. Let's just gut an ascendancy that's been used for 1 league now, like i.e. Raider. It's been like popular for all of 1 league, and by I say popular, I mean like I don't think Raider at its peak right now is not even remotely as offensive as other ascendancies has been historically in Path that have existed for multiple leagues. Like case in point, Necromancer was like egregiously offensive for like a couple leagues, and Raider's not even close to that point. And I feel like they're just gonna shit all over Raider.
I really hope Pathfinder doesn't get changed because of just
Pathfinder during Flaskfinder during its heyday was like
please
one of the
don't kill
more
it.
offensive things in the game.
I want to yeet flasks and then get them back and then yeet them again.
I think the way that this flask rework works is, I mean, Pathfinder already gets ailment immunity, so that sidesteps a lot of these issues here.
For now.
If anything, it's not going to have that, or at least have half of that, and then.
But you can see some of the affixes have been nerfed. Like it says 42% increased armor. It used to be 60 to 100%, so they nerfed that roll.
Like I bet you Quicksilver Adrenaline gets removed or gutted, one of the two.
Well, it would have to, wouldn't it?
I'm scared of that.
Yeah. One or the other.
I mean,
they added a fucking rarity flask.
I think one of the big problems with Path of Exile is that there is a huge disparity between base movement speed and max movement speed. And so it's like when you play other similar games, anything that gives you more than like 20% movement speed is completely broken.
Stampede best in slot. Fuck flasks.
Stampede is great. Stampede is great.
Or a fucking shit tier 7 league step, whatever you want.
I was playing Borderlands 3, and I found a bug with shields. And so in Borderlands 3, the most extra movement speed you can get is about 30%, and it's not really noticeable. But I found a bug where the shield mod that gives you 10% movement speed at max shield, if you have something that boosts your shield and then that expires, it gives it to you twice because you've hit max shield twice, but you never depleted any. So if you get like 50 stacks of that and they all decay, you get the 10% movement speed bonus 50 times.
Okay.
And so I had like 500% movement speed in a way that you're totally not supposed to get, and it completely ruins the game.
So what you're saying is clear speed meta is ruining PoE.
I'm saying when you take something and you give the player the ability to zoom through it at 600% movement speed, it kind of ruins the spirit of the entire gameplay mechanics.
Is it weird that...
And so I think moving towards PoE 2, they will try to lower the maximum movement speed.
Is it weird that we have to set our own goals to have fun? Because if we didn't, we'd break the game ourselves and then stop having fun because of it?
No, because we play too much.
Yeah, but if you play something for 4,000 hours, you need to find ways to make it fun for yourself.
We have reached the edge of the world in Path in some way, each probably respectively.
Yeah.
Even in a small slice of Path.
I die all the time. There's so much that I still need to do in SSF.
But you're all the time, and your lack of knowledge to someone else, you're like fucking Solomon. You know,
your
like
ability to keep playing each time you die and keep coming back, that's your limit that you're surpassing.
So technically, in terms of gameplay to be experienced, you can extend it by playing hardcore or trying every single possible combination of builds, but that's only theoretical. At some point, you're going to get bored no matter how much build diversity there is. So you need to figure out ways to make it entertaining for yourself.
Yeah, brother. There right now.
Just crying on the inside. Like, I need to set more limiters to myself.
What they try to do is, here's 19 new gems. Surely one of them will make you want to do something new.
I mean, I think I've added 6 of them to my build wheel that I'm going to spin on patch notes, probably.
I half want some of those bloody Royale uniques to be in just the core game, so I can level with those. They look fun as fuck.
Do you have a build prepared for every single option on the wheel, or you just put skills on there and then you make the build?
Oh, I put like archetypes. I mean, every build for the most part, all builds are really fucking similar. Like, as far as
chaos
whatever
builds.
You can just do like I don't know.
So okay, I'll give you an example.
You pick an Ascendant and you pick the Pathfinder node and one other node, and then pretty much any build works with that.
Path is very solved as far as trees. Like once you start understanding that trees and gear are the same thing, and it's just finding effective points per value, it just becomes a meme itself.
Oh yeah, most of the builds that I've done in the past couple of years have nearly identical trees.
Would you play if that thing that got suggested of like the RNG skill tree?
Oh, like the
would you play if
like it's like randomized?
Yeah, instead of like everything is where it is normally, but just make it so Scion, if you pick it, just gets an RNG skill tree, so it just gets shuffled everything.
Yes, but you just have to accept the fact that someone's going to have a better seed.
Oh yeah. Slap it in SSF.
That's going to rub people the wrong way. Yeah, people are getting rubbed the wrong way by that, and you're going to have people honestly probably just creating accounts and like selling them that have good seeds. Like, I think it'll cause more problems than it solves. Like,
yeah,
even if it's just for fun, I think it'll quickly get out of hand as like timeless
this
jewels.
Is just the Vol timeless jewel.
Yeah, like a fucking skill tree wide area on a timeless jewel.
I think it'd be really cool, like a week long race, which is like your tree is occupied by timeless Val, and it's just like, all right, have fun. You know, that'd be cool because you get a lot of res from your tree. You know. Or even you could break it into quadrants. You could have like
just divine your skill tree to reroll it.
Each timeless jewel gets its own section, so those whole trees are now occupied by individual quadrants. These things you could do to make it fun. Again, these ideas.
We would need to create a new currency, Krangling Orb.
Yeah.
Krangles your passive tree.
Call it the Krolson Orb, and it just takes your fun and ruins it.
Oh no, don't say Curlson. Don't bring
I do
fishing
like
memes
the
into
idea
this.
of having a little bit more custom skill trees.
I would love the idea of. I mean, Jim and I just did a charity private league recently, and it's like it reminds me of the fact that private leagues are really like kind of a joke when you think of the customizability of them.
Yeah.
And what we
Absolutely.
know they can
Especially
do.
since yeah.
We've had Mayhem, we've had like those sort of leagues, and like I don't understand why we can't just if as long as we can toggle it on so it's voided the league, why can't I just have 20 ghosts in a zone or 100 exiles? Like what's preventing that? I guess too much fun, so I wouldn't play league.
Yeah,
Is
that's basically it.
be more entertaining than the actual game, and so no one would play the actual league; they would play the private league.
Which
Yeah,
I
not
would
only
say
more entertaining, but also like if it's more rewarding through the addition of more monsters, you can progress faster and more efficiently. So
just-
if you
yeah.
were to do a private league for league start, like then you
So what you're
have
saying
an advantage
is
over the
they
people.
could turn it on month 3.
we can't have
Yeah,
this
just be like-
as a private
yeah.
league because it would be too fun. Is what you're saying? That's why they're not putting
It would
fun
be
in
Yeah.
because
fun
it would be
for
too
a
fun.
little bit. It would get
there is
old as everything
a
else.
case study for this. League of Legends Ultra Rapid Fire mode.
Yeah. ARAM and shit
They're
like
saying
that.
everyone loves Ultra Rapid Fire mode, but trust me, retention numbers go down after Ultra Rapid Fire has been available for a week. People play the super amazing fast adrenaline mode, and then they get burnt out and they don't play anymore.
I mean, I don't think they've done a very good job at isolating the time of retention being. You could probably say even after the first month. We'll say just the last month of league, retention's dog shit. So what have they done to really counteract that? Occasionally they've run events, right, which is similar to what we're talking about, but there's not much of an effort I feel like put forth for keeping retention high. So like, there's the obvious suggestion is having somehow the league mechanic evolve or increase as time goes on. Then you get to a different problem, which is people won't play the middle month. They'll play the first month because it's exciting. They'll skip the middle month, and oh look, the difficulty's ticked up, and now I'll go back again. So it's like I feel like everything it's like a equalizer. You lower one column, the other one goes up, kind of type thing.
Didn't Legacy League have a shit ton of players for like ages?
Legacy League
though?
lasted 8 months. We shouldn't talk about Legacy.
No, I
League.
mean that's what I mean. Like Legacy League lasted for 8 months, but people played it consistently throughout that entire time.
Yeah, because we didn't know better, and having League Stones was like kid at a candy store for the most part.
And now
Like,
we
the
have
game
those
was
in the
very
form of
shit, man.
scarabs. If
It was just
scarabs
nothing.
dropped everywhere, people would play consistently for 3 months. That's probably not true, but
No, I mean even we have too much now. We have too many toys. Like
Yeah, Delirium dropped shitloads of scarabs.
yeah, and
you're
even
right.
then,
Mostly
I just
just
hoard them. I don't
Legacy
even
library.
use them.
well, you could 2-to-1 them to get a random one. That's the best thing you could do now, probably. Aside from that, but yeah, like there must be some answer to retention, and it could be having it so like, all right, so last month is here. Let's toggle on the options for private leagues. Also, that's more sales for them. That's more exposure for cool events we can host. You can have like whatever shenanigans. Like every single mob is quadruple ghosted in the entire raid class. Like there's things you could do
God.
that could be done.
I mean, that's what Royale's going to be, though, right? If it survives. Every
I
other
think
weekend,
Royale
every
is-
weekend, turning it back on, keeping the players coming back.
I don't think so, because I think that for the most part, the players that choose to spend a lot of their time in the weekend playing Path as if that's their time to play, if they have the chance, are probably going to play the League over Royale ultimately.
Yeah.
I think if they get burnt out on the league of their character, eventually they'll probably go to Royale. Like,
To
I
that
think
point, like,
Royale is something that's not set to a specific time. Like, there's no more reason to play Royale today than there is tomorrow.
No, but as of right now, they could do things that implement that, which would be like, obviously have 2 effects, but also like in general, battle royales have a very unfortunate snowballing, which is if you're in a lobby of 100 people and you have to reach X amount for the lobby to start, whatever that number is. The longer those things take, the more incentive you are to leave early, and then the more people who leave early, the longer it takes, and then it just keeps going from there to the point where it's like, I'm not waiting in queue for 10 minutes because I want to play Royale. I'm just going to go do something else.
Well, they'll just fill it. If the queues don't fill up, they'll just fill it full of Rogue Exiles.
Yeah, and then I'm playing 1 man against 99 Rogue Exile.
I'd probably
Honestly,
wouldn't
also,
play
like,
that.
Sure, yeah, but it's also a whole level of balancing that now someone's in charge of on top of all this. Like
Dude.
they've legally had PvP patch notes like at the very, very bottom of patch notes every league or so. It's like explosive arrow now doesn't one-shot players in PvP like anyone's even doing that.
But I suddenly want
Volatile Dead was too powerful.
Yeah,
I suddenly
right now
want
Blight
a
is
Rogue
Royale is
Exile.
like cheating.
Yeah. A Rogue Exile Royale where the only players are Rogue Exiles and you can either bet on them or you can tweak their AI and then whoever wins, the smartest AI, do the fucking machine learning shit. Scale up their fucking AI.
But
Run tournaments.
Like what they did where they had bosses fight each other, which was like such a cool segment they stopped doing.
I want that.
I wish they would bring that back.
Just DM Chris and go boss fight video except Royale and put in Rogue Exiles. Dramatic music.
Right now.
Yeah, do
boss
it.
Fight video question mark. Yeah.
I sent him question mark of what the fucking eyes meant in their time, like, you know, their little time sheet of like July 16th or whatever, and then the eyes. I'm like, the fuck does this even mean? And he sent me a dad joke. Bastard.
Yeah.
You'll get so much out of support. I mean, he's not support. I shouldn't have done that, but like, fucking.
Probably Nicholas will respond, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a good man.
Support.
Do you think there will be like that's the reason that they rolled out the battle royale like a week before the actual league, so that like with the patch notes we'll get PvP changes as well?
Probably. I think there's gonna be some balance changes done, but also I think it's I don't want to say a failsafe if everything goes to shit, but it's just like one more thing we've now gotten where it's like, if this league launch is miserable, it's like, see, you can the league launch isn't working on Friday, you can play battle royale now.
And Royale's another test environment where they can.
But Battle Royale is not on the launch weekend. They said every weekend but the launch.
Oh, you're right.
Weekend.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's just a shit show. I don't know.
But they can test things that they want to implement into the core game in the Royale skill tree. Like there's things in there that aren't in the core game, and they're gonna have the data on where people path, and they can figure out what people like.
From my perspective, every single league since Harvest has been testing a mechanic that will be later introduced in Path of Exile 2. So you had deterministic crafting in Harvest League.
Mm-hmm.
You had in Heist AI integration. You had in Ritual a shot mechanic. You had in Ultimatum a pause menu. And then we're going to have something new in Excavation / whatever the fuck it's called League. And I think Battle Royale is something else they're trying to test for Path 2. I think we're basically just playing Path 1 beta for Path 2 right now. And I think that eventually all these mechanics will somehow work their way into maybe if there's a league that's like Battle Royale-ish.
Excavation feels like Harvest 2.0, and I don't mean in the sense of placing dynamite in places to loot. I mean that single thing that's like, take 2,000 currency and keep clicking the upgrade button.
Is the thing that they, like, this new vendor mechanic, I think is the only new and exclusive thing being implemented. I think that's going to be what's ported out and plonked in Path 2.
I meant the one that's the upgrade guy, the ROG guy.
Yeah.
Click button, it's shit, click it again. It's just like they took 4 ideas they've had for something that they wanted to put in as a currency item, but if they put in 4 new currency items, everyone would lose their mind.
Which is like they put 4 guys in a room and say make a league, and each one gives a different idea.
Yeah.
Like, this feels like you could easily remove 1 or 2 mechanics that we've been introduced in this league expedition, and it wouldn't really change the league at all. Which is the same thing in Heist. Like if you removed rogue markers, if you removed unveils, if you removed contraband, would it really change Heist that much?
No,
not really. I mean, if you remove the
I mean the idea of contraband, levels, I guess, like if you remove the entire mechanic of it's hardcore in softcore kind of thing, like if you die you lose all your shit.
You can bypass it already. Honestly, it should.
Oh, by walking back.
You can just walk out and walk back in.
You can just lightning warp. It's fine.
Yeah, a 5-minute lightning warp.
On a 1-minute timer. You just fucking hit it and then walk to the end.
I love that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But yeah, I mean, I think that we're definitely going to get Battle Royale in Path 2, where it's going to even become some sort of league type thing, where it's like we're being hunted down by like, traitor exiles or something, and we have to like fight our way out or something. There could be cool things they could do with it.
The return of Leo, the PvP master.
Please no
can't wait.
You the quest to win the Battle Royale.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
You win
I
one,
would
you
so not play that.
Challenger League, and we're like in a gladiatorial setting or something. We're being hunted by
Pantheon 2.0.
Exactly.
Ugh.
It's just a matter of time.
Anyway, I think I'll call it here. Podcast wise, what did we get to? Like, yeah, that was a good one, I reckon. Yeah.
How do you check the time?
5 hours.
I don't look at the time. What are we at? 4 hours, 48 minutes. That's not bad. I'll have to
Fucking time.
murder the
Does
bit
that
rate.
live up to your expectations?
Well, we got stuff done. All I had, the only idea I had going into this was I want to talk about the previous Ultimatum quality of life and if it actually affected you. We did that for like 20 minutes. That was great. Yeah, did it live up to your expectations, Catmaster? GOG kept trying to keep me on the rails. Fuck that. Derail that bitch. It's great.
Nah, I was a little bit more tired than I expected to be. But it was a very fun discussion, and I learned a lot of things, way more than expected. So in some ways, it exceeded my expectations.
How
What
dare
time
you?
is it by you?
Oh, it's
That's what you
5
call
in
the
morning.
podcast, Jim. Exceeded
5 a.m.
expectations. Then you
Shit.
can one-up baited expectations.
You
You're
right.
gonna use that picture as the thumbnail, right, Jim?
I had it on display for like 40 minutes. So it's
Okay,
it's in the video. People will see it. It was glorious. I
Did you
appreciate
see who
it.
I put GOG as?
I didn't know who that was.
It's Melody from Hunter x Hunter.
Oh shit, I don't recognize the design.
Bad.
I've seen it, but I don't know.
I'll post the picture. When
Appreciate
I first saw what GOG looked like, that was my first thought in mind.
Oh,
Um,
that's so
Cheers.
nice of you to say.
yeah. Well, you know.
I mean, I've already kind of told him what I thought he was. You know that monster from Monsters University with just the blob character with the face that just stares into your soul? That's what I thought he looked like.
That seems more offensive than what I said.
What? You're probably right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He could be Mike Wazowski.
That's not what I said.
Wazowski.
Yeah,
Damn it.
I know
So
what
shit
character
your
you're talking about.
description was.
Well, assuming anyone got to the end of this podcast, I mean, Catmaster's live viewers did, grats. But plug yourself, Catmaster. Assuming this actually helps you in any way, benefit-wise.
What do I league start with?
One person.
What? That's not a plug. I mean, like, his name is
What do you league start
CatmasterOP on Twitch. There you
Yeah,
go. I've
my
done it
name
for you.
is CatmasterOP. That's CatmasterOP. And sometimes there's YouTube videos, sometimes there's streams, especially on league starts. And I
OnlyFans?
do- What?
What?
OnlyFans? Not yet.
Why not?
Working
Fingers
on
crossed. Fingers crossed.
it.
Do you other people want to plug yourselves, or you don't want your name tied to this? I can scrub it from the record.
Yeah, go sub to my Twitch. I haven't streamed in 2 months.
Hell yeah.
Hey,
I
if the
stream at
emotes are
League
good.
Start and occasionally else, but I mostly just make YouTube videos.
And then there's Lighty,
Nice.
who just, you know him from All for One, and if you don't, it's better off that way.
I am known. It's fine. Skip me.
Sweet. And that's the end of it. Sweet. What a great podcast.
Who are you?
What? What about me? Well, they already... They have... There would be on my thing already to find it, so if they got this
Yeah.
far, fucking subscribe, and
Yeah.
if
What
not,
if someone
if you-
steals it?
Oh yeah.
Fucking
I mean, if
their
you want
loss.
to find Jim, just go to any school and then walk 300 feet away. You'll find him.
Jesus Christ.